Thank everyone for joining us today for the Council Subcommittee meeting for Economic Development. I hope today is a great day for you guys. It's definitely a Monday for me, but I hope you guys are all in great spirits. I want to start by first acknowledging the counselors that are on this committee. If Councilor Sada is on, if he could just take himself on mute and say hello. While I give Councilor Sada a moment to acknowledge himself, I believe we have Councilor Natatas with us. If this is correct, if she can take herself off mute and give us a hello.
Yeah, this is President Pro Tem Nurtades present.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Nurtades. Councilor Sada, are you with us? All right. Seeing how I do not have a response for Councilor Sada, I will recognize myself as chair of the subcommittee and Councilor Pro Tem. We also have Council President on the line with us. We have Councilor Dice. I also see Councilor Booker and Councilor Burke is with us as well. For the Q&A, just to let everyone know and for the councilors to know, we will start with the councilors that are actually on the committee, and then I'll open up the floor for anybody else that are councilors remaining that have any questions with regards to the presentation today. I don't have a time limit on our conversations, but should we need one, it'll be limited to the same 2 to 3 minutes as we do in normal council meetings to allow each councilor to have a fair chance to be able to speak. Jenny, were you going to say something?
No, I'm just saying who's here.
Oh, got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining us, Councilor Sadai. We will get this started. So I am officially calling the meeting to order. Do we have any public comment?
No.
We do not. Should I? Are we offering public comment to anyone on the phone, or should we continue?
They're supposed to sign up, but you can open it up if you want to. It's up to you.
Alrighty, for purpose of convenience and to keep the order in as it's been, if you guys do in the future wish to sign up for public comment for the subcommittee meeting, please reach out to our council assistant with that email so that you guys can get on the list to speak. Seeing as how there is no public comment, we will get directly started with the presentation. Do we have Economic Development Coordinator Felix Reyes on the line?
Good afternoon. Councilor Goodman, I am present.
Good afternoon. Will you be starting us off, or are we jumping directly into the presentation?
I think we can jump right into it. I believe if Attorney Sweeney, I think he has the ability to present the documents that were presented as backup. I think he can start the presentation, and I will be here present for any Q&A from the council members.
I appreciate it. So if we can get Attorney Sweeney to make sure he is unmuted so that he's able to speak, and also to request permission to present at this time.
Councilor, this is Attorney Sweeney. Can you hear me okay?
I can, sir. I'm on my phone, so it's hard for me to see who's who. So before anyone speaks, if they could just state their name and then go into the conversation, that'd be great.
That'd be terrific. For the record, my name is Bill Sweeney. I'm a partner and a land use attorney with the law firm of Tobin Carberry here in New London, Connecticut, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to come before the committee tonight. Joining me tonight, I have Jason Rudnick. Jason is a principal with RJ Development and Advisors, which is the preferred developer for parcels 5C1 and 5C2 on Howard Street here in New London. Also joining us tonight is Amy Pond. Amy Pond's a licensed environmental professional with GeoInsight, which is a highly reputable environmental engineering firm here in Connecticut. As I said, we really appreciate the opportunity to come before the committee tonight. As many of you know, Mr. Rudnick and his firm took over as preferred developer of the 5C1 and 5C2 parcels on Howard Street late last year after the failure of the prior developer to be able to move that project forward. Mr. Rudnick and his team are very excited about bringing a high quality family development to this site something that will meet the needs of the growing workforce here in New London. I want to just take a moment to thank Peter Davis and Mark Christensen and others at RCDA for their support over the last several months and their efforts in coordinating this project and getting us to this point. In fact, I'm happy to report that on Friday afternoon, we received design review approval from RCDA's executive board for the project, and we'll be proceeding hopefully later this month to the Planning and Zoning Commission here in New London. That being said, since Mr. Rudnick took over the project, we have encountered some significant and unexpected obstacles to the redevelopment of this property, which we're going to discuss with you tonight. But we believe that working together with the city, we can still make this project a reality. Our plan tonight is to have Mr. Rudnick briefly introduce his company to you and to walk you through the plans for the project. As I said, we're just recently approved by RCDA a few days ago. We're then going to detail some of the unanticipated environmental issues that we've encountered on the site since our takeover of the project, our efforts to quantify the estimated cost for remediation, costs that were unexpected and adversely impact our financial ability to proceed. And then finally, we're going to share with you a proposed abatement package that we've put together that we're going to be putting before this committee tonight and hopefully soon to the City Council under the City and Town Development Act that will essentially finance the cleanup of the site in a manner that covers the unexpected costs, but also makes sure that as a developer that we contribute in a fair and equitable way to the grand list here in New London. So with that, if I may, Councilor, I'd like to share the documents on the screen that I believe everybody on all the councilors on the committee have seen. I think I have control of that as Mr. Reyes indicated, and I'll just get that ready so that Mr. Rudnick can introduce himself and to talk a little bit about the project itself, just to get you acquainted. So just bear with me for a second.
Thank you, Attorney Sweeney.
Does everybody see that all right?
I can.
All right. Mute yourself and just introduce yourself, and then I can step through these slides as you'd like me to.
I apologize. Bill, were you looking for me to jump in here?
Yes, if you want to just introduce yourself and the company,
Sure.
and then I can page through the development slides.
Sure, and I apologize. It cut out for a second. Yeah, my name is Jason Rudnick, and first off, good evening and thank you to all the members of the council. I wish I was able to be in front of you directly. This is a little bit different than I think we're all used to, but circumstances dictate. But I'm happy that you were able to accommodate and permit us to be able to present still. And to the others on the phone, including the mayor, Mr. Reyes, thank you for joining us so that we have the opportunity to be able to present this, as well as to all of the other members of the community who have dialed in as well. We're excited to be here at this time. And in light of everything else that's going on, we're excited to be able to bring this forward still to the city of New London. None of this has really slowed our progress down. RJ Development is myself and my partner, Eve George Joseph II. We've been developing for many years together, and I've done many different types of projects, including multifamily in other locales. I myself have always been attracted to the city of New London because my wife's family is actually from New London. They were born and raised there. We go back there quite a bit. Spent a lot of the last 20 plus years at Ocean Beach with them. So it's exciting to be able to be back again and have an opportunity to hopefully be able to bring a project into the city of New London. And especially on this property because hopefully no one, and especially Bill, I apologize, nobody holds against me. I went to law school and I remember studying this property 20 plus years ago when it all started. with the little pink house. So to be back now and be able to develop here is exciting for us. So if we can go to the slides, I'd like to get into what we're presenting to everybody who hasn't seen it and walk you through the differential between what I know was previously approved at this site versus what we are projecting to build here. So if you don't mind going to the next slide, Bill. And by the way, if at any time, I know it's a little bit different than if we were all together and I could see somebody raise a hand or make a movement to be able to stop me, but you are welcome to interrupt me at any time if there is a question that needs to be answered. So the first slide that you're seeing, and I hope you can see it well, shows the floor plan, the first floor plan for the development situated on the site. And as you can see, this is very different from what you might have seen prior, where you had 3 buildings stretched out over the entirety of the site with underground parking. We have consolidated this project to provide the same exact unit count that overall was presented previously. We're at 203 units. But we've really wanted to showcase the property with the corner of Howard and Hamilton Streets. So what you're seeing here is a first floor layout, which will make more sense when we get to the actual vertical pictures. But the first floor has units as well as a lot of amenity space, including the lobby, a fitness center, a clubhouse. Some of the mechanical rooms are situated there too, as well. And there's also, I will note, 2 lobbies on this property. We want to make it convenient for all of the residents and everybody else coming in to be able to both access the building for living accommodations as well as the corner, which, as I said, will be showcased so that as you're driving down towards the site, it's the first thing that you see. If you could skip to the next slide. So on this slide, what you're seeing is when we go to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. The first 4 floors, the first floor will be both units as well as amenity space. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors are all units. They are a mix of studio, 1 bedrooms, 1 bedroom plus, which is like a 1 bedroom with a den, as well as 2 bedroom units. 2 bedrooms are mostly situated on the corners on the outside. And then on the 5th floor, we've incorporated a rooftop amenity, which will allow all of the residents of the building to be able to have an area that would look out over Shaw's Cove from the top of the building and give them the views out to the water. Certainly those who live on the 1st floor wouldn't be able to necessarily see the water, but as you get further up in the building, we want to be able to showcase those views as well as into the downtown corridor. Would you mind skipping one more slide? So here what you see is a good shot of the site, and this is your site plan. As you can see, we've really moved the building up to, as I mentioned, the corner of Howard and Hamilton. We've situated the parking behind the building, so it's convenient for the residents, but you're not looking at a parking field as you come down Howard Street. That's not what we wanted everybody to be able to see. We wanted the building to really stand out and be what you're seeing as you come down that corridor. There is some parking to the south of the site that you may be able to notice runs down to what is a stormwater detention pond down by the Rotary. What we're looking to do is try and keep as much of the stormwater onto the site without bringing it into the city's system, but also make it an amenity that would have walking paths and areas for the residents and others in the area to be able to congregate with benches and other so forth in that area, so that it's not just an area where the stormwater collects, but it becomes a feature. And we're looking at such things as fountains and otherwise within that to really be able to make it stand out. But otherwise, what we've done is we've situated the parking field behind the buildings so that that's not what you see. I'm moving forward through this a little bit on the quicker side, and I apologize. Again, new to doing this online, much more animated when it can be in front of people, but I really want to be able to get to the next slide so that you can see what we're talking about. And if actually, can you skip 2 slides to the rendering? Next slide, 2. Perfect. So what you're looking at here, whoop, that's 1 too many.
Give it a second.
Perfect. What you're looking at here is what we envision for the property. This is our design. This is the building. We have taken the 5-story construction. We're going to raise the entire site so that the building is really showcased on that corner of Howard and Hamilton. You can see the front foyer. That is our design. The amenity is on the 1st floor. There are units above. They have balconies that are in the building. They don't stand out from the building, so they're built into the units. We have a sweeping landscape in the front that allows everybody to be able to see the beauty of the building as you're coming upon it. We have, though you can't see it here, incorporated the pump house that exists on the site behind what we call a knee wall, but it'll be higher so that it's not visual as you're driving there, but it is still there and functioning for the city without being impeded in any way, but built into the design of the building. The rooftop amenity that I had talked about is up on the top, the 5th floor. If you're looking at the picture, it would be on the left-hand side. There's a trellis up above. There are the balconies, as I had mentioned, on the units, and the top floors all have balconies that you can walk out onto that are a little bit different. They're not set into the actual facade of the building. Those units are set back so you could walk outside and have the equivalent of a deck outside that will look out over the water. The whole site would be landscaped appropriately, and we've worked with the city on that. And we have purposely worked with our architects, Fiegels and partners, in order to be able to really try and bring the design of the building into the maritime community, the idea of being near the water, and work it into the existing landscape. We didn't want to bring something that effectively looks like every other building. We did want to differentiate it, but at the same time, we wanted to respect the architecture of the existing neighborhoods without bringing something in that stands out like a sore thumb. We wanted to be able to fit in gently and beautifully within the existing landscape. So this is what we presented to RCDA, and we're excited to be able to bring it forward to the City of New London in the coming weeks.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate that overview. If I can go back just a couple slides. This is Bill Sweeney again, counsel for RJ Development. The reason we're here tonight, though, is because of some of the challenges that we actually face in bringing this project to fruition. I went back to the site plan for the project just to give you a little bit of spatial orientation. As many of you know, these parcels, along with the parcels that L&M owns, which is sort of in the center of the project mass, lie atop a former city landfill that was created almost a century ago when the city filled in the inner tidal lagoon at Shaw's Cove. Obviously, the fact that this site was used as a landfill, there are environmental conditions on it that have always been a concern in regards to the reuse of the site for anything else. The former developer of the site, and those of you who are following that project, did undertake environmental assessment of the property, and there was some limited remediation that was completed. But it was indicated, and it was indicated at the end of that there was supposedly some minimal additional work that was needed to, quote unquote, close out the site with the DEP. Unfortunately, when that project failed to move forward and Mr. Rudnick's firm was named the new preferred developer, we reviewed that initial assessment work that was done by RCDA and the prior developer. And we did that with our environmental professionals, and it became immediately clear that the site was really not as close to being ready for redevelopment as anybody thought. And there was a lot of more contamination, and there was a lot more work that needed to be done. In the package that we provided you, and I'm going to back up a couple slides here. We provided you a letter from our licensed environmental professional, GeoInsight, and Amy Pond, who's here with us tonight. She's here if you have any specific questions, but based on the review of the documents that had already been prepared for the site, the reality is that there's significant additional environmental remediation that's required to take place on this site to allow it to be reused again for residential use. And it's well above and beyond anything that could have reasonably be expected by us or RCDA when we got involved in the project. Now, some of you may ask, well, why is there this giant discrepancy? And the reality is there was a lot of things missed the first time around. For example, the L&M parcels that are in the center of the project were never fully characterized, and they weren't included in any of the cost estimates. The previous developer had proposed a remediation plan that hadn't been vetted with the Connecticut DEP. The testing that was done had data gaps. For example, there was no testing of PCBs on the site or volatile organic compounds, which are—
Attorney Sweeney,
Yes.
could I stop you really quick because we have questions coming in from counselors that are on this committee, so I don't want to get too far ahead so that we don't have to go backwards, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, of course.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm gonna first ask President Pro Tem Nartates if you have any questions at this time.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good one. So I just getting back, I don't want to get too far ahead because there were several things that you brought up, Mr. Sweeney, that I have questions on and concerns on. So let's back up. So the first thing is that I did review the scope that was provided by, I'm sorry, Amy, what is your last name? Amy's last name?
Pond. Amy Pond.
Pond. Ms. Pond, I've reviewed the scope, but what I don't see is how you got to 3.8 million. And the second question is, you talk about, you know, when that failed development called Shipway 221, you know, their position was, hey, we did most of the remediation work. You're saying that they didn't, but what did they do? What did they do? Because you started to talk about what they didn't do, but I'm curious to know, what did they complete?
Okay, let me answer your question there. Hi, everybody. I'm Amy Pond from GeoInsight. So the documents I reviewed suggested that they did complete a portion of the remediation. They had proposed a cap across the entire 5.8 acres, but apparently only completed about 15,000 square feet of that cap in the drainage ditch area. The rest was left as is.
Okay, so they didn't. This is President Pro Tem Nartates. So they did not. So 15,000 square feet versus 5.8 acres.
Correct.
The very small portion that they addressed.
Yes.
All right, and then so this project, part of this development is to hire your company to do the remediation environmental work. And does that go out to bid? I mean, how does that work? And the reason I'm asking is because $3.8 million is a lot of money, right? And I'm very, very curious as to how we got to that number. So can you speak to that a little?
For my position here, we do put the remediation out to bid to subcontractors that are going to be conducting the actual remediation work. Yes.
I think it's important to understand as well, and this is Bill Sweeney, that Amy's role as a licensed environmental professional, she's licensed by the state of Connecticut. She has a certification, and her job is to oversee the actual physical remediation. She's not holding any shovel. She's got subcontractors doing that work. And if it's done properly at the end of the day, she has to certify in her professional certification that it's been done to Connecticut DEP standards. And that's called the verification of the site. It's how you close out a site and allow it to be reused. I think the prior developer started the process, but certainly didn't go much farther than the work around the tidal ditch. And there were also things that just weren't addressed. And I think, 20 years ago, it was much easier to close out a site like this than it is today. And there's a lot more, we've learned a lot more, and the regulations have become a lot tougher. So there is a lot of things that need to be looked at to protect public health and safety.
Right, Mr. Sweeney, I understand that. And I do understand that you are going to be overseeing this project. This is President Pro Tem Nertatis. My question is, as you are going to be accountable for, the subcontractors that are going to perform this work. I've read the backup. I understand the scope. So my question, once again, just to be clear, you are subcontracting this work out, but I still don't know how we got to almost $4 million with this project. That is my concern and my question. You don't have to answer it now. I think Mr. Reyes will probably loop back around with me, but that is on the top of my list here. Okay. I'll yield the floor, Councilor Chair Goodwin.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. I also want to acknowledge that I believe we have Peter Davis on the phone too. If you can unmute yourself to let us know that you're available too. Some of that background might be helpful if you could chime in.
Okay. Yeah, this is Peter Davis. I've actually been trying to get unmuted for a little while now.
My apologies there.
Yeah, so to the councilperson's question, there are actually a number of different reasons that this number has escalated to the point it has. So a little historical perspective. The remediation work that's been done on the site was actually an EPA grant to the City of London some years ago, and the grants were $400,000. So they took the $400,000 from the EPA grant, and Amy is correct. They only did a partial remediation, and that's basically the area where the tidal ditch is, because that was the more critical area to deal with at the time. So after that $400,000 worth of work was done and it was closed out, RCDA and the developer at that time realized that there was additional work to do on the site in order to close it out to current remediation standards. So what we asked the prior developer to do is to have his licensed environmental professional essentially come up with an estimate, if you would, for the additional work. And most of that work involved closure of landfill material, which has already been discussed. The other issue that's driven the cost up considerably is when the prior developer went through the assessment for the RCDA held property, his assessment or estimate of the work to be completed did not include any of the work on the two L&M parcels, which are in the center of 5C1 and 2 and critical to this property getting developed in any real manner that makes any sense. So while it was under negotiation with the prior developer, we were not able to get L&M at the time to release the prior environmental information that they had on their parcels. And again, just to back up, the L&M parcels are critical to this. RCDA is actually doing a land swap with them. We have two clean parcels adjacent to their facility on the easterly side of Howard Street. And we're swapping those clean parcels for this property in order to make the development work. So the transition between L&M and Yale New Haven was going on at that time. So about maybe 3 months ago, we were finally able to negotiate through Yale New Haven's land use attorneys for them to release the environmental reports that they had. So just coincidentally, the environmental work that was previously done for L&M was done by a local LEP that RCDA uses quite frequently for environmental projects for the Development Corporation. And so what I did was I took the paperwork from Amy, and I actually ran that by Paul Burgess as well as Barry Giroux, who works for GEI, who's the environmental LEP for the city, the on-call LEP. The reason I did that is I wanted them to kind of take a look at what was being proposed and also the gaps in the environmental information that had been identified and the costing to remedy those issues. So long story short, both, excuse me, both Barry Giroux from GEI and Paul Burgess came back, and they said that the scope that was being proposed made sense. They also said that the pricing and the costing for those projects or for that method of remediology made sense. The other problem, quite honestly, is that when the prior developer priced out the work remaining on 5C1 and 2, they were using old assessment information that was somewhere around 12 or 15 years old. I think we're all aware that when it comes to environmental work, standards and requirements have changed drastically even over the past 10 years when we're dealing with environmental problems, especially in the soil and the groundwater, like we have on 5C1 and 2. So again, and I don't want to bore you all to death with this, but again, there are a number of things, a number of reasons that escalated from that $1.5 million number that the prior developer had on the table to the 3 or 3.4 it is today. And again, probably the most significant reason for that increase was the unknowns on the L&M parcels. So I agree, it is a different number, but again, there's good reason for that number increasing.
Thank you, Peter Davis. Before anyone else speaks on the phone, make sure you announce who you are prior to speaking, so the folks tuning in on the phone are very clear on who's talking and who's asking questions. Was someone going to chime in right then before I move on for the next question?
This is Bill Sweeney. I was just going to respond to Peter Davis. That vetting of Ms. Pond's report and her estimate is very important. And just to reconfirm what Peter said, RCDA independently confirmed our numbers with 2 other firms. So on top of the fact that she's certified and licensed by the state of Connecticut, and she can't be playing with these numbers and she can lose her licensure. We have 2 other independent, non-affiliated companies that looked at it and have agreed that that's the cost and that's a reasonable estimate. So I think that's very important. I hope that answers the councilwoman's concern.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go to one more question. This is Councilor Goodwin speaking. President Pro Tem, you have one final question before I move on to Councilor Sadi?
I do. Thank you, Chair Goodwin. So yeah, that does answer my question, right? Because it's been vetted. You've had Mr. Davis saying that, hey, I had these looked at. You've got someone who holds a license that has basically criteria that is this project stands against. And you've had 2 other companies that have independently taken a look at this. So yes, that does satisfy my question, and I want to thank you for answering that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Councilor Sadi, do you have any questions at this time?
This is Councilor John Sadi. I do. The same exact question Councilor Natard has. How did you come up with 3.8 million? Break it down for me.
Okay.
What?
So let's see.
And if you could please state your name prior to speaking.
This is Amy Pond from GeoInsight speaking here. Well, because of the data gaps that were on the site, we had to plan for an additional investigation, a pretty significant one. So that's included in the cost there. There's also the potential for, there's PCBs that were identified on the site that may create an EPA issue, which if you know anything about the EPA, it's a very rigorous sampling program overseen by the EPA. There's strict requirements that you need to follow, and it's extremely expensive. Also, there were some data gaps involving volatile organic compounds, which is a hazard for vapor migration into buildings that was not fully evaluated and could cause a significant issue, which again would create the need for a sub-slab venting system under the building, which can be very expensive. Then of course we have groundwater monitoring requirements that need to be met. There's a 30-year, or I only planned for 10-year in my budget, but 10-year maintenance and monitoring of the cap that's going over the site to isolate the impacted soils. The cost for that for 10 years.
Soil removal, Amy?
Soil removal, we did budget for not even, in my opinion, it's a kind of a low number, but 1,000 tons of removal, and 100 of that being hazardous removal related to possibly PCB contamination. And obviously all the reporting documents, each one of these tasks requires a report submittal to the DEP. And some of them are pretty significant, hefty reports that need to be completed. Also, a land use restriction will need to be filed and completed after this remediation work has been finished.
Counselor Sadi, does that answer your question? Does that suffice? This is Counselor.
Yeah, this is Counselor Sadi. I love all those terms. Let's talk dollars.
This is Peter Davis. Councilman Sadi, if I could just weigh in here. Again, I think that the fact that we had this vetted through two other independent LEPs, and they confirmed that not only the methodology, but the costing associated with doing that remediation assessment and remediation work was in line with the costs that you're going to see for anybody to do that work today, whether it be Mr. Rudnick developing the property or somebody else. Those are the costs that you're looking at today. And again, one of the larger issues that Amy's speaking to is the issue of PCBs. The requirements for potential disposal of PCBs have changed drastically over the past 10 years. When I was doing this work in Norwich for 15 or 17 years, PCBs weren't even really part of the discussion. And now they're actually a major concern on any property where you have environmental issues. So that is probably a fairly significant unknown. So again, I guess if I hadn't taken the initiative to vet this through two other independent contractors, I guess maybe I wouldn't be that comfortable with that number. But the fact that these two other firms confirm what Amy's saying gives me some level of comfort. And again, the prices to do this work and the requirements, they're only going to get more stringent, and the prices are going to go up. That's been the history of brownfield work over the past 20 years that I've dealt with it. So, I don't know how you work around that number. If you're going to do it properly and satisfy DEEP, so they'll close the project out at some point, whether that's 10 or 20 years down the road. It's important to do it and do it correctly. Also because it's going to be used for residential purposes. If it were some form of commercial use, the remediation standards wouldn't be so stringent or be so high. So regardless of whether it's Mr. Rudnick or somebody else, we have to do this and do it right. And the legacy is that it's going to cost more and more money as we go along.
Thank you, Peter Davis. This is Counselor Sadi. Just to follow up on those comments, understand that Ms. Pond said PCBs may create. Okay, she also said organic compounds could cause. So if they don't create and they don't cause, how many millions is the developer willing to return to the city?
Yeah, that's not a question for me to respond to. Part of the problem is the assessment is not completed. There's some fairly significant data gaps, not only on the L&M parcels, but on the 5C 1 and 2 parcels.
If I may, I'd like to respond to Counselor Sadi. This is Bill Sweeney.
Yeah, no, I'm finished. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Counselor Sadi. Mr. Sweeney, you may proceed.
Thank you, Counselor. two items.
We lost him.
Counselor, Mr. Sweeney, if you can hear me, your service is being interrupted, so we cannot hear you clear.
We provided that. Is that any better, Counselor?
That is perfect. If you could start again for us, please, that would be great.
Sure. Just in response to Mr. Satty's comments, one, there are 9 categories of different costs in our executive summary letter that Ms. Pons put together. The intention was to give you sort of a broad-based 10,000-foot view on what we're facing. We certainly can assign estimated dollar values to each of those 9 categories, so you can know how the cost of an ELUR relates to the likely soil disposal. We could do that for you, offline, if that would help. In the issue of cost, what we've tried to do is try to take the best estimate based on the research and the data we have available right now. And for us to continue to proceed on this project, we have to have some assurance that this project is financially viable. Right now, this project's not financially viable without a tax abatement from the City of New London, which we'll get to in a moment. I think it's important when we trying to pick the accurate and best estimate of the cost that it cuts both ways. So, for instance, if the cleanup of the site costs a little bit less than $3.785 million, certainly that would benefit the developer. But if it costs a little bit more than that amount, that's on the developer. So there is this balance of the risk in the partnership that we're proposing tonight. And if I could, I'd like to move on to that point, because the reality is this, is that, Mr. Rudnick is not going to proceed with this project unless it makes financial sense. And whether it's Mr. Rudnick or whether it's the next developer that looks at this site, what I can tell you is this environmental issue is there and it has to be resolved one way or the other. And you have a developer here who wants to move forward and wants to resolve this environmental situation so that this project and this site can be redeveloped. So unless there's other questions about what we found, what I'd like to do is sort of shift into the concept that we're proposing to deal with this, because I think at the end of the day, it's a very reasonable and fair way to get this project moving, to get this site into productive reuse. And it really takes properties that are and have always been off of your tax rolls. 5C1 and 5C2 and the L&M parcels generate no taxable revenue for the City of New London right now. We want to change that. But it can only happen if we can develop this project and we can remediate the site. So if it's okay, I'd like to proceed unless anybody else has any questions.
Attorney Sweeney, I'm just going to grab a quick pause. Thank you for the high level overview. It's a great transition into the actual tax abatement schedule. But to be fair to the other counselors, because we're coming in at about 15 more minutes total, do any other counselors have questions with regard specifically to the proposed housing project? Or the existing environmental conditions? Any other counselors? With regards to the tax abatement, in fairness to Attorney Sweeney, will reserve those questions to the conclusion of his presentation. But as far as the other 2 items, I'll entertain any other counselors that have a question at this time. If you can unmute yourself and state your name, I will call upon you. One last call. If there's any other counselors that have any questions with regards to the environmental conditions or the property located at Howard Street itself.
This is Councilor Booker.
Yes, Councilor Booker.
I have a question in regards to the development. How will the community this goes for anyone. Mr. Director Reyes. How will the
He is on the
community,
call.
how will the community benefit from this added housing, and how will we ensure the preservation of the rich social, economic, and cultural diversity of our city, and prevent gentrification from occurring?
Okay, well, that's a big question. I'll try to break it down in a couple ways. In regards to
Mr. Reyes, before you speak, if you could just announce who you are.
Yep, this is Director of ODP Felix Reyes.
Thank you.
In regards to preservation, I think we have to understand that we're looking at number one, a brownfield that is in the middle of a neighborhood. And that's been a brownfield for generations. So when we talk about brownfields, we talk about the understanding of the environmental injustice and where that came from. That urban cities continue to have these brownfields scattered about the cities. And in New London, we have several. So this project, in regards to kind of the environmental injustice that this neighborhood has had for generations, this project solves that and is able to preserve this neighborhood for generations. It also is the economic impact. We have a large industry, Electric Boat, that is across the street, and the goal is to have the people that work in New London also live in New London. And this project allows that and opens up housing for other residents of New London. And finally, this is new housing. This is not, we're not taking down old housing and removing residents. We're creating new housing for folks to be able to walk in our downtowns, also with Parcel J. And this helps stimulate our small business in our downtown area, which needs it. I think we can all agree that economically, disposable income is something that cities need for our small businesses to strive. This helps balance that inequality, that wealth gap, or what you're talking about, in a manner of that neighborhoods are not affected by this, but certainly improved. And removing a brownfield from the Shaw Street and the Howard Street neighborhood is a way to doing it. So that's how I look at it. So just trying to, it's a big question you asked, but just in those three elements of neighborhood, are folks being able to work and live in New London, and also what it does economically for our downtowns. I hope I answered the question.
So Director Reyes, this is Councilor Booker. Just let's play devil's advocate just for one moment. Why would someone be against this project?
Why would someone be against this project? I think that the idea of tax abatement scares people. I think the history and understanding of what a tax abatement and inequalities of why do rich people get a break, that can scare people. But in this case, it's not the case. That's the only thing I can think. But if we educate and have these types of discussion, this is different. This is not a tax issue. This is more of a kind of a, we have an existing condition, and here's a method that developers coming to help us remove this brownfield. So it's hard to find negatives in this, but I know history will say tax abatements can be can leave a sour taste in people's mouths. But other than that, I think this is only a positive, and this is part of our pipeline economically for our city to generate revenue and lessen the burden on our taxpayers. And it's part of our growth plan for the city of New London as well.
Thank you, Director Reyes, and thank you, Councilor Booker. We are running about 11 to 12 more minutes, and I want to be fair to the attorney to make sure we get and cover the tax abatement and reserve time for questions. So I'll entertain any other councilors that have one question to ask with regards to the property itself and or the existing environmental conditions. Seeing as how there are no other questions, attorney, if you would like to finish the presentation and head into the proposal. Excuse me?
Thank you. I'd be happy to.
Thank you, attorney.
So the concept that I want to share with you now is really something that we developed in concert with our CDA and in contact with the mayor's office. But basically, it's designed to overcome the obstacle of the $3.785 million of unexpected environmental cleanup. And we intend to basically do this. The developer will pay upfront for that cleanup and essentially finance that as part of the construction of the project. But that will be reimbursed by a tax abatement that would be granted by the city council under the City and Town Development Act, in which this council, the members of the council, have the power to approve by agreement. So I've developed, I'm going to switch back to my document. And I know this is very small on your screen, and I'll see if I can enlarge it as I talk. But what we did is developed a spreadsheet just to basically give you some basic numbers in terms of the taxes generated from the property. What's so critical to remember in this is that the current parcels, 5C1, 5C2, the L&M parcels, they generate no tax revenue for the city, and they haven't historically. If the project doesn't proceed, that if we can't get a tax abatement and the project, this site just sits empty for the next 10, 20 years, this property will continue to generate no taxes for the city of New London. The plan we've put together would have the developer finance the cleanup as part of the overall development. And then, as I said, he would be reimbursed, and that cost would be spread out over a long period through an incremental tax abatement. Now, as all of you know, tax revenue comes from both the assessed value of the land under the project and also the improvements built upon it. You take those values, you multiply that by the mill rate, and that's where you get your annual tax bill. So let me see if I can zoom in a little bit and show you the first couple of years. So you can see in the first row, you can see the assessed land value. The land that is underneath this project is assessed right now at a little bit over $1.5 million. And then we have an assessed improvement value. We expect it'll take 2 years to build the project. So you see construction year 1 and construction year 2. There's no improvement value because we're building the building. But in the first year of the actual abatement, you see 21 million, almost $21.5 million of assessed improvement value. That's the assessment on a $30 million development, which is about what we believe this will be assessed at the end of the day. What we've laid out here, we assume a mill rate that is standard throughout a 20-year abatement. You can see this stretches on for 20 years. We realize that the mill rate is not going to stay flat during that period, but we're doing it for demonstration purposes here. We know that mill rate is going to fluctuate over that time period. We also then have total taxes paid under the enterprise zone benefit. So it's important to realize that these parcels are already in the town and city's enterprise zone. So they automatically get a non-discretionary tax abatement. And you'll see in year 1 of the abatement, you get 100% tax abatement on improvements. And then it goes 100 in year 2, year 3 is 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. And then in year 8, you go to full ride, just over $900,000 a year. So if we did this project with under the enterprise zone benefit, which is not viable, the city at the end of the day, you can see in bold, over a 20-year period would get just under $15.5 million in taxes paid by the developer for the project. So our thought was, what if we abated that number and paid for the environmental remediation out of that number? The city still gets money from the project, just a little bit less to pay for the unexpected remediation costs. So we have a proposed abatement schedule under the City and Town Development Act. So here, the first 2 years are construction years. So there is no abatement on improvements. There are no improvements there. But then we start to cycle the abatement in. So in year 1 of the project, you get an 80% abatement on improvements. Year 2, a 60% abatement. Year 3, a 40% abatement. And then you'll see that 40% that carries out all the way to year 20. If I go back, we have the total taxes paid at the bottom line, and I broke it into land value and also improvement value. But what you'll see is once we take title to the property and start constructing, we'll pay $60,000 a year in taxes because that's just the land value. But in year one of the project's up, we'll pay almost $250,000 in taxes. It will then go in year two, it'll go to 400. And then in year three, it'll be $575,000 a year. And that'll be stretched out every year for the 20 years. At the end of the day, that totals just over $11 million. And if you go up to what we would have paid under the enterprise zone, there is a difference of about 4.3 million. So you might ask, why 4.3? I thought the cleanup is 3,785, and that's correct. So to actually pay for that, the developer actually has to finance that cleanup cost. And when you finance $3.785 million, you have to pay interest on that. And you got to pay interest much more than the $500,000 or so here. But what we tried to do is cover a little bit of the financing cost. And that's why the difference in taxes paid is 4.3 over the life of the abatement. I think it's also important to note, if we go back to the first couple of years, you can see, and you look toward the top of the page, we're going to be paying more taxes in year one than we would under the enterprise zone benefit. Under enterprise zone, you don't pay any taxes on improvements. You would only be paying $61,000 in year one. We're expecting to pay $232,000 in year one. Somebody asked the question before to Felix Reyes, why would somebody be against this project? Well, there is a history in New London of people seeking tax abatements and basically paying nothing for an extended period of time, and then their taxes, kick up. We thought that wasn't proper. If we're going to be part of the community, we have to pay a share. And so what we've done is set the tax abatement schedule so that we're still paying good taxable money in the early years of this project. Yes, there is an abatement through the 20 years, but we're not paying nothing for 5, 6, 7 years. We want to be contributing from day one. And I think that's why we think this is a fair and equitable solution to the situation. It allows us to finance the environmental cleanup, but it also makes sure the developer pays their fair share over the life of the abatement. The other important point that I want to stress is effectively, this tax abatement doesn't cost the city $1. And let me explain why. This is an abatement on revenue, tax revenue that the city would only receive if this project moves forward. If this project doesn't move forward, these parcels continue to contribute $0 to the grand list. Without this abatement, the project doesn't go forward and there is no income. What you're actually doing is, here, in my opinion, this is really a partnership between the city and the developer, where the city abates a portion of the taxes over 20 years so that you can collect that 11 million or plus in taxes over the same period. Absent an abatement, you won't see any of that 11 million. And that's why we think it's ultimately fair. You're deferring something you wouldn't have but for the project. Again, we're open to discussing any element of this tax abatement. The city has used the City and Town Development Act on numerous occasions in the past for special projects like this. We think this is an easy way to resolve the environmental situation, allow this project to proceed, but we do need the council's partnership. We need the support of the city to do it. And we believe that this project will build on the positive momentum the city has in developing high quality multifamily units that will, as Felix Reyes said, also create disposable income and a marketplace to improve and help our business community here in the downtown area.
Attorney Sweeney.
Thank you.
I'm going to stop you right there because we're coming up on time and we do have a public hearing, but I want to thank you very much for your diligence and thoughtfulness into this presentation, as well as the rest of your team and ODP Felix Reyes, At this time, I am going to call an end to this meeting if there aren't any objections, so that we can begin with the next meeting, which is a public hearing for the Neighborhood Assistance Act tax credit. If anyone on my committee, I would love to entertain a motion.
Yeah, this is President Pro Tem Hurtado's motion to adjourn.
A second.
Second.
Council Booker, second. Oh,
Thank you, councilors. This meeting has been adjourned. I will turn this over to our council president. And thank you everyone for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Goodwin. And just want to say thank you to each of the presenters, Mr. Rudnick, Ms. Pond, and also Mr. Sweeney for their presentation. And now we'll go into the public hearing 2020 Neighborhood Assistance Act Tax Credit Program. Okay. So is Mayor, who's in charge of that right now? Is that
Council President Dominguez, this
Yes.
is Mayor Passero. What you'll do is it's the public hearings before council, correct, Jenny?
Yes.
Yes, so call the council, this public hearing to order by taking a roll call of the council members.
All right, so let me start with President Pro Tem Hurtado.
President Pro Tem Hurtado is present.
Okay, Councilor Booker,
Council Booker is present.
Councilor Sadi,
Counselor Sadi is present.
and Councilor Goodwin,
Councilor Goodwin is present.
Councilor Burke,
Councilor Burke is present.
and Councilor Dice.
Councilor Dice is present.
And of course, myself, President Dominguez, I am present. At this time, we're going to open up the public hearing for the 2020 Neighborhood Assistance Act Tax Credit Program. Do we have anyone that has petitioned to speak or signed up?
I don't have anyone signed up. I don't know if anyone's on the call that wants to speak.
Okay, Daniel's on, right? Daniel, so do we have anybody on right now that wants to speak for this public hearing? At this moment, anyone? Just state your name, tell us who you are, and we'll give you 3 minutes to speak.
I don't see anybody with their hands raised, but I will put it in the chat so people know how to do it.
So we'll give them time. So right now we are at the public hearing 2020 Neighborhood Assistance Act Tax Credit Program. This is a public hearing, so anyone that would like to comment and speak on behalf of this program, you have the opportunity to do it now by either stating your name, telling us who you are, and I'll give you 3 minutes to speak.
Council President, this is the mayor.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
If you want, while we're waiting for people to raise their hand or volunteer to speak, we'll give them a few minutes. You might have Tom Bombria give you a little background
Okay.
regarding the 2020 Neighborhood Assistance Tax Credit Program.
All right. Thank you. This is President Dominguez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that suggestion. Tom Bombria, would you be able to give us a little bit of background? I just saw him. Mr. Bombria, this is President Dominguez speaking. Not sure, he was just on.
He was there.
Tom is on and he's unmuted, but we're not hearing him.
Okay. Technical problems.
Maybe.
I'll just point out for everybody that has the council agenda, the backup for this is in agenda item 7.3. The council will be acting on this later on in the regular council meeting, which begins at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Dulcis.
So Junelle Dulcis.
So the council,
You know, yeah.
Mr. President, if I may, I'm the mayor speaking.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor, President Dominguez.
Council will be acting later tonight to distribute the money in the following manner. The following 4 grants. All Souls Unitarian Universalist Congregational Church. It's the All Souls Green Initiative construction. It's $150,000 grant towards that project. Habitat for Humanity, $70,000, and that's structural updates to the historic office on 377 Broad Street. Guards Art Center, that is a $95,000 grant for repairs to their facade, their masonry, and that historic building. And Safe Futures, a $40,000 grant approximately for energy efficient vinyl replacement windows for their facility. So that's the distribution of the money. We're required to have a public hearing to hear from the public on that. I noticed that the executive director of Safe Futures is on the call, Kathy Verano. We certainly thank her for the great work of her organization. I'm not sure if any of the other representatives are on, but that's my time filler for you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you. This is President Dominguez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not sure what happened to Mr. Bombria, but thank you for stating the different ways that those awards were given out. And not sure if the executive director for Safe Futures would like to say something.
Also, Charmaine Greger has her hand up.
Okay, all right. Okay, so Charmaine. Okay, so this is President Dominguez, Charmaine Greger.
Hi, yeah, Charmaine.
Yes, you can go ahead and state your name, and then we'll give you 3 minutes for comment.
Hi, Charmaine, 30 Broad Street. I was just wondering what the timeline was for filing for these, and if it was at all part of the con plan.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Not sure, Mr. Mayor, if you know. I don't know the timeline.
This is just a public hearing, so it will be, I would just, we're just open for public comment on the grants. Apologize for that procedural formality, but certainly the administration would be happy to provide Ms. Greger with the answers to that question offline. So I'll be happy to do that outside of the public hearing.
Thank you. Thank you. This is President Dominguez speaking. Thank you. So yeah, any questions that anyone may have, they will be answered and noted and placed publicly on the website too.
And Sharnice Austin has her hand raised.
Okay, thank you. This is President Dominguez. Hello, Ms. Austin. You can go right ahead. You have 3 minutes. Make sure you state your name and address, and then you may speak.
Thank you, Counselor. My name is Shanice Austin. I live at 1132 Ocean Avenue. So my public comment regarding the neighborhood assistance grant was I just wanted some additional data surrounding number of applications that were received and how the decision-making process went in selecting the 4 recipients. When Mayor Passero shared the amounts, I missed the amount awarded to the Souls Unitarian and was just wondering what that amount was. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. At this time, what I'll do is the amount, this is President Dominguez speaking, the amount for the, what was it that she said? Which one was it again? That
the All Souls Unitarian.
Oh, I'm sorry. The All Souls was 150,000. 150,000. That's the max that you could get.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, you're coming into the public hearing for the Neighborhood Assistance Act Tax Credit Program. This is a public hearing. If you would like to speak, please state your name and I will give you 3 minutes to speak on behalf of that.
Hey, tell me how this question here sounds too.
Hey, Mr. Bombria. Mr. Bombria, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We're looking for you. You kind of disappeared on us, but you're back. All right, sir. So we wanted to know a little bit about the backbone of the neighborhood tax credit program.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the technical difficulties, but I can help now. So there are 4 applicants because those are the people that signed up or applied, and it was open to any business that wanted to. Advertisement, it's an annual thing, and those were the only ones that responded. So they were not selected. They were just, any applicant would have been included.
Okay.
And so we are a pass-through. Can you, I don't know why, do you hear quite an echo?
Yes, we do. This is President Mingus speaking. We do.
Well,
Maybe
I'm not sure why.
Probably if we can all mute ourselves and you stay unmuted, that'll give us.
So, well, bear with me until I figure out why the echo is there. I'll work on that in a little while. But in the meantime, the city of New London is a pass-through for a state program. So any agency in the city that wants to participate and try and get some tax credits from a participating business will apply through us. The council will approve and the applications, and then they get forwarded to the state. And sometime in the summer, the state will accept those applications and everybody will be notified. And then in September, October, for a 2-week period, any business that wanted to use their tax liability to support a project such as the ones that are on the agenda tonight, then they can apply to the state. And then in December, the state will award some of those tax liabilities to these projects. So in lieu of a business paying taxes, they're going to support some community projects.
Okay. All right, this is President Mingus speaking. Thank you, Mr. Bombria, for those words. Again, we're at the public hearing for the Neighborhood Assistance Tax Credit Program. If you are just coming in, if you would like to speak, please state your name, and I will give you 3 minutes to share. We have about, this is President Mingus speaking, we have about like 2 minutes. So Executive Verano, I would like to give you the opportunity to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be really quick. I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity to apply for this and also extend my thank you to the mayor and our community for being so supportive of us during this crisis. Our 7 residential programs have 54 children in them, and everybody's been absolutely amazing. So we're hoping that we can go forward with this to replace the windows at our Phoenix house. They're over 40 years old, and as you would know, that's economically and energy saving, that they just don't work anymore. So I thank all of you, and thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you, Executive Verano. We appreciate you and appreciate the work that you and your staff are doing for not only our residents, but for the whole Southeast region. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So at this time, this is President Dominguez speaking. I'm looking for a motion to close this public hearing.
This is Councilor Burke. Motion to adjourn the public hearing.
Okay, the President Dominguez speaking. Councilor Burke has a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second, Councilor Dice.
Councilor Dice has seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, this public hearing has been closed. Thank you. Okay, and at this time, I am going to begin our city council meeting today, Monday, May 18th, 2020. I'm just going to read quickly just the logistics, as I always do. So good evening to everyone. Due to the ongoing and national and state public health emergency caused by the global coronavirus pandemic, City of New London public meetings will be held virtually. Meeting agendas can be found at www.newlondonct.org. An audio recording of this meeting will be posted on the city website within 7 days of the meeting. Public comment may be submitted in writing to jstarts@newlondonct.org. If you prefer, you may sign up to speak at the following link on the City of New London website, newlondonct.org/live-stream. This link will bring you to a fillable form where you may submit your name and you will be added to the public comment list and called on via Zoom during the public comment portion of the meeting. Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask for City Clerk Ayala to make the roll call, please.
President Dominguez.
Present.
President Pro Temp Nartates.
Present.
Councilor Goodwin.
Present.
Councilor Dice.
Here.
Councilor Booker Jr.
Present.
Councilor Burke.
Present.
Councilor Sadai.
Here.
All present.
Okay, thank you. This is President Dominguez. Thank you, City Clerk Ayala. At this time, I'm going to ask Councilor Sadi to lead us in prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance.
All rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilor Dominguez, if you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish.
Yes, sir. Prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América, a la república que representa una nación ante Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you very much. Dear Lord, in these trying times, with so much going on and so many uncertainties, please bless our elected officials so that they can make the proper decisions for all. With this in God, I pray. Amen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sadi. At this time, I just want to just recognize just a couple people that I know that are here presently, all the councilors. Thank you. Also want to recognize Superintendent Ritchie that I see. Thank you for being part of this meeting. And also everyone else that is here at this time, even the audience out there. The next thing that we have a presentation by Mr. Stevier on a proposal for train service for the City of New London and Southeastern Connecticut. So Mr. Stevier, you have the floor, sir. Yeah, you have to unmute yourself first. There you go, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Zell Stever, and I live over in Groton, Connecticut. And it's a pleasure to come before you tonight. I had the great opportunity to spend a couple of years in New London, attending Connecticut College for 2 years back in the 70s. It was a wonderful experience, and I got to know the City of New London quite well. You have already been provided basically 3 documents. There was a letter I sent to the mayor and the council, 4-page letter, which I believe you've received. There was a detailed outline of the proposal that I'm going to be briefly giving you tonight. And then there was a copy of a letter that the town of Groton has sent to Governor Lamont supporting the notion or supporting the concept of a new train proposal that I'm going to lay out with you tonight here. I should probably briefly start by telling you a little bit about how I got involved with this, because I'm not a train person per se, although I grew up literally a couple of 100 yards from what's now referred to as the New Canaan Branch Line in Fairfield County. It basically started a series of years ago now. I think it's 3 years ago, when the town of Groton started to look at redoing their zoning map and their zoning regulations. And as one of the things that came out of that effort was to look at mixed-use development along the Route 1 corridor, as some people refer to it, Hamburger Hill. And when I started to look at that, it was a very interesting proposal, because it was basically taking essentially what is a strip mall development and trying to figure out how to redevelop it so that it supports both people living in the community, but also people being able to shop and work in that particular area. And what became obvious as I looked at the literature, that the notion of transit-oriented development is really key to making these so-called mixed-use developments work. And then I realized, it was sort of obvious, that we had train tracks running right by, running parallel for several miles right along Route 1 in Groton. And then it was also clear to me that because I take the train on a fairly regular basis, or I did used to take the train to New York City to go see my children, I have no way of getting from Groton to the Shoreline East, other than coming to New London. And if the time's not appropriate, I have to then drive all the way to Old Saybrook, Connecticut. So it was this notion of no service in the area that got my attention. And it basically essentially was 2 years that took to get the zoning all rewritten in Groton. And they basically finished that up late last year, with the map being finished in the beginning of this year. Now, at this point, I want to switch over and put on a presentation, and I'll run through this pretty quickly with you. I got to find it on my, here it is. I'm going to bring it up. And you also should see a screen which has proposal for expanded rail service in southeastern Connecticut, I hope. Well, so let me jump right into the subject here, and I'll keep this relatively short. Basically, as all of you know, Shoreline East is operated by the state of Connecticut through the Amtrak, and runs basically 68 miles from New Haven to New London along the Connecticut shoreline, with it stopping in 9 communities along the way: New London, Old Saybrook, Westbrook, Clinton, Madison, Guilford, Brantford, New Haven, State Street, and the main station, Union Station. And there are 18 trips, 18 round trips from Old Saybrook, and that's where basically the bulk of the trains run between New Haven and Old Saybrook. 3 trains leave New London and 4 trains arrive at New London. And of course, this has all been changed with the advent of this particular virus that we're all suffering with. And by the way, I really apologize for not being able to be with you tonight, but the virus basically prevents us from doing this, and it would be much more preferable to actually be there in person with you. And I hope that day will come that we'll be able to do that. So today, what we've got is Shoreline East was established to basically provide Connecticut shoreline people to basically commute to or go to New York City. And it was basically running people in the direction of going west. And there was not so much thought about taking that train east to Providence and on to Boston. At the peak of its ridership back in 2011, right before the crash, we had about 610,000 people riding that train. after the downturn in 2011, it dramatically dropped. And this last year, we saw again finally an increase of about 3%, which is now bringing it back up to almost to where it was prior to the virus problem. So the train ends in New London, and that's why I wanted to talk to you about this. There is no service in Groton, there's no service in Stonington, nor is there any service in Rhode Island. So we only have basically a very short distance between essentially New Haven and Providence, 114 miles. But yet we can't get there from here, as they say. So if we go to the next slide, let me see, I'm having a little trouble here getting to the next slide, but we'll see if we can make this work here. Oh, I seem to be frozen up. I don't know what happened here. Any of your technical guys there?
I think, sir, it's more on your part. I think it's
Yeah, I see a mouse moving.
Yes.
You see a what?
Your
the
mouse
little,
moving?
the arrow. The arrow's yours, so you can put it down by the there you go. And that, if you click on it.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay. So now this shows you basically the overall picture of the part of the Amtrak line that runs from New Haven to all the way to Boston. Now, it obviously goes to New York City and goes beyond Boston, but the part that we really want to concentrate on is that part that is from the New London area, or basically from Old Saybrook to the Rhode Island line. Now, the Rhode Island line, there is a train that does go to Providence and then goes on up to Boston, and we'll get to that in a minute. Here's a more detailed picture of the transportation as it currently exists in our area. You see we're dominated by the classic I-95, and then also the 395 where they meet there. And those are the two major routes that people travel in and out of our communities. Here you see a picture of the aerial photograph of New London, and on the left side of the screen, on the right side, you see Groton. And while I hope you all can see this, there's a dark black line, and that is the railroad tracks that snake up along through the center of New London, go across south of the bridge, and then slide on back across to headed toward Rhode Island. And at the upper part of the picture here, well, I can't do it that way. And this one, well, sorry, we're back. Okay, so and if you look along the east bank of the Thames River, there is a rail line that runs up to the submarine base, goes up to Norwich, and then goes on all the way to Worcester, Massachusetts. But also, you don't see it on this particular map, that train track coming down on the east side also runs down, hooks around by the airport in Groton, and then circles back up to Electric Boat and Pfizer's. So this proposal is in two parts. One is to extend Shoreline East, which we've talked a little bit about here, from Old Saybrook to Rhode Island, and the second one is to establish a new branch line, which I have arbitrarily called the Norwich Branch Line, the NBL. I figured it needed to have a name, so we would give it one, and fully expect that that'll get changed as time goes on, with all the wangling that is likely to happen about the names of these kinds of things. So to expand Shoreline East, what we're talking about is basically extending passenger service on a regular basis from Old Saybrook to Westerly, Rhode Island. That's the fundamental idea. And it would mean building basically 3 new stations or platforms. And as you well know, or you've seen in the press over the last 10 years, there's a major effort underway to build a station in Niantic. And there would be a new station in Groton Center, And then there'll probably be use the station in Mystic, which is in Stonington. But then I'm proposing that we would also possibly have a new station or a platform by the Groton, the Stonington borough, and then on to Westerly. And so if you get to Westerly, then there's a no regional train that goes from Westerly to Wickford Junction. And the idea would eventually be to hook up with Rhode Island to make that final connection between Westerly and Wickford. And so the idea would be to use new passenger coaches, energy efficient, of course, and you want to have modern features like internet and so forth. And you would then connect this Shoreline East with this new Norwich branch line so that you would have an opportunity for commuters to be able to come from the north down and either go east on the Shoreline East Extended or go west toward New London as a commuter. And the hours would be changed so that it would be basically big concentrations of people going from 5 to 10 in the morning and then doing the same thing in the evening. And what this does is begins to solve the last mile problem, as it's called, where you try to bring people who want to go to work to actually where they do work, as opposed to dropping them off a mile away from where they work. So here's a map showing basically the way the Amtrak line snakes along the shoreline, and you'll notice that it's very curvy, and you don't really appreciate this until you start to blow these maps up. And there's a reason why you can't run Amtrak can't run trains at really high speeds through this whole section here, because you just can't go around a corner at 150 miles an hour at any one of these particular bends here. And so now this is your local train station with an Amtrak train in it. This is the beautiful old building you have here. Here's the building over in Mystic. It's now a coffee house. Here's the one in Westerly, beautiful building, but that's now a gallery. And then you go on up to the Kingston, and then you'd finally end up going to Wickford Junction, which is basically a new platform. And I wanted to show you this particular picture because you'll notice that there's two rails on the far side, on the far right side. Those are the Amtrak rails, and the one that's on the left side is the rail that is operated by the folks from the what's referred to as the MBTA, Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority. Now that train actually, track actually stops there in Wickford Junction, and part of what we'd have to do is get the folks from Rhode Island to extend that set of rails all the way down potentially to Westerly. Now the other alternative would be to then to use the local trains on the Amtrak, which is all quite doable. So then the second part of this is to establish this new branch line, which I'm calling the Norwich branch line, and it runs on the old Providence and Worcester tracks that run up the east side. That's now owned by Genesee and Wyoming, and in this case, you'd build 3 new platforms. One at the south gate of the submarine base. The center Groton one is the same one that you'd have for the Shoreline East. And then you have a new stop at Electric Boat at Pfizer Junction on the east side of the river at the junction of where the tracks crosses 349. Now, I also should point out that what this does is then connects up the Electric Boat with the Navy base on the east side of the river, but it also allows you, because of the way the tracks are configured, to be able to run trains potentially across the river so you could get to the Electric Boat facilities in the New London side. So it provides an interesting triangle that is there. And what we propose to you is use something like light rail, something like the M8 equipment we might have that's already used in other parts of the state, or might even get into a battery-powered type of train that would be used here initially. And again, we would talk about this as being a service that is oriented toward commuters, and it again solves the last mile problem. And it also begins to link, by linking these two rail lines together, we then create the opportunity for transit-oriented development for opportunities in southeastern Connecticut, particularly for New London, Groton, and Stonington. And of course, there are other towns as you go up the river where would also be, I think, find it valuable. Here's a typical kind of station that we're talking about, or a platform. Here's an M8 train on it. This happens to be the one in Talmadge Hill on the New Canaan branch. I happened to catch this picture. Very different from what it looked like 70 years ago when I used to take that train to New York City. So now I've blown up that one section of map you looked at earlier, and you'll see that in the center of the, or to the center left side of the screen in front of you, there are three look like little cars, and those are the three stops that we'd propose for this new line. The bottom one would be the electric boat Pfizer entrance. The next one would be the Groton Center, and then there would be the one that goes up at the south base, at the south end of the submarine base. Now, ideally, and eventually in the future, we'd want to run it through the sub base and all the way to Norwich, and then eventually all the way to Worcester, Worcester, Massachusetts. So you could basically be able to take advantage of the entire area, both as a place to live, but also a place to work. And what's very clear is that the center of our industrial base in southeastern Connecticut is really clustered around the New London, Groton area. And what we are lacking is, while we got the tracks, we haven't got the service. So here's a blow up of that in some more detail. This doesn't work so well on the computer because it's so crowded. This particular graphic was designed to be shown on a big screen, but it gets right down to, and you can see exactly where you might propose these three train stops on the NBL. So what is the vision here? Well, it is to provide shoreline east service from Old Saybrook all the way to Rhode Island. It is to establish a new line on the existing Worcester Providence Railroad, now the Genesee, Wyoming. And then it is a way of using the existing track, the existing Connecticut DOT track, Amtrak, and the Worcester Providence. And it uses existing stations in Mystic that are not utilized in Westerly, Kingston, and Wickford. And of course, we would then, this would increase traffic at New London, and I think would be really kind of a neat opportunity here. And so the new stations would be Niantic, Groton, Stonington, Subbase, and Pfizer's, or the Pfizer EB connection there. And what this would allow is basically, for the first time, really start to get our towns and our cities in southeastern Connecticut linked by passenger rail, much as like the western part of the state has already. And so what do we get from all this? Well, we get the use of passenger rails to our industrial centers for commuters in southeastern Connecticut. It creates the possibility for inter-Connecticut commuting. It provides the opportunity, opens up for potentially going on local regional trains from New York City to Providence onto Boston in the east-west direction, and then on a north-south going from Groton, Norwich to Worcester, Massachusetts. And what this does is provides us with an alternative to using cars for transportation. And it gets light trucks and cars off our roads. I think, as many of you know, basically 85% or 90%, 95% of our commuters have to use or rely upon cars and trucks to get to and from home to work. And what this does is begins to reduce the traffic congestion on I-95 and 395, and it also supports the growth that's going to take place at Electric Boat over the next 20 years with somewhere between or up to 12,000 new individuals coming into our region. So what it does is improve safety, reduces the number of delays and accidents. And as you know, we've got a bridge that, while is one of the best in Connecticut, and it's this huge, wide 10-lane operation, but it feeds in with 4 lanes on both ends, and that's just a problem as you go down. I mean, I've spent many a day going across that bridge where I've had to slow down, come to basically a stop, and then start up again. So we also get some environmental benefits from this. We get better air. We have an ability to then, by using trains, to basically work when we commute, particularly if we have 5G and Wi-Fi on board. It improves the economic and industrial base of southeastern Connecticut and Rhode Island. It supports the new workforce that's going to be coming to both New London, Groton, and Rhode Island, and that's somewhere between 5,000 and 12,000. And frankly, that number is a little bit squishy. I've heard as high as 18,000 new jobs, and it's not really clear what's really going to happen at this point, at least from what I've been able to figure out. So it supports New London, Groton in their mixed-use development zoning. It creates the possibility for transit-oriented development funding for our communities. And there are some issues that we'll have to overcome to really make this thing happen. There's a public resistance to change. We need to educate the public on the benefits and values of a modern commuter train system. If you look at the existing Shoreline East and you've taken it, you know that it's a little bit ratty and sort of run down, and there's really no excuse for that. We can provide really high quality transit or train experience by just providing a little bit of care in how we actually manage the facilities. And so we've got the problem of trying to figure out how to overcome the cost of service. We have subsidies that would have to be looked into. Both direct and indirect are going to be needed. There's going to be a lot of coordination and cooperation with both the private and public entities, especially with Amtrak and the Genesee Wyoming Railroad folks. It is going to take some difficult efforts in planning, designing, financing, and operating a new, reliable, modern transit system that just has a lot of challenges involved with it. And then we have to resolve some of the basic issues around the 3 bridge crossings or the 3 river crossings with the Thames, the Mystic, and the Connecticut River. And then one of the nice things about getting a new train system going is that we need to get results in a timely manner. We need to do this soon because we have this 20-year opportunity to take advantage of the uptick of building submarines in our area, and that's really key. Now, one of the things that I hadn't expected to be faced with is this whole COVID-19 problem, where now the train services are basically, no matter where you go, are being dropped off because of the public contact. But this will change with the advent of hopefully some vaccines and good therapeutic drugs as we go forward. But the bottom line is, because we're probably going to have some serious federal subsidies to both states and local communities, we need to have a shovel-ready infrastructure project, which I believe, will be really important to make this whole thing go forward. So now, what I'm basically still arguing is that we need to begin now. We need to study, fund, promote, and operate this modern train system. And so the next steps are basically looking for letters of support from our local communities. I already have support from town of Groton. They sent a letter to the governor. The city of Groton has also sent a letter. And I just got this week, or late last week, I'm sorry, a letter from the town of Stonington. And what I would like very much is to get a letter from the mayor and the city council from New London in support of this thing. And then the next step will be then to get, and I hope to have that later this week, support from the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council, which meets on Wednesday. And then we're going to have to then pick off our regional, state, and federal representatives and private entities, because this is probably going to require a public-private partnership. And so the final part will be to basically get public support and full political engagement to really make an effective program. So finally, my feeling is that if we build a modern, reliable, efficient, cost-effective transportation system in a timely manner, the public will come and our quality of life will improve. And so with that, I'd be happy to take this offline and answer any questions you have with regard to this particular proposal. And I greatly appreciate your time in spending with me on this as we do this. So I'm going to stop sharing and I'm going back to myself on the screen. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
This is President Dominguez speaking. Thank you, Mr. Stevere. Very informative presentation. I think, you know what, the future holds great things to eventually accomplish in this. At this time, I checked with all the counselors, and if they have any questions, they're going to be emailing you so that we can proceed. But again, very important presentation, and it's what I believe the future is going to look like for us. I think we need those trains. I think we need those new accesses. So again, thank you for taking your time, for being part of this city council tonight and giving us that presentation.
Well, thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that members, the mayor or the members of the council has. I'd be happy to get those back to you promptly.
All right, this is President Dominguez speaking. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you
you
very much. All right, at this time, we're going to go to number 3, public hearings. There was a public hearing today on the Neighborhood 2020 Neighborhood Assistance Act Tax Credit Program. Number 4, minutes of the previous meeting. I need a motion for the first one there.
Mr. President Pro Tem Hurtado has moved the minutes.
Okay, so she's moved the minutes. Special
Yes,
meeting.
Councilor Dice, a second.
Okay, it has been seconded by Councilor Dice. Any discussion?
Any
discussion? Any discussion right now? Okay, Councilor Sadi?
Yes, is that the minutes of both meetings or just the special?
No, we're
meeting?
doing 1 minute, one at a time. So it's the April 29th one.
Thank you very
Councilor
much.
Sadi.
No other questions.
Okay, so all those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Okay.
Aye.
All right, and now I need a motion for the next meeting, regular
This
meeting
is
minutes.
this is Councilor Burke. I'll move to approve the meeting minutes of the regular meeting of May 4th, 2020.
Okay, it's been motioned by Councilor Burke. To have a second?
This is Councilor Sadi. I'm glad to second that motion.
Okay, Councilor Sadi has a second for that motion. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. All right, at this time, we're going to open up for public comment. Please bear with me because I have emails coming in and I have to look through my iPad to read those. But as always, because I'm a team player, I got some of the councilors to help me out with this. So I'm going to have Councilor Kevin Booker Jr. please read the comments first that he has.
This is Councilor Booker. The first one is from Junelle Dulcis, 275 Elm Street, New London, Connecticut. Dear City Councilors, my name is Junelle Dulcis. I am a resident of the City of New London. I am a bilingual tutor and translator at the New London Public Schools. I am a parent with 4 children, a registered voter, and I am very active in the community. I am writing today to ask you all to vote for the Appropriations Board to reconsider the needs of the New Londoners. It is important and urgent to vote for it because my experience as a tutor, I always see a lot of students that need help with their education. And as we know, education is the key to success. We all need our children to be successful in their life. To do so, we have to invest in their education. They are already impacted by the COVID-19, and a budget decrease will cause an even greater impact. Please consider my request with great regards. Thank you, Junelle Dulcis. Another public comment I have is from Megan Parrott, 44 Summer Street, Apartment 1, New London, Connecticut. Dear City Councilors, My name is Megan Parrott. As many of you may already know, I am a resident and mother of 2 children who attend the New London Public Schools. A few weeks ago, I submitted a letter for public comment expressing my support to fully fund our school system at $44,781,954, not included education debt services. I mentioned my experiences as a parent watching employees in our local school system work hard, diligently to meet the needs of my children and the student body as a whole, something that is essential to our children's success as adults and true reinvestment back into our community. I understand that the COVID-19 pandemic has hit many hard and has negatively impacted the projected income our city receives. As a struggling parent who has had to make difficult decisions around balancing my own family's budget, I can only imagine the amplified stress you all are under when trying to balance a budget much larger and with such an expansive impact on so many in our community. That being said, the decision on Board of Finance made to decrease the whole budget by $440,288 due to COVID left our education system taking a disproportionate hit, where 86% of the decrease came from education, $378,141, and only 14%, $62,147 came from the general government. I am requesting City Council vote for an Appropriations Board meeting and Council President Dominguez approve the meeting to discuss this further, reconsider, and potentially restore some of the funding back to our education system. I am just asking that you take a little more time and consideration in this area before moving forward. Thank you for your service and consideration. Sincerely, Megan Parrott.
Okay, this is President.
Yeah.
Councilor Booker, do you have another one?
I have
I
one
thought
on
you
the
said-
way. You can move forward. I have one more I got to pull up.
Okay, all right. So with that said, Councilor Sadi.
This is Counselor John Sadi. I have a couple of emails regarding public comment. First one is from Daryl Finizio, dated Monday, May 18th. And basically, this is a letter that he previously submitted to Planning and Zoning. I write, in strong support of converting the Brownfield property on Hempstead Street into a public park in my neighborhood. The children in my neighborhood are in desperate need of recreational space. In the absence of such space, most young residents of my neighborhood wind up playing on the sidewalks or in the streets. The long abandoned property is perfectly situated for this much needed recreational purpose. I know New London well enough to know if this same need existed in our south end, the project proposal would sail through. Alas, my neighborhood is often neglected and shortchanged by the city. I believe that racial, ethnic, and economic prejudice are often the cause. Any concern for this project could be easily overcome by the city. If the city chooses not to move forward, it is once again standing against my neighborhood and its children. It would be shameful for the city to miss this opportunity. If racial, ethnic, and economic inequity continue in our community, we could easily point to any rejection of the project like this as part of the cause. My neighborhood is as valuable as any other in the city. It's children that matter. Please help them help my neighborhood. Approve this project. Daryl Justin Finizio, Esquire, 3 Mountain Ave, New London, Connecticut. And he does also list his phone number. The next letter is from Estelle Harrison, to whom it may concern, and this was received also Monday, the 18th at 12:26. I wish to express my support for the proposal to purchase 43 Hempstead Street. The purchase would enhance the environment and improve the quality of life for all Hempstead area residents. A clean park would provide a safe and open space for residents to visit. Many individuals, including members of the Freedom Trail Neighborhood Association, are committed to continuously improving the neighborhood, and a park would tremendously help our efforts. The purchase and enhancement of 43 Hempstead would not only make a positive impact on the neighborhood, but improve the city as well. Thank you for considering this proposal. Best regards, Estelle Harrison, 13 Hempstead Street, New London, Connecticut. I believe those are the two that I have to read. President Dominguez, this is Councilor John Sadi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor John Sadi. At this time, I do have one that I'm going to be reading. It's from Louis Huntington. Thank you for your interest in Hempstead Park. This has been a 20-year endeavor to remove the toxins from the soil to simply create a low-maintenance green space where children can run and play simple games like kickball, wiffle ball, soccer, freeze tag, red rover, etc. There have been many meetings through the years which will provide you with more suggestions once the soil is decontaminated for long-term goals like a community garden, hopscotch, and four-square area swing set, etc. Best wishes, Louise Huntington. Okay, and she is Louise Huntington from 23 Hempstead Street, New London, Connecticut. Thank you.
I have someone that raised their hand.
Yes, yes. Go ahead. And just for those that this is again President Dominguez speaking. For those that are on the phone, if you dial *9, that will give Daniel the opportunity to unmute you so you can comment. And then if you're part of the video, if you press raise your hand, there's a button to raise your hand, and then we can acknowledge you. So those that are speaking right now, you have 3 minutes. It's a 3-minute. The city clerk Ayala will be timing you. Booker will come back to you, Councilor Booker, after this person. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, who's this?
Okay, I'm sorry. There was no indication that I was on. This is Gordon Vidal, 15 Hillside Road, New London, Connecticut.
Okay.
And some of you know me, and I'm often a critic of many decisions, but I'm always a fan of math and cooperation. And under the circumstances, given the situation the city is in financially, and given the unknowns with the school budget, it seems like we should at least, what's being offered seems reasonable and sustainable. And I really hope that everybody supports that. I am certainly not against adding funds for the use and benefit of children. But for years and years, since the bonding actually took place, this entire thing has been wrought with lack of transparency. And to this day, you still can't get something as simple as a roster of employees with their salaries. We can't get good information without FOIing it. There's no transparency. Anything for the kids, always. But it can't be, we can't fall for the same thing over and over, which is ask for whatever you want and then say it's for the kids. We have a bloated administration who doesn't actually justify the need for the money. We know that there's been an enormous savings because of the closure. So unless that's been accounted for by every council person in their decision, I think the decision would be premature. Secondly, there's money that still hasn't been explained. And we've all asked, and we've yet to get a decision. When I've talked to Board of Education members separately, you still can't get any type of a real accounting. So if they need more money for the children or for the teachers, absolutely. But until they can justify it by being fully transparent,
1 minute.
no way you should approve this, especially given the fact that the city is absolutely in trouble. We have an unemployment rate going through the roof. We have restaurants closing all over the place, and we're all going to be in pain for a little bit. So if they have to tighten their belts a little bit, They're going to have to. And I hope that everybody understands that the feds are not going to bail us out on this. We have to help ourselves. So please support this budget as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this time, this is President Dominguez speaking. At this time, I'm going to allow Councilor Booker Jr. to read.
This is Councilor Booker, public comment by Jeffrey Hart. I can tell that the working relationship between the City Council and the Board of Education is growing healthy. However, I must acknowledge some growing pains we're experiencing as we process this year's budget. I'm frankly hurt that at least one member of the Board of Finance admitted to not even having looked at our budget request, despite all the hard work put into by the Superintendent Ritchie and her staff. And I am extremely disappointed that there was no substantive discussion of its contents whatsoever. I'm also dismayed that the mayor went to his appointed Board of Finance and presented an entirely different set of revenue projections and what amounts to an entirely new budget, one never appointed by council and certainly not based on the Board of Education's requests in any meaningful way. As far as I can tell, the Board of Finance, the Director of Finance, and the Law Director are all only answerable and accountable to the mayor. You and we, and on the other hand, are elected by and accountable to the citizens of New London. As such, if we're going to have a balanced government with a strong mayor, the council is going to have to push back firmly because the people deserve a say in how their taxes are spent. Nobody wants a costly and timely consuming tax referendum, least of all now, in the middle of a pandemic and an economic depression. It is not always pleasant, but these are the growing pains which we must experience sooner or later. Please begin the process of calling a Board of Appropriations to have these important conversations with our appointed counterparts. Please ask them to give the same degree of consideration that you and we have given this matter. Serious questions remain unanswered. How can we justify a tax decrease of 4% while also projecting deep yet somehow unknowable revenue shortfalls? Is it true that the council's recommended appropriations level could be funded even with a 3.5% tax cut in place? 3, wasn't risk an important factor in the council decision? Why would the finance board ignore this, placing equal risk on the city and the district? While the city retains critical powers for mitigating risks, supplemental tax, borrowing, utilizing fund balance, and the district has access to none of those measures. Isn't it important for the city council to maintain its independence as the constitutional representatives of the people in the face of this transparent attempt at sidelining the council by our chief executive? Privately, I know some of you share my frustrations. I also know that all of you share my dedication to our fair city. Please take the time now to enter into this process so that later we can answer the ultimate question: have we done everything we can? With sincere thanks, Jeffrey Hart, Vice President of Board of Education.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Booker Jr. At this time, I believe that Karen Paul wanted to speak.
And I also have a BOE iPad 02 that wants to speak.
Okay, so maybe that's her. Maybe that's Karen Paul. Not sure. But open it up for the iPad person.
Good evening, everyone.
President, I'm sorry. No names right now. Okay, President Regina Mosley, go right ahead and welcome to the meeting. I know you've been there. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just also wanted to ask the council to support or to bring forward the Appropriations Board. Just for all the people who are on the call, if you don't know what the exact number is, it's $760,000 that the Board of Education would be in the hole or lacking if this Board of Finance budget is approved. $760,000. I don't know if I can say that or stress that enough. And for those of you all that don't know as well, New London Public Schools has over 200 employees. Okay, so the average annual cost for a teacher's salary with wages and benefits is $86,000. And that's on the low end. Okay, that's not teachers that have received tenure and are up on the pay scale. The average annual cost per hourly paraprofessional with wages and benefits is $21,000. That's the average per paraprofessional, right? We have over 200 employees. So the last gentleman that spoke about the lack of transparency in the budget book, you have to actually open the budget book and do the research in order to see what you want to see. All the information is there. I'm sorry if it doesn't say John Smith, Peter, Paul, and Mary, but that information is private. Okay, all the teacher salaries are there, minus the names. You just have to look. All the salaries for central office are there. You just have to look. If you want a specific page, I'll send you the page number via email, or you can email me and I'll get it for you, but it's there. I just need for all of the city council and the public who are on this call to understand that $86,000 per teacher. So that affects, you know, President Efrain Dominguez works for New London Public Schools, right? That's his salary. That's, you know, Rich Baez, the president of the teachers union. That's his salary. That might be less than his salary, right? That's information I'm not willing to divulge, but those are two people in the public that we all know and that we care about and that we don't want to see cut because of a $760,000 deficit. I got you. Thank you. That directly affects the students, right? We're all caring about what happens to the seniors who are going to graduate this year and what the plan is. But what about the juniors who are graduating next year? What about the teachers that may have to be cut because of a $760,000 deficit? Those are some of the things that we need to be thinking about. How are our students that are going to still be in school going to suffer because of this kind of deficit? Thank you.
Thank you, President Regina Mosley. Thank you. This is President Dominguez speaking. I see, okay, yes. Okay, go ahead. Chris Wright, I see your hand. Thank you. I was just gonna read yours, but I'd rather you say it. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Cool. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, Chris Wright. Chris Wright.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. So I did submit testimony to Secretary Starts, but I'll just go ahead and read it for you. Dear Council, these are extraordinary times with much about the future still uncertain. And yet what is known is that many in our community were struggling even before coronavirus struck and are only struggling more now. Each year's review of the city budget is a new opportunity for you as the leaders to ask the community about their needs and then prioritize residents' tax dollars within the budget to best provide services to meet those needs. In this time of pandemic, our New London community is hurting, and the city budget merits a re-examination that is thorough and compassionate. So with this, I ask you to support the convening of the Appropriations Board to allot more time to decide how the needs of the community can better be reflected by the budget. I believe that last week's vote by the Finance Board to decrease the total budget by $440,288 was a mistake. While the mayor and the director of finance are correct to be concerned about the revenue stream, the burden of these difficult times should not come on the backs of our students and their families. Yet that's exactly what's happening. Of the $440,288 decrease the budget voted for, the Finance Board voted in favor of, only $62,000, only 14% is coming against the general government. 86% of that cut is from New London Public Schools. Why are the city's financial challenges the burden of our children to bear? The mayor would tell you this is fair. The mayor would tell you that because both New London Public Schools and the general government are equally receiving a 1% increase. This is just one way to look at the numbers, though. In reality, certain departments are far exceeding that 1% increase, such as the New London Police Department, which is getting a 6% increase, and the fire department at a 3.5% increase. Crime is down everywhere, and the New London Police budget continues to rise, as though it's not. Most surrounding towns have volunteer fire departments, while New London puts resident tax dollars towards funding 3 separately operating firehouses.
1 minute.
Don't misunderstand me, emergency response services are critical. But if overfunded, they deplete other departments from being able to access critical dollars. Departments such as the Human Services Department, which the mayor so courageously brought back, but has failed to really staff. Jeannie can't do it on her own, all of it. So in closing, I just want to say that families are suffering, and we need a budget that will help residents get the support they need with jobs, housing, education, healthcare before there's an emergency. And in fact, properly funding our schools may be one of the best ways to get young people and their families the services and support they need now and in the future. There's a lot to think about. We're not going to agree on everything, but I'm hoping we can agree that we should not rush into approving the budget. That would be a mistake. So I urge you to vote yes tonight in favor of convening the appropriations board. City residents deserve their needs to be thoroughly considered. Please slow down, take the time to discuss with residents and one another what the community needs. And if a reduction is necessary, let's not take it out on our children. So in closing, in the words of Frederick Douglass, it's easier to build strong children than repair broken men. Thank you so much. Chris Raitt, 137 Ocean Avenue.
Thank you, Chris. This is President Dominguez speaking. At this time, I'm going to read, I received a comment in my email, so I'm going to read it. This is from Finney McClinchy, to whom it may concern. My name is Finney McClinchy. I am the first Lego League robotics coach at Dual Language and Arts Magnet Middle School in Waterford, Connecticut. First, Lego League introduces science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM, to children ages 4 to 14 through fun, exciting hands-on learning. Participants gain real-world problem-solving experience through a guided global robotics program, helping today's students and teachers build a better future together. Our team's 2019 project challenge was to come up with a solution to a problem in a city. We chose the city of New London because 70% of our student population and half of our team live there. We work closely with the city planning department, who helped us by sharing the struggle of making a park out of the Brownsfield lot at 43 Hempstead Street. We met with the neighbors and listened to their plan. The team came up with a couple of additional ideas and shared the finished project with experts in the DEP, who approved their remediation final plan. Finally, we shared our solution with the mayor and then neighbors at a specially organized meeting at City Hall. The big lesson from our effort was there is a need for more safe, green neighborhood gathering place in cities. There are positive influence on the surrounding community. A brownfield can be remediated in many ways, but your chance to create a plant-filled, community-supported gym at 43 Hempstead Street may not come around again. There has been so much effort put into making this blighted lot a park over the last 20 years. Please help this community finally achieve its worthwhile dream. Again, this is from Finney McClinchy, DLAM's FFL coach, founder of Southeastern Connecticut Robotics Incorporated. So thank you for that. At this time, not sure if Karen Paul is on, because I know that she wanted to speak.
And there's a Peter Davis that got their hands raised.
Okay.
Hi, Karen is on the phone. She might need to be unmuted. I'm not sure that. Dan, can you unmute the people on the phone so she can?
Yeah, I'll unmute the phone numbers right now.
Okay.
So at this time, we're looking for Karen Paul. Karen Paul, if you could hear me, you have an opportunity to speak. You have 3 minutes.
The numbers are unmuted.
Okay. Karen Paul, can you hear me? Karen Paul?
Hi, Ephraim.
Hi.
Hello?
Yes. Just to let you know that you have 3 minutes. You could go right ahead. State your name and you can address this, please. Thank you.
So I get 3 minutes for each year of my age?
I hope not. I hope not.
First of all, councilors, let me say I miss you all.
We miss
And
you
I
too.
miss the council meetings. What I want to talk about tonight is the other end of the civilization in our city. Not the children, but the seniors. And we have more seniors than we have children. I don't want to take anything away from the children. I absolutely support their education, their health, their recreation, their well-being. And I totally support that property at Hempstead being a park. However, it feels like the seniors have been left by the wayside. We have no communication. The only time that I've received communication from the senior center is when I reached out to Jeannie, and she in turn had the coordinator send me something. I'm not sure that it ever went out to any of the other seniors that consistently go to that senior center when it was open. I would really like to see something done about that. Many of you know on my TV show, I have talked a lot about how important it is for seniors to get out. It's healthy for them to get out. I realize we can't do that right now. But the other side of that coin is pick up the phone and call. And, you know, I'm told that some of the staff or one of the staff at the senior center was supposed to be making phone calls. I haven't received a phone call from that person. I haven't received a phone call from the coordinator. So I'm really kind of disappointed. I've got more communication and know more about what's going on in East Lyme and Waterford and Groton than I do about New London. And I think that's sad because I'm not a wallflower. You all know that. It's important to stay in touch, and they're not doing that. And I really would hope that the counselors would reach out and say something and do something. I have been in touch with a couple of the counselors, and I do know, you know, I really appreciate what's going on. The other thing that I will tell you all and share with you is Senior Affairs Commission will be having a meeting this Friday.
1 minute.
I will be sending out the information for the phone number and everything. One of our commissioners, Nancy Dolan, is working on that now. And I'll be sending out the agenda too. So it will be posted. And Senior Affairs Commission does have a new website. It's called Seasoned Citizens, New London Senior Center, or New London. So you can look on that in another day or two. Otherwise, thank you all for giving me time, and I hope to see you all soon. Thank you.
This is President Dominguez speaking. Thank you, Karen Paul. We hope to see you soon too. Again, I have one more email that I have to read. If there's anyone that's on the phone, if you would like to speak, all you have to do is dial *9. And if you are on Zoom with us, all you have to do is hit the reaction button that has a hand and we'll know. Okay, so I'm going to just proceed to read this last email, and I'll give time if anybody's out there that still wants to have some public comment in tonight's meeting.
Charmaine Gregor just raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll Charmaine. Okay. Let me read this and then I'll give it to Charmaine. Okay, this is from Kathleen Barrett, 23 Hempstead Street, apartment 2 in New London, Connecticut. All right, as a resident of 25 years and founding member and organizer of the Freedom Trail Neighborhood Association, FTNA, I write to express my deep appreciation for our mayor, his team, and the councilors who have not forgotten our downtown neighborhood and have worked hard to find a solution for one of the toughest challenges, the 20-plus year blighted, lead, and arsenic contaminated vacant eyesore in the middle of our neighborhood. While FTNA has been successful, with many projects over the years, working side by side with the NLPD, Public Works, and NLFD, etc., to address quality of life issues. See my note with our accomplishment and vision below. 43 Hempstead has always been our most important and least successful endeavor. I'd like to thank P&Z in advance for its role in supporting improving New London and making a big difference here, in particularly for our children by endorsing the city's purchase of 43 Hempstead Street. Our vision is to convert the contaminated parcel that draws illicit activity from our liability into a neighborhood asset, a community park that will provide much needed green space to be maintained by residents who have shown they care. FTNA is one of New London's toughest neighborhoods with one of the city's strongest neighborhood associations. It has developed solid partnerships from projects with the Hempstead's House, New London Landmarks, Fresh, New London, Connecticut, Connecticut College, the U.S. Coast Guard, Eversource, etc. We have a proven track record. Over the years, we have improved street lighting, planted over 80 street trees, installed over a dozen sidewalk trash receptacles, built raised garden beds for families, commissioned a local artist to fabricate a bike rack for a neighborhood school, installed 13 interpretive historic walking tour signs in the Hempstead Historic District, etc. We have not given up on our vision of green space at 43 Hempstead, which will provide clean land for children and families to interact and play, to preserve, celebrate, and harness the power of our neighborhoods, racial and ethnic diversity, to increase owner occupancy, and to create an exemplary neighborhood focal point for health, wellness, happiness, and community engagement. We are thrilled to have the support of the city in this endeavor, and FTNA residents look forward to working together with the city and other public and private partners to realize the potential of 43 Hempstead. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to call Charmaine. You have 3 minutes. You could go ahead and speak.
Hi, Charmaine, 30 Broad Street. So I was just gonna say thank you to everybody that works on our budget throughout the year. I know it's not, there is a crunch time for our budget, and I just think that everybody does a really good job of asking for what they need. And I think it's really important that when we ask for what we need, that people listen to us, and that sometimes we need to understand the circumstances. And we all know that we're going through a different kind of circumstance right now. I think that we all need to appreciate the fact that we can slow down and we can do this the right way. And we're working really hard amongst each other and within each other to do things the right way. And to do things, I'm gonna quote Obama from his commencement speech, you know, we wanna do things right and we just don't wanna do them because they're easy or convenient. So I just think we should take the time to listen to what's being said, and maybe everybody's not gonna get what they want, but I think there's a better and fairer and more equal way to allocate funds for the people of our city. And I think that now is the time for us to really sit back and do those things and come up with those solutions that may be harder to deal with in the future. And yeah, more time. That's all.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Charmaine. This is President Dominguez speaking. Thank you very much for your input and for your comments at tonight's meeting. At this time, not sure if there's anybody out there, Daniel, that has *9 that's on the phone that wanted to speak.
Right now, it looks like that's it.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to proceed to petitions. There are no petitions. And before we go into response to public comment, really quick, I just need to add something to the agenda. So I am going to motion to add the Finance Board meeting minutes of their meeting. So I'm going to need a second for that, please.
President Pro Tem Hurtado will second that.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on that? And I'll just start. They're not in our agenda, so we need to make sure that we add them. For the record, they'll go under 7.1E, 7.1E, right? So with that said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and all those opposed say nay. Okay, so the motion, thank you, the motion carries. All right, at this time, again, so response to public comment, I am going to call you guys, all right? So I'm going to call the councilors, so by order. So if you have, then you can respond. So first, I'm going to call President Pro Tem Nartates.
Thank you, President Dominguez. You know, quite a few people on this call, concerns on both sides. You know, we heard from individuals that said, hey, we think that this Board of Finance decision to cut 440,000 is fair. Then we heard from other constituents that are saying more time. So the couple things I want to say. One is we are headed into a third reading for the budget. So let's start there. It's not, we have deadlines that we have to meet, not that we're not rationally looking at this and digging through every detail that's provided to us. That's not what I'm saying. But we don't have, I want to make it clear, we don't have the leisure of saying, oh, we're going to, continue to look at this months down the road. We do have a deadline that we have to adhere to. The second thing I want to say is that, there are several obstacles that have to be met in order for this to go to an appropriations board. One is that you're opening this up to whether or not we want to tax more, or whether or not we're going to play with the numbers and see what we think is equitable. There were I want to say this. There were lots of cuts done on the city side. And I think that when I'm listening to these individuals on this call, that those numbers are misconstrued. And I am going to be calling on the Director of Finance from the city side and the Director of Finance from the Board of Ed side to answer some questions and really clarify what the truth is, because I'm hearing numbers thrown out there that are not facts. So I'm going to stop right there until we get to that agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pro Temp. This is President Dominguez. At this time, I'm going to call Booker. Councilor Booker, do you have any response to public comment?
I just want to thank you very much, President Dominguez. This is Councilor Booker. I want to thank you all for taking the time to make a public comment this evening. I appreciate your investment in our city. And thank you very much again, just for your passion and your dedication to our students, and also moving our city forward during this pandemic crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Booker. At this time, this is President Dominguez speaking. I'm going to call Councilor Sadi.
Thank you very much. This is Councilor Sadi. I would like to first of all say thank you to all the people that are in attendance. It's wonderful to see, I believe, from what I can see, over 64 people, and very rarely do we have that many people at a meeting. Regarding Board of Finance going on this evening, I think the Board of Education should be ashamed of the fact that they sent us a budget that did not show, as our city council government shows, positions in a transparent way. For example, there's a proposal to hire a personnel director at $150,000. Our personnel director makes 80 or 90. They have a budget director that makes $150,000, maybe more, I'm not exactly sure. Our budget director makes at least $10,000 less than that. They have another budget director that makes $125,000. I could go on and on and on. I, as a city council, was never given a budget. I had to ask to have a budget. And then when I went through the whole budget, found it almost impossible to try to figure out. And that is done on purpose. If in fact, the Board of Education wants money from the city council, then they need to be transparent so that we can understand, okay? And when the money is going to go towards what most people here said, the children, so be it. But when it goes to a very overburdened, heavy administration, it's not something that I can support. I've been on this council now, this is my 5th year, and we, as city government, have had to cut and cut and cut the city side of government. And at some point in time, the Board of Education needs to take a good hard look at what their costs are. Thank you very much. Everybody have a safe evening.
Thank you, Councilor Sadi. This is President Dominguez speaking. At this time, I'll call Councilor Goodwin. Do you have any comments? Respond to
Thank
public
you,
comment, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Council President. This is Councilor Goodwin here. I just want to echo most of the councilors and say thank you to everyone who is on the call or participated in public comment. It's really refreshing to see so many of our citizens engaged in this process. I guess really quickly, because I'm sure we'll indulge in dialogue later on once we get into the council agenda, so I won't take up too much time. But in fairness to everyone on the call, I figured I'd respond. I guess the main point I want to make is that we have a lot of folks speaking on the phone in favor of increasing our aid to the Board of Education. There are some folks saying we need to err on the side of the mayor and make sure that we look into the unforeseeable future with regards to certain cuts that can be made, etc. But I do want to note this. We have our Board of Education president and vice president on the phone discussing their concerns with our budget. It's not to say that I'm addressing whether I agree or disagree. I just think as leaders, we need to note when we are not on the same accord or we cannot agree with our Board of Education leaders. That to me is the issue. What happens in between, there's some dialogue there that needs to happen, some very honest and open conversations about being physically responsible and some of the burdens that we may bear ahead given COVID. But for us to ignore that our Board of Ed chair and vice chair is on the phone and have some concerns with this, it kind of warrants some red flags or some conversations, whether it comes before or after the budget. I guess that's later will be decided by the rest of the council, but I just wanted to make sure we brought that to the attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Goodwin. This is President Dominguez. At this time, Councilor Burke, you have the floor for any public comment, response to public comment, I'm sorry.
Thank you, President Dominguez. This is Councilor Burke. To start off, to everyone who spoke in favor of the acquisition of 43 Hempstead, thank you so much for being here tonight. I'm wholehearted agree and look forward to supporting that this evening. To folks that spoke on concerns on the budget, I've made my feelings on this in prior meetings known, so I'm sure we'll get more into detail on that tonight, but I would tend to agree that I think we need to at least do some more due diligence in looking over the revised revenue expectations that came out of the Board of Finance meeting. This is the first time this council is seeing the budget with those revised revenue expectations. And to everyone else, just thanks so much for being here, especially Karen. It was great to hear your voice again. And to Karen and to everybody else, I know these are tough times. We don't see each other out on the street anymore. That's why I make sure my phone number is posted publicly. Give me a call, 860-912-9827 anytime. Thank you very much.
President Dominguez speaking. Thank you, Councilor Burke. At this time, I'm going to call on Councilor Dice. Response to public comment, please.
This is Councilor Dice, and first of all, I appreciate the people that came out today. It is awesome to see people in the community sharing their concerns and their needs. And if you want to see change, you have to change policies. You have to change procedure, and you have to change the charter. For what I understand, when we're talking about the Board of Finance, or not the Board of Finance, but about when the budget is due, I don't know if everybody is aware that it's supposed to be due by the 31st of this month. Technically, we don't have that much time. The third reading is scheduled for that Wednesday. And that concerns me, because a lot of things people are bringing up, do our due diligence. We do need. So if we're seeing, the city have to have police officers, janitors, or firemen. As we build this community, we have to have a fire company that we pay for. The reason why we cannot have someone Can you guys hear me?
No, you know what, right, this is President Dominguez speaking. I was gonna interrupt you, Rihanna, but I just, you're going in and out. I don't know what's wrong.
Okay, I'm gonna go slow because maybe my so
Go ahead, we can hear you now. We can hear you now, but if
I'm gonna go
if it
slow.
happens again, I'll just raise my hand and let you know that we can't hear you, okay? So just go ahead.
I really do
Finish your
appreciate
thoughts.
that, because it's really important to know that if we don't have quality services for our children to support them, whether it's the police officers, the firemen, the custodians, or not the city workers, whether they're taking care of the schools or taking care of our trash, I tell you, it all works together. And that's why it's important that we know that everything works together. But I do think we do need to look at how the Board of Finance is set up, because it would have been, I would appreciate it if we could have shared what the council suggested. We didn't have that opportunity. And so I'm new to this and I'm just sharing. That's the only thing that I saw that need to be expressed. Why did we make the decision that we made? I heard about why the city made the decision that they made, but I felt like I was, I felt the council wasn't included in that. So like I said, only way you're going to see change if you change the charter or change stuff around so everyone is heard. But our reality is that we're dealing with some difficult times. And I sat in on the school meeting, the Board of Ed meeting, and as they were sharing what they may need to do because of class size, not knowing about the virus, how it's going to react, I feel for them. That means I feel for my children, our children here in the community. So that's what all I have to say. But again, I appreciate everyone coming out, making sure that they voice their concerns and making sure they said, look, but it's important that we know all the parts, because that will help us get a better understanding why people have to do what they have to do at this time. But that doesn't mean we should not be having dialogue. So next time around this time of year, when we do on budget, it can go a little bit better. Thank you. This is Councilor Dice speaking.
President Dominguez speaking. Thank you to Councilor Dice for those words. And I'll be brief. I'm just gonna, first of all, good evening to everyone. Thank you for, again, participating in tonight's council meeting, whether you're listening or you're one of the people that commented during public comment. First of all, for those that are commented on 43 Hempstead Street, I am for it. I completely agree. We need a park in that area. All the work that neighborhood has done is well deserved. So thank you for all the comments and all the emails that were shared in favor of that park. Also, I want to thank Karen Paul. For those that don't know Karen Paul is a loyal, committed city councilor participant. She does not miss one council. So we appreciate you, Karen Paul, and thank you for always sharing your words and your comments with us. So hopefully we will see you soon. And lastly, I want to just briefly talk about the Board of Ed and the city completely. I know that, I said it. I said it before, and I guess I'll say it again. I think, you know what? This year we had more conversation than previous years, but we're still missing something. And for me, this is it. It feels like every time we get to the budget, it's like a fight. It's a fight, constant fight. And there's numbers thrown out there from both sides that sometimes don't even match. Okay, so we have to make sure that we stay with the facts. Now, the only solution that I see, and this is my 7th budget. I'm not talking about my 1st or 2nd. I've been on this for 7 years. This is my 7th budget, is that we need from both the mayor and whoever, right now we have Superintendent Ritchie, but whoever is the superintendent during all those years, we need a coming together of, we're talking about November, maybe October prior to the budget, and sit down with both finances, since we both have 2 finance directors, one for the city and one for the board, and meet together and draw up and talk and discuss it. I mean, and have a dialogue. If we don't have this intimate dialogue, we will never, I'm telling you right now, we will never accomplish anything, because we always are waiting to the last minute. And things like this happen. For example, this pandemic, who knew about this pandemic? I didn't know about it, but it happened. So we need to reverse and rewind, and maybe 3 or 4 months before, for the city side, the mayor, the finance director, Superintendent Ritchie, the finance director, Mr. Funk, sit down and talk and start dialoguing about how the budget's going to be able to look and what are we able to do. Unless we come to those terms, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you, this is going to continue year after year. And with that, I will conclude. So at this time, I am going to go into reports and communications. The Director of Law. Does anybody have any questions for the Director of Law? I'll start with Councilor Booker. Do you have any questions?
I have no questions at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Sadi, do you have any questions?
Councilor Sadi does have questions.
Go ahead, sir. You have 2 questions, okay? 2 questions.
Only 2?
Yes, only 2, because I want to go around. Remember, we're doing the same thing.
So is Attorney Londrigan on the phone?
Yes, he is.
On in the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so on the general side, number 3, phone conversations and meeting with city and CREC regarding possible contract revisions to construction manager contract for high school project. Could you explain what that means?
Yes, Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan is speaking. Those were some conversations that occurred last week, whereby the construction manager was making some proposed changes to the contract, and there were discussions whether or not they were or were not something that the city wanted to consider. And ultimately, the decision was made that they were not something that the city wanted to consider. And my understanding is, based upon a school building and maintenance committee meeting that happened on Monday, the contract is proceeding the way the city expected it to.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Councilor Sadi.
Thank you, Councilor Sadi. This is President Dominguez speaking. Councilor President Pro Tem Nartates, do you have any questions?
This is President Pro Tem Nartates. I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is President Dominguez. Councilor Goodwin?
This is Councilor Goodwin. I do not have any questions at this time.
Okay. Councilor Burke, do you have any questions?
This is Councilor Burke. I have no questions for the Attorney Londrigan. Thank you.
Thank you. This is President Dominguez. Councilor Dice, do you have any questions?
This is Councilor Dice. I do not have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's it. Oh, I do have a question. Attorney Londrigan, on litigation number 4.
Yes, this is Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. This is, we were just receiving some updates as I believe I've spoken to this council about it before, but if I haven't, I apologize. The City of New London has a current lawsuit pending against several pharmacy companies, a doctor, and some other distributors regarding the opioid pandemic that preceded the COVID-19 pandemic. And there were some deadlines coming up on the multi-district litigation, which involves the city's case. The city's case is in with about 2,000 other cases nationwide. And we were just receiving an update as to what certain bankruptcy filings that have occurred by way of some of the pharmacy companies, how that would impact our case, and also just some briefing deadlines. Long story short is, while there are some manufacturers that are filing for bankruptcy protection, there are a number of different discussions happening that involve all 2,000 parties to the various cases in speaking about some types of settlements. Nothing that's going to be happening probably this calendar year, But we were just getting updated by our firm, our attorney. Where that's not something that's being handled by my office, but we're just coordinating with outside counsel.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Landrigan. And I believe I reached out to all the counselors, so there is no other questions that I see for you. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so at this time, I am going to call on council committee reports. Councilor Goodwin, can you just share briefly that today there was an economic development meeting?
Sure. Yes. Today we had an economic development meeting with regards to new apartments that came. It was a very thorough department meeting, committee meeting, excuse me, with lots of information that was given. I think it's a lot of great stuff. It has yet to be vetted through the proper procedures, so it'll have its fair share to come around. If anyone has any questions with regards to what they heard today or in the future, feel free to reach out to our council assistant so you can add it to the agenda for public comment. I think that's about it for me.
All right, thank you. This is President Dominguez speaking. Thank you, Councilor Goodwin. At this time, Councilor Sadi, do you have anything that you want to share about the building maintenance committee meeting?
Yes, I do. The school building maintenance committee has been very active in this last few weeks, especially with the North Campus project and with what's called value engineering. Value engineering is trying to bring the budget in line. And so we've been making a lot of cuts, not necessarily always comfortable cuts, to try to bring that project in line. It's proceeding. We are still meeting on the 3rd Friday, which last Friday we met with the South Campus. And this Friday we will be meeting with the North Campus and High School project. And those meetings start at 9 on Fridays and are done virtually. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Sadi, Chairperson, School Building Maintenance Committee.
This is President Dominguez speaking. Thank you, Councilor Sadi. At this time, I am going to have the Mayor's Office Communications. Mayor Passero, you have the floor, sir. You're muted. Yep, you're muted. There you go. Go ahead, Mayor Passero.
I think I would have figured this out by now. This is about my 10th meeting today and probably my many hundredth meeting since this pandemic began, but that's the life we live in. First of all, good evening, President Dominguez, members of council, community members, the Board of Ed President, Vice President, and other members of our school community. Thank you for joining us tonight. My plan is to go through this really quickly in case you have questions for me, and if not, we certainly have a very long agenda. Life for us in the city administration these days has just been very, very difficult. I'm incredibly proud of the staff, how they've stepped up, the work they're doing every day. We continue our 2 o'clock meetings. They become extremely valuable to the team, so we can connect every day and continue to serve the needs of the city. The Governor's Phase 1 reopening begins Wednesday, so there's no confusion. We do not have any plans to reopen city offices, the office buildings, during Phase 1. The city's functioning well. We're providing all the services that we would normally provide, albeit sometimes in different ways, but we have found that we are able to serve the citizens. There is a drive-up window at finance, and some services are being provided by appointment, but we do not see the need to try and reopen city buildings physically at the time. Many of our employees are still reporting to work. Some who were working at home are starting to transition back into the office place as we adjust to the protocols that we have to put in place in order to do that safely. You'll be happy to know that when and if we can open City Hall again to the public, the elevator has been repaired. It's up and running. We have a state license, and that's a great step forward. City Council chambers on the 3rd floor, the renovation is still underway. The conference room on the 1st floor of City Hall is also still underway. So we have, and quite a few other of the renovations that are planned for City Hall are underway, being ably supervised by Tom Bombrio, who took on that extra duty as project manager for that project. Census, we still have a very energetic census committee going strong, meeting weekly, led by Dr. Fisher and his wife, Karen. City staff are participating. I want to give a special shout out to Judy Cox and her energy. Jeannie Milstein is part of that effort. And we all know how important that is. So keep plugging away at that. Please keep getting the word out, please. I know the school system is helping us with that. We need to get everybody to go and be counted so that the city can get the revenue that it deserves over the next decade. The big push the last week or two since the governor's phase 1 announcements is to help try to resuscitate our restaurant economy, really our small business economy as a whole. The restrictions are most onerous on the restaurants, very onerous to the point where many of them cannot put together a business plan that makes it worthwhile for them to try to reopen. However, we're helping them where we can, and we've got a lot. You'll see beginning Wednesday and into this coming holiday weekend, you'll see a number of our businesses start to reopen. Hopefully praying for good weather, because for the restaurants, they have to be outside. You're going to see, for instance, outside of Sunrise Cafe, a number of parking places that will be blocked off and barriers so that Sunrise can move out into the parking lot that surrounds their building, both the public parking lot and the private parking lot. I just mentioned that as one example. I don't want to unfairly plug one business, but many, many of them are coming up with very creative ways, and the city is assisting where we have to help get them open. So we want to continue to encourage the residents to support your restaurants the same way you did before this pandemic. Whether it's takeout, continue with the takeout support that is really sustaining a number of our businesses. Some have been closed. Bring your business back. We're going to do this in a very, very safe manner. We're going to follow all of the governor's guidelines, public health's guidelines, so that we can do this carefully. And certainly if you're a member that's at risk, if you've been identified as a member of the at-risk population in our city, please, personal responsibility, be careful, do not take any unnecessary risks. Beaches are tough. I'm getting a lot of communications about beaches, people worried about the beach situation, whether people are going to be responsible in a beach situation or any recreational situation. We're monitoring that situation very careful. We've been waiting a couple of weeks for new guidelines from DEP. There will be a call tomorrow with DEP for all of the chief elected officials in the shoreline towns with beaches, and we hope to get more information tomorrow. The governor has put out some guidance last Friday. It's clear that the beaches are going to be allowed. They were never closed, and they're going to be allowed to remain open, but there will be restrictions. This impacts New London greatly because we have a very large regional beach facility, and this will be a challenge for us, but city staff is meeting continually. We intend to protect our community. We are going to provide a safe recreational space and all of our recreational spaces. So we'll be adjusting as we go along and anxiously awaiting those guidelines. I want to shout out again, I think I told you this 2 weeks ago at your last meeting, Chef Tom and his other chefs that he's recruited continue to make meals every Saturday. There's a fundraising operation to sustain that, and they are producing 300 or more meals in a weekend that are being distributed to different groups in our community that need meals. They're being distributed through Alliance for Living, Safe Futures, any number of our organizations, The Drop, any number of our organizations. We're able to take these fully prepared meals and deliver them to people in our community who need them. You'll be hearing more about this, but we recently were told of a substantial donation for our humanitarian efforts by a former developer in the city, Irving Stillman. He is going to be making a substantial donation to us. Ginny Milstein will make more of an announcement on that later. It's going to go to our efforts to provide food to our community. I want to thank the police. Last Friday, there was a memorial down at the police station for, the police Memorial Day, and it was quite moving. They took the initiative on the local level because normally there's a national ceremony down in Washington, which had to be canceled. So we had our own ceremony here. It was quite moving, and I thank them for that effort. I'm going to wrap up with this. Well, first I want to tell you that I want to once again emphasize for the community and for all of the council here that we have established a health line. It's very successful. It's led by our Human Services Department. The number is 860-941-4355. They've been fielding calls, mostly with questions regarding food, rent, utilities, internet service, just basic unmet human needs, and some of the economic impacts in our community from this pandemic. So that helpline is there. We are fully geared up. Fortunately, we have those systems and structures set up in our community that we've always had there, but they're being called on now to help like never before. And boy, it's impressive how everybody is stepping up. I just want to mention we started in partnership with Liberty Bank. Sue Murphy and Jeannie Milstein teamed up, and they put together what they called the New London Human Services Network. This was 4 years ago when I began my first term. It was successful. The idea was to put all of the providers in one room, share ideas, make sure there isn't duplication of services, make sure we're using our money efficiently, and make sure we're providing the services the community needs. Well, once this pandemic hit, boy, these groups and this network just got together, and they now meet like on a 1 or 2 week frequency. I've been on a couple of these virtual meetings, and there's over 60 providers that are journeying together to make sure that we're meeting to the best of our ability the needs of our community. So I want to thank Liberty Bank and Jeannie Milstein, Sue Murphy, and for their leadership there, and of course all of the providers that are part of that effort. So I'll end with one final but important piece. We've been working together very diligently also to put together our long-term recovery committee. This was an initiative that the governor wanted every community to set up and to have a long-term recovery coordinator. There was pushback to that as we began working on ours. Other communities, it did not turn out to be a realistic lift for them. So they're also forming a long-term recovery committee at the Council of Governments level. So we will be part of that, but since we already was started in our effort, we are going to continue because I think a long-term recovery committee for New London will be important. It will bring that important effort by the citizens to have their input to help the administration and the elected officials to get our recovery going here in New London, which could be quite long term. This is the impact of this virus just in the first 2 months of it, as we all know, has been enormous. The unemployment rate in New London, we fear, is approaching 30%, which is just staggering if you begin to think about that. So I'd like to announce now, and we are deeply indebted to her for accepting this challenge, but Maggie Clouet will be our long-term recovery coordinator. We are currently working with her to put together the rest of the committee. All of you will be able to participate in whatever level you would like as liaisons to the different committees. We have in our flow chart, we're going to have Business and Economic Development Committee. Each one of these committees will have a citizen chairman or coordinator. We have a Health and Human Services Committee, an Education Committee, Public Safety Committee, a Tourism, Arts, Transportation, and Public Relations, Community, Recreation, and Sports Committee, and Legal and State Government Committee. We think we can put all of the multifaceted aspects of our city and our government and all the needs of our people together in this organization and help to get our city back to where it was as quickly as possible and better than it ever was. I'm going to, I hope I didn't leave anything out, but I'm going to leave it there for now. And I was listening, by the way, to all those speakers. I'm going to leave, you have a long agenda. I'm going to leave any comments I have about the budget and everything to when you get to that on the agenda. But I did hear them. I did hear the comments, and I'm listening, and I'll explain myself at that time.
Yes, President Dominguez speaking. Thank you, Mayor Pastor, for withholding those comments for later. With that said, do any of the councilors have a question for the mayor at this time?
Councilor Sadi does.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Sadi.
Mayor Pastor, thank you very much for your report and for all the work you're doing. You know this question is coming. Does the city of New London have any idea what the cost to remediate 43 Hempstead Street will be?
Yes, and as you know, Councilor Sadi, I've answered that question for you, and I did when we first discussed this in public session. We do not have an exact number. There has been no recent assessment of the environmental damage to that property or an estimate of how much it will take to remediate that. We've had some informal discussions with environmental experts. They believe that that type of property will probably require a removal of about 4 inches of topsoil, a cap or a barrier, and replacing the 4 inches that was removed with 4 inches of clean material on top. It's essentially the type of remediation we did at Veterans Field. It's just an environmental cap of the site to provide clean recreational open space at that site. My philosophy on this is whatever the environmental remediation cost is, it's a city responsibility. It will always be a city responsibility. You hear about this many times in the context of what it costs to remediate properties, to provide development for those properties. It's a 400-year-old city. There's very few parcels in the city that don't require environmental remediation. We're very aggressive at finding the money to do that, whether it's or finding creative ways to finance that cleanup, to permit development. In this case, we are committed to finding the brownfield grant money necessary to improve and remediate this lot for the city, and for that neighborhood. We believe it's very important. It has to be done, whatever the cost.
Councilor Sadi, thank you very much.
Hey, Councilor Sadi, thank you. This is President Dominguez speaking. Councilor Goodwin, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, President Dominguez. This is Councilor Goodwin. Mayor, thank you for the update, and please extend gratitude to all of the city workers on your weekly calls, as I can only imagine the tough times that they're experiencing, balancing the added workload from COVID. So please extend our gratitude from the council and thank them for their hard work and services. Also, congratulations to Ms. Clouette. You had spoken about the long-term recovery plan, and you had just put together a committee that's going to be held, that's going to be ran by Ms. Clouette. Can you speak to very quickly if the council and or Board of Education is going to be a part of this committee?
Yes, a very crucial part. City staff and elected officials will be acting in their capacity as liaisons and to facilitate any of the work this group of citizen volunteers needs to have done. So we anticipate some of the work will have to be routed through the administration, and some of the work will have to be routed through our elected officials. So that starts with our city councilors, our Board of Ed members, our state representatives, and so on, to accomplish the goals that we need to accomplish, and to make sure that the revenue that we need comes in to help us do what we need to do. So it will be a very key role for both.
Thank you very much for that. My last question would be, can you give us an estimate and or update on police body cameras, when to expect that rolling out and or a contract coming our way?
You know, I'm not sure if the contract will be ready for the next meeting, but our goal is to roll the program out during the month of July. Okay. That's the last timetable that I received. So
Thank you, sir.
The goal is to get you the contract. As you know, I believe, I hope I'm not repeating information you already have, and I certainly hope you have this information. But I believe the police chief has given a presentation. We have selected a contractor who will be providing the program soup to nuts, which gives us a sense of financial certainty on what the cost is. Everything from the physical equipment, the training, the storage, the retrieval for FOI purposes of the information, all of that soup to nuts will have one cost, and that includes the cyclical replacement of the equipment.
That's right.
So we believe that we've done our due diligence. It certainly has taken long enough, but we've also included our the necessary discussions with the labor unions. So we think we've done our due diligence, and we're ready to roll out this program in a very efficient manner.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, thank you, Councilor Goins. With that, I am going to call on, not sure if Councilor Burke has questions for the mayor at this time.
No, President Dominguez, I do not have questions for the mayor. And I know we have a long agenda, but I know the mayor usually does a spin of recap of events that he's been at in his update. And I just wanted to share that I was proud to stand socially distant with the mayor at L&M Hospital in support of their workers the other day. It was a great event, and I believe they're planning more for the future. So thank you. That was great to do with you, Mike.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Burke. Any other councilor that has any questions for the mayor at this time?
This is Councilor Booker. I also want to thank you very much, President Dominguez. Mayor Passero, thank you very much for the update. I just had a quick question in regards to the beach. What is the strategic plan to ensure a safe recreational space at the beach? Because I know you have been working really hard on organizing during this pandemic for the next week or two.
Correct. Well, we are first, anything I say may be affected by what we learn tomorrow in the phone call that I referred to earlier with DEEP. They will be giving additional guidance and guidelines to flesh out what we've already been told by the governor last Friday. And these protocols will involve, for instance, rules that beach blankets must be 15 feet apart. People will have to wear masks when they're not swimming. There won't be picnicking allowed, and on and on and on. We intend to fully follow the guidance that's provided by the Department of Health, our local Ledgelight Health District, and the rules that are established by the governor under his emergency orders.
Okay.
Now, the question with all that for us, for every municipality with a beach or any municipality with recreational sites is the big question is enforcement. How onerous will enforcement be? That question I really can't answer for you. That is the $64,000 question that we all have and that we all share. I can tell you that from experience over the last month, and there has been some beautiful weather, some nice weekends. I have personally observed the crowds at Ocean Beach and at Harkness, and the situation has been manageable. And that is what we're going to do. We're going to just actively manage the situation and give our best efforts to keep people safe.
And one last question. How is the city planning to inform the residents of these guidelines? Councilor Booker. Yep.
Yes. Thank you, Councilor Booker, for the question. This is the mayor. We will do it through all of the usual medium that we use to communicate with our residents. Social media. The New London Day is very good at publishing our press releases. We'll just get the word out there. Meetings like this are helpful too. By the way, we have also, and Ocean Beach was generous enough to produce signs. They were producing signs for their operation. Our Parks and Rec Director, Brian Sear, worked with them to get signs for our parks, not just our other beach, which is Green Harbor Beach. But we do have signs that will be posted with all the rules at all of our recreational sites.
Thank you.
And we're also discussing ways when it comes to Ocean Beach, which is the greatest concern because it's a regional facility and people come from miles and miles away from the large cities in the state and even in Massachusetts and Rhode Island. They come to Ocean Beach. We're hoping to deploy our emergency signs at distant points in the city where people might come off the highway to head to Ocean Beach to let them know if it's closed because it's reached capacity. And if possible, we will try to work with DOT to see if they'll do the highway signs if Ocean Beach has to be closed.
Thank you, Mayor Passero. This is Councilor Booker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Booker. Thank you, Mayor. I think that we went through all the councilors. I just want to just add this. Thank you, Mayor, for the work that you have been doing. Constant meetings and likewise all the staff, your administration, and everyone in New London. That's part of this, part of what we're doing, to keep moving the city forward, even though we're under this pandemic and, the foreseeable future seems a little, not so positive, but you know what? Thank you for everything that you do and your staff. So with that said, I am going to call on the consent agenda. President Pro Tem Nartate, please.
Yes, this is President Pro Tem Hurtado's consent agenda, that the consent agenda proposals set forth at the regular meeting on May 18th, 2020 are either 1, accepted for the record, 2, referred to committee name, 3, waived from committee to be acted upon as proposed, or 4, consented to as proposed.
Can I have a second?
Second, Councilor John Sadi.
Thank you. All right, here we go. Okay, so again, if you're going to pull any of these, please make sure that you state your name, all right, and pull it out, and so I can write you down. All right, so we have 7.0, unfinished business, none. 7.1, this is for either for the record or referred to committee. A, B, C, D.
Councilor John Sadi would like to pull 7E.
Okay, I didn't get there yet, but okay, 7E, thank you. All right, 7E, John Sadi. Okay. That's the minutes of the Finance Committee.
Correct.
Okay, all right, just checking. All right, thank you. All right, 7.2. All right, that's A and B.
Pull.
Okay, that's President Pro Tem Nartatis, thank you.
That's pulling both A and B.
Yes,
correct?
correct. Thank you. 7.3, 7.4, 7.5. Oh, who was that?
7.4.
Curtis? Councilor Goodwin?
7.4.
Okay, thank you. 7.4.
7.4.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again?
7.4.
Yes, 7.4. Okay, Councilor Goodwin. Okay, 7.5.
Counselor Sadi would like to pull that.
Okay. 7.6.
Counselor Sadi would like to pull that.
All right. 7.6, Councilor Sadi. 8.0, new business. 8.1A and B.
Counselor Sadi would like to pull 8.1A.
Okay. I think you have to pull both, Councilor Sadi. No? Okay, so point A. All right.
President Dominguez, this is Councilor Burke. I will pull 8.1B.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Burke. So Sadi for 8.1A, and then from 8.1B is Burke, Councilor Burke. Okay. 8.2.
Council Booker would like to pull 8.2.
8.2, that's Councilor Booker. 8.3.
Council Booker would like to pull 8.3.
Okay. 8.4. 8.5. 8.6.
Councilor Burke would like to pull 8.6.
All right, Councilor Burke, I got you for 8.6. Okay. 8.7. 8.8. 8.9.
Councilor Booker would like to pull 8.9.
Okay, Councilor Booker for 8.9. Okay. 8.10, I'll pull that one. 9.0, no appointments. And then I'll pull 10.0 for executive session. Okay. All right, with that said, let's have President Pro Tem Natsatas, go ahead.
All items having the unanimous support of the city council are hereby adopted with a single roll call vote. The motions are seconded, the chair calls the roll, and the chair declares the motions to be unanimously voted and adopted.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk Ayala?
Yeah, Councilor Burke.
Aye.
Councilor Booker Jr.
Aye.
Councilor Sadi.
Yes.
Councilor Dice.
Yes.
President Dominguez.
Yes.
President Pro Tem Natartes.
Yes.
Councilor Goodwin.
Yes.
7 yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, sir. Thank you, City Clerk Ayala. And before we start, just make some instructions quickly. For all of them, even if they're not roll call, we're gonna make them roll call. Okay, these are items, so be clear. So just making sure that the councilors know that it's gonna be roll call for all of them. And I want the City Clerk Ayala to know that, just to make sure that you know what, everyone knows who's voting and what's being voted on. Okay. Also make sure that you move to Cam. Wait for the second, and then you may start. Make sure when you pull, right? And also the other thing is, when we're having discussions, you'll have your turn, and want to make sure that you ask your questions, and then give opportunity. We'll go around through every counselor, and then if you have more than 2 questions, wait your turn. When we go through the first rotation, then it'll come back to you, okay? So let's be courteous and respectful to each other during this time, as always, as always. All right, with that said, Councilor Sadi, you have the first one.
Move to Cam. This is Councilor Sadi. Move to Cam.
Okay.
Pro Tempore Notata second.
All right, go ahead, Councilor.
So my first question is to you, Council President. You moved to add this to the agenda.
Yes.
I didn't write quick enough. What was the language to move to the agenda?
I was making a motion to add the finance Finance Board minutes of May 12th.
Thank you very much. So I did have, right, so through you to Council President, excuse me, to Law Council Londrigan.
This is Attorney Londrigan, yes.
So we received an email, I believe it was today, about, and the thing is termed Board of Finance Agenda. It doesn't say anything about minutes. It also has on every page the word draft. So these are minutes that are not even formalized yet. Would it be appropriate for us to receive minutes that are not designated minutes and are not formally approved yet by the Finance Board?
This is Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. Yes, you could. I mean, there's nothing inappropriate with receiving something for the record that might be a draft of something that's going to be finalized later.
Okay. My second question is then, in the call to order, there's an area called also present. And I was present at this meeting, and I believe that there's other city councils that were. Anyways, my name is omitted, is not in this draft. So how do I go about being included in the draft?
I think you just, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If I just vote to receive for the record.
Yeah, I guess you would make a motion to amend the document prior to receiving it for the record to indicate that you were there.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion to amend the receipt of the Finance Board minutes to include the name of John Sadi as also present at that meeting.
This is Councilor Burke, and I'll second that motion, that amendment.
Thank you. Properly seconded by Councilor Burke. Any discussion? Okay.
Councilor Goodwin.
Yes, yes, Councilor Goodwin, go ahead.
Yes, Councilor Sadi alluded to there were other councilors that names that were omitted. Does he happen to know, or does Jenny know? So those can also be done in this one amendment.
As I now read, I apologize, Curtis. It looks as though everybody else's name is on there. I had missed one, but now I see it on there.
Councilor Goodwin here, no worries. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, all right. Seeing no further discussion on this, we will, okay, City Clerk Ayala, go ahead.
Okay, President Pro Tem Natartez,
Yes.
Councilor Goodwin,
Yes.
Councilor Burke,
Yes.
Councilor Dice,
Yes.
Councilor Sadi,
Yes.
Councilor Booker Jr.,
Yes.
President Dominguez,
Yes,
7 yes.
thank you.
Council President Dominguez, just a point of order, that was just for the amendment. We still have to vote on the main motion.
My fault. Thank you, Councilor Sadi. Okay, so now let's vote on the main motion. All right, go ahead, City Clerk Ayala.
Sure. Councilor Burke,
Yes.
Councilor Booker Jr.,
Yes.
Councilor Dice,
Yes.
Councilor Goodwin,
Yes.
President Pro Tem Natartez,
Yes.
Councilor Sadi,
Yes.
and President Dominguez.
President Dominguez says yes.
That's 7 yes.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Ayala. That motion, the main motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, so quickly, just a point of order before I continue. Attorney Londrigan. So you have a question real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
We're coming up to 7.2. A and B. Now, my question is, the new numbers have to be added. The new numbers from the finance board have to be added. So that's my first question for that. We can do it right now when President Pro Tem, since she pulled it, can add it. And also, does she have to read the whole CAM, the whole entire CAM?
This is Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. To start with your second question, no, there is no requirement in your rules of procedure or in Robert's rules or anything that require you to read the entire CAM. It's posted for everybody to see as part of your agenda. So you can simply, Pro Tem Nartates can simply, for 7.2A, move the CAM. It can be simply seconded. And then immediately thereafter, I think it would be appropriate for Councilor Nartates to make a motion to amend the CAM to put in the correct amount for that, and then obviously repeat that same step for 7.2B when you get to it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, with that said, President Pro Tem, you can go ahead.
Move the CAM.
Is there a second?
Councilor Burke, second.
Okay, that was Councilor Burke. Councilor Burke, thank you for seconding it. All right.
So I'm going to take 7.2A, and this is going to be an amendment to this 7.2A. The correct amount for city government budget should read 50,465 and 50,465,317. Can I get a confirmation? Is that correct? Nod your head. Yeah, okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And for the Board of Ed, which is B, the correct number, the motion to amend should be 44,021,759. Correct? Okay.
Correct. Okay. So.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I need a second. Is there a second?
Councilor John Sadi seconds those motions.
All right. Councilor John Sadi has seconded the motion right now, and now it's open for discussion.
Point of order, President Dominguez.
Yes.
I know that there's two separate CAMs, so shouldn't we deal with the amendment on the first one and then discussion and passage of the first CAM before we get into an amendment on the second CAM?
This is President Dominguez. I think because it is just, it's 7.2. I mean, I don't see an issue by amending both and then talking one A first and then B. I don't know if Attorney Londrigan, if that's okay for us to do it the way we just did it, or should we do it?
This is Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. Considering you're going to have extensive discussion on both of these, I don't see an issue with the amendment to amend A and B at the same time, just to get the numbers correct.
Yes.
And then obviously have your discussion, debate, and votes on each of them individually. So the way that you're proceeding is appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Londrigan. Councilor Buck, does that suffice your answer?
It does. Thank you very much, Attorney Londrigan.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, with that said, okay. So we have already made so let's vote for these amendments, unless anybody has any other discussion on it before we vote. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, hearing none. Okay. City Clerk Ayala, go ahead.
Councilor Sadi. Is Councilor Sadi?
Yeah, he's talking, but I think he's muted.
Yeah.
John, you're muted. I don't know if you can hear us.
No, I'm not muted.
No, okay, then go ahead. Now, remember, just quickly, we are voting on amending, okay, the numbers that came out of the Finance Board. That's what we're doing.
Right. So through you to Attorney Londrigan.
Wait, Councilor Sadi,
The roll call vote.
Yeah, we're doing a roll call vote. There was time for discussion. Nobody discussed anything. There was
Right,
no
but my problem is if I vote in favor of this and we vote to amend and then there is no discussion, and then we move on to the next agenda item.
No. We're amending just the numbers because the numbers that are on the agenda right now,
Okay,
those
the
are
answer
not the
is-
ones that we.
And that's for both A and B, yes.
Yes, correct. And then after that, we're gonna talk
My-
about CAM A.
My vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Counselor Goodwin,
Yes.
Counselor Dice,
Yes.
President Dominguez,
Yes.
Counselor Burke,
Yes.
Counselor Kevin Booker Jr.,
Yes.
President Pro Temp Natartes,
Yes.
and Counselor Burke.
Yes.
That's 7 yes for the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So the amendment to the motion carries, okay? So now, President Pro Tem Nartates, you have the floor now to discuss the city government budget first.
Yeah, so I'll start there. And what I'd like to do is we have Director McBride on the line. We've had, I want the general public to know that we've had countless number of meetings and caucuses around this issue, and he has been diligent in providing us with the data that we've asked for. One of the things that I'm going to ask Director McBride is to talk about the fact of this perception that there is some inequality on the Board of Ed reductions versus the city government side. So, Director McBride, can you speak to that?
Certainly. Good evening. Can everyone hear me? This is Director McBride.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Just I think it may be easier to visually see some figures as well, if that's okay. Can everyone see this screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just to quickly to try to bring some clarity and for full disclosure and transparency, I want to make sure I start from the beginning. This is kind of historical budgets. As you know, there's been 4 different budgets that we reviewed and have been approved by one of the committees of the council. This was the first mayor's budget, April 1st. Then we revised the mayor's budget. If you recall, there was an $182,000 reduction for various things on the city. And then there was a third one the council approved on April 29th, and the fourth one that the Board of Finance approved on May 12th. The one thing I want to bring forward and make sure it's crystal clear, the article in the paper was entirely correct in that it did mention a $440,000 reduction. $62,000 was coming from the general government and $330,000 was coming from the education. However, one point I want to make sure it's clear is that that is from a change at a point in time. That was from April 29th through May 12th. Another way that probably should be looked at is the true reductions from the budget is this green area here. This is the reductions from both the general government and the education budget from the original budget that the mayor put forth on April 1st. That number is $244,000 reduction in general government and $203,000 for education. Education being a 45% decrease, general government being a 55% decrease. The reason for that, as you may recall, was during April 29th, there was a $182,000 reduction in the mayor's budget, which was placed into the Board of Ed, $150,000. So just for clarity, I want to make sure, it's all looking at numbers and how you do things differently, but this is the true differential reductions in the budgets from May 1st budget on. One other point I'd like to bring forward is an additional point. Can everyone see this PowerPoint from the Board of Finance presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Also want to point out that the mayor's budget was April 1st, it was presented. There was almost 200,000 of cuts that were made in March from both the revenue and the expense side of the city. So although it's fair to say that the April 1st budget was the 50.7 million for the general government, that number was actually higher at a previous point in February. Had we established the budget in February, it's more likely this would have been 50.9. So I just want to make sure it's clear that this was not a static budget. It's been changing and evolving ever since this COVID pandemic came. So I just want to give a little clarity on that. So thank you.
This is President Pro Tem Hurtado. So you know, we for the average resident who doesn't work with Excel spreadsheets, this could be quite confusing. And so, in layman terms, Director McBride, is it fair to say, you know, we've gone through 4 different revisions of this budget for various different reasons. Is it fair to say from the original reductions when we came out of the chute on April 1st were 55% and 45%, and not the disproportioned way that we're seeing it, or that was produced in the day or printed in the day, with such a minimal amount coming from the city side? That is my question for you.
This is Director McBride. Yes, since the budget was presented April 1st, the change in the general government has been 55%, and the change in the education budget has been 45%.
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there, President Dominguez, because I know
Thank
there are
you.
several other counselors that have questions. So I yield the floor.
Yes, thank you. You know what? Thank you, President Pro Tem Nartates. With that said, I'm gonna take my turn right now, because I saw something in the chat room, and I want to make sure that this is stated. And I want to call on Attorney Londrigan. Here in the chat room, I see that President Regina Mosley stated that that Governor Lamont's executive order 7HH says budgets have been extended to June 30th. So I want you to speak on that, Attorney Londrigan, and share this information with us, just because this was in the chat room and everyone's seeing it. But I want to make sure that this is, explained, talked about.
Yes, this is Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. Executive Order 7HH does not extend any deadlines. That is inaccurate. I have Executive Order 7HH in front of me, and all it does is, from a government budgetary standpoint, is it clarifies the fact that for communities that have a town meeting form of government, that they do not call a town meeting for their budgets to be passed. They have their budget-making authority. Most of them will have boards of finances, and the boards of finances in those communities are being obligated to make the decision on what the budget is going to be for the coming year. The reason why 7HH was passed was because that was the process that was set out in an earlier executive order, but there was some confusion by some towns as to whether or not that precluded a town meeting from happening at all. So there's really nothing in Executive Order 7HH that extends any budgetary period that we're operating under. And there are no executive orders that I'm aware of that have been passed by the governor that extend, you have in certain situations abilities to extend deadlines, but because of the process of having virtual meetings and based upon the fact that there is, there's nothing else that says that all budgets now are not passed until June 30. So I wasn't very eloquent at the end of there. I lost my train of thought, but there is nothing in HH that extends any deadline, and there's no deadline extension that I'm aware of that we're operating under.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that to all of us.
You're welcome.
At this time, I am going to call on Councilor Booker Jr. Do you have any discussion for this cam right now?
Not at this moment, but I'll definitely have a question in a few minutes.
Okay, sir. Councilor Sadi, for the city side budget, do you have any discussion?
Councilor Sadi does not.
Okay, Councilor Goodwin, do you have any discussion for the city side?
This is Councilor Goodwin here. Yes, I do. I actually do have a question. This is to our finance director. Just wanted to clarify that there's a little feedback there. Sorry.
I think that Councilor Goodwin, sorry for interrupting. I think Daniel's going to take care of it. He's going to mute a couple people.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Excuse me, lost my train of thought. To the finance director, just wanted to clarify for this aspect of the CAM, this is on the city side. Our reductions are already figured out. The last part of our reduction is the 62-ish thousand, and that's coming out of the SailFest line item, correct?
Yes, the plan would be to reduce the SailFest. We have an analysis completed, but it's roughly approximately half of the SailFest overtime will be reduced.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Goodwin. This is President Dominguez speaking. At this time, Councilor Burke.
Thank you, President Dominguez. I will get to my questions in a moment, but I just, in regarding the discussion of the budget extension deadline, I was looking at Executive Order 71 or 7I, which I was just trying to get some information on. So perhaps we could look further into that, but if Attorney Lonergan says he hasn't heard of anything, I will accept that for the record for now. But Director McBride, if you could, I had up, if you could pull in your PowerPoint presentation to the Board of Finance, the screen with Pequot revenue. Thank you.
This is Director McBride. Do you see that? Okay.
Yep, I do. Thank you very much. Yeah, so just a couple of questions on this page. I see, it shows the 2009 to 10 shortfall now, and then in the top when it's talking about financial impact, that right there says in parentheses in millions. However, the final number, estimated decrease aid to New London, that's 288,943. Is that correct?
This is Director McBride. That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so I'm just a little bit concerned about these figures. Again, just some background that, at the first reading of the budget, the council was presented with that $185,000 that was found in error as a number that we should use for budgetary shortfalls. The Board of Finance was presented, a number in the 400,000 range, I believe. So when I looked over this presentation, the municipal side of revenue loss seemed to make sense, but I just don't know how we get to only 288,000 coming from the Pequot Fund at a time when casinos are closed. As early as today, I saw, Mohegan Sun put something out about reopening. However, the casinos were open the entire year of the 2008 recession, and we clearly, and as it says right there, we saw just under $1.2 million deficit. So I guess, David, if you could just give us some background on how that number for 288,943 was arrived upon.
Certainly. This is Director McBride. It's a quarterly snapshot. I mean, this is all the information that I had at the time I presented it. March closed, I forget the exact date. This is actually, public information on the state's website of actually what the decrease was in the slot contribution. This is in April, obviously no contribution. In May, this was just an estimate that I came up with not knowing, because at the time I did this, a week or so ago, a week and a half ago, there was thought that they would open up the end of May. So this was just an estimate at the time. And total estimated decrease is 44 million. This is all reviewing the state's website, finding out how they've allocated money to New London in the past. The loss of slot contribution that I estimated for the quarter was 44.5 million. Again, it's probably going to be greater because this will increase. If you look at the state website, allocation of the slot revenue to the municipalities throughout the state is approximately 20%. So I estimated the number of the loss in revenue that the entire state of Connecticut municipalities will lose just for this one quarter would be 8.9 million. If you look at last year's contribution to New London from the amount it totally distributed, New London received 3.24% of the total amount distributed to all municipalities, and therefore I calculated a $288,000 reduction based upon the formula that the state has been provided New London in the past. And I would agree with you, but there's a couple of questions that are still unknown. This is just our best estimate of how it could impact. This could grow if these, as I put here, this does not include any potential decreases in gaming after May. And I did point that out at the Board of Finance because it's potential this number could increase over time. There's other potential discussions that are happening as well, such as, does the online gaming come on? Does the state distribute more than the 20%? So all unknowns. This was just the best estimate of what we could be somewhat assured of or believe that there will be an impact to New London.
Sure, and I thank you for your answer. It's still just, to me, despite those details, it's just hard for me to put in context. How we were short $1.2 million in 2008, and yet we're only going to be short $300,000 now. I know that the projections have gone down over time. I think the mayor's original proposal had 1.667 million. But to me, I'll just close with a comment before, as I know I've asked 2 questions now, that these revenue shortfalls were, again, there was not a lot of time between receiving them and when the Board of Finance meeting took place. The previous revenue shortfalls for the first reading of the budget were delivered the day before the budget. I understand the future is uncertain, and your department is doing everything you can to give us the best picture. But I think that the revenue side of things needs to be looked at. As you pointed out, we've seen 4 different total appropriation amounts already throughout this process. Yet the 8.19 proposed mill rate has never changed. So that's just to me that I know we all want a tax cut. We all want the that 4% plus drop in the mill rate. However, I think there needs to be a more holistic look at this as we go forward. So, but I'll yield my time as of now. Thank you very much. This was Councilor Burke.
Thank you, Councilor Burke. At this time, this is President Dominguez speaking. I'm going to call on Councilor Dice if you have any discussion on the city side.
And this is Councilor Dice. I do not have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Before we vote on this, let me call on Attorney Londrigan. Can you speak on the again on the whole deadline or extension of the budgets again?
Yes, this is Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. In answering Councilor Burke's comment about there might be something in Executive Order 7I, there is not anything in Executive 7I either. The original executive order was 7C, and in that it said that if there were any deadlines that had to occur prior to on or before May 15th, they could be extended by 30 days. Under our charter, we have to make a decision by June 1st, which is not before May 15th. So the deadlines that could have been extended by 30 days have now passed and are expired. Any of the deadlines that we wanted to look at for May 15th back in time could have been extended, but they were not. So Executive Order 7C, which is referenced in 7I, the whereas provisions of 7HH have nothing to do with them, but long story short, the only extension for 30 days were for deadlines that were going to come up on or before May 15th of 2020. We are now on May 18th of 2020. We have a deadline of making a decision 30 days before the next fiscal year, which is on or before June 1st. There is no deadline extension. There is no ability for the council to extend to June 30th. Period. I would also just comment that with the group chat going on, typically if this was in council chambers, there is not any back and forth with the public during your deliberations, during your consent agenda items and the items that you pull. I'm not saying that it's inappropriate or, Mr. President, that you can't identify or answer any of these questions, but I would just comment and say that that sort of tends to lend itself towards more of a back and forth with the public than really allowing the council to get to its agenda items. But in clarification, there is nothing that extends your budgetary process beyond what is in our charter under any executive orders, 7C, 7I, or 7HH. Thank you.
Yes, this is President Dominguez speaking. Thank you, Attorney Londrigan. I just, you know what? Thank you. You're so correct on that. I mean, in City Chamber we can't, but I know this is such a intense topic. I just want to make sure that it's cleared. It's cleared that everyone understands that this is not like something's happened behind doors. I want everything crystal clear in front of us and making sure that everyone is, any doubts can be shattered completely. But I do thank you for your advice on that, which you are correct. You are correct on that. With that said, okay, so now, Councilor Dice, did I call on you already? I'm sorry if I did. To discuss anything on this city side?
This is Councilor Dice. You did call on me.
Okay.
I did not have any questions. I'm clear and I understand the process. Thank you.
Okay, so with that said, we're going to be voting on this amendment now for the CAM.
President Dominguez?
Yes.
I just had a quick question for Director McBride.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, President Dominguez. This is Councilor Booker. Director McBride, you mentioned earlier about the CellFest overtime. So I was curious as to why is only half of the CellFest overtime reduced and not all of it? And why are we not taking all the money budget across every budget mark for CellFest to either reduce it to zero or repurpose it for COVID-19 relief needs since CellFest has been canceled?
This is Director McBride. We took approximately half of it and we did spread it out throughout all of the departments that have SailFest overtime. So it was spread out in the potential recommendations for the appropriations throughout the 4 departments that have SailFest overtime: police, fire, public works, and the IT department. So we did do that. The reason of its half is in discussions I've had, and I may need to defer to the mayor. My understanding is there's some potential items that may be planned in the future where that overtime may be utilized. And I defer to the mayor on potential other potential plans for that.
So, Director McBride, when do you think you have a clear indication as to when we'll know half of that budget? The CellFest overtime reduced. Hello?
Hello?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. This is Director McBride. My understanding is as of now, we do not expect to incur overtime for SailFest as it currently stands in the week of, the July weekend. But there may be some items that are going to be planned in the future, possibly an event, later on in the summertime or possibly in the fall. I'm not sure if it's going to be called SailFest or if it's going to be some other item to kind of propel the environment, to kind of push economic development and really have a celebration for New London at a later date. Not sure the details of what that will be, but the thought is there may be some overtime incurred as a result of whatever action and planned events there are. So I don't have an answer to what that will be, but that's why it's roughly half.
So just for clarification, so at this moment, you do not have an answer at this point, right?
At this moment, I have an answer that there will be no SailFest overtime during the week of July when SailFest is normally planned, but I do not have any firm indication of what overtime will be incurred at a later date.
Okay, thank you very much, Director McBride.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Booker.
I have a question.
Is this Councilor Goodwin?
This is, sir.
Yes, go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you. To the law director, Councilor Grissom speaking. To clarify and piggyback off of Booker's questions, after we amend this, whether yay or nay or whatever happens next, in regards to appropriating the money for the line items that are affected, is that absorbed into the CAN once we vote, or is that something we also have to vote on?
This is Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. No, you don't need to make those decisions this evening. This is only the second reading of the budget. The most important thing is that bottom line number of $50,465,317 and and the other one
Thank
on
you.
the other side.
So to clarify, piggybacking off of Booker's and the recent dialogue that just happened, that's going to come up in subsequent meetings. So therefore, we're just approving that bottom line. So that recommendation is, quote, just a recommendation, quote, as in the recommendation for where those line item cuts come from.
This is Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. Yes, I'm assuming that what the finance director has put together are some recommendations as to how to make all of those other little pieces of the budget fit into the new reduced amount of $50,465,317.
Okay, and to further clarify, we then in subsequent meetings need to appropriate that money, which means we need to actually decide on if that's acceptable or not, correct?
This is Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. That is correct. You have the ultimate decision on how that money gets divided up between the various line items.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. I do have a comment. I asked those questions for clarity for those that are listening and to piggyback off of Councilor Booker's questions, because some of that is new knowledge to us. Obviously, I'm sure other councilors were unaware of the plans for the remainder of that money. And on the floor, we have a question of, so it kind of bothers me. So we have a question on, did we fairly attribute the money to both sides? Did we do it equally, and what was that discussion like? It's clear there wasn't much of a discussion as far as planning to after the fact that we made the decision that we could face some deficits. So there wasn't adequate time for both sides to plan before we gave out that money. Now we're stating that remaining money from sale, for instance, we only use 50%, is still available, and there may be some future events that we should plan for. It makes me very uneasy and uncomfortable to hear that being part of a conversation when we're talking about schools, and I'll just say that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilor Goodwin. All right. Since I don't think there's any further discussion from 7.2A. So
President Dominguez,
yes.
This is Councilor Burke, and I do have further discussion.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Burke.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So, first, my main point I brought up earlier about the proposed Pequot revenue shortfall was my biggest concern, and I wonder if I could perhaps just call on the mayor. You provided us some backup today regarding ECS payment shortfalls in 2018. As we navigate this fiscal year, I wonder if you could just opine on, has there ever been any other intergovernmental revenue other than Pequot Fund and ECS that have been vulnerable or came in under, and what sort of your administration's plan is, knowing that, many of these revenue streams are unknown at this time?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Burke. That is a great question. Perhaps Mr. McBride could pull up the sheet that you're referring to. But the last time that the state, one of my greatest concerns about this budget, and this was not known, I don't even believe it was known at the time of the first reading, was that the state went into a negative deficit situation in the second year of the biennial budget once the COVID began. And at this point, the projected deficit in the state budget for the fiscal year that begins July 1 is $2.1 billion. And the subsequent years have similar type deficits that will be running when the legislature is attempting to adopt the next biennial budget beginning July 1, 2021. So the last time that the finance director has used the recession to try to estimate some of our revenue losses. More recently, the last time that the state faced a similar budget deficit above $2 billion, which was with Governor Malloy. And in that fiscal year, the ECS payments are paid to us 3 times a year. In that fiscal year, the second payment that we received was $500,000 less than we anticipated, and the final payment was nearly $1 million less than we anticipated. This was due to a governor's ability to make rescissions in the budget throughout the course of the fiscal year, which is extremely damaging on a municipal level. So you have to really insulate yourself against that, and finance directors do that generally. This is one of those years where we have to be very careful. We are budgeting the full promised ECS money. We have no expectation that it will be cut, but we do, and but there's no guarantee in life, and we do know that the state is facing a $2.1 billion deficit next year. So that said, I think I answered. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, and I guess if I could just pose a similar question that I posed to Director McBride. So, when you look at the revenue shortfall estimates, they're less than the 2008 recession. And, I know when you look at, I guess my question to you is, are these estimates a more optimistic view of things or a more pessimistic view of things? And, what do you see as an actual future of, what is going to be spent in the next fiscal year?
Well, I can't predict the future, and we're in, I'm just reading the articles and listening to as much of the economic experts daily as I can, including, the interview with the Fed chair last night on 60 Minutes. I mean, I'm just trying to take in as much of this information as I can. We are in uncharted territory. As the chairman of the Federal Reserve pointed out last night, we had a very healthy economy until this virus hit. It's very different than the Great Recession, where there were just structural problems in our economic system that brought it down. This is completely different. We can't predict how fast we can come out of this. We do know that it has been a dramatically greater immediate impact. When we're looking at the unemployment numbers right now, they're off the charts and something nobody could have ever dreamed of. And that type of impact is going to hit our community very, very strong. So I really can't predict that. The point, if you can understand how I look at this, is when you talk about what's budgeted for SailFest, or what's budgeted for tree replacements in the city, or what's budgeted for almost anything, I cannot spend that money unless I'm confident that the revenues we predicted are coming in. Worst case scenario, we cannot keep the workforce on the city side if at some point we realize that we do not have the revenues to cover it. So any appropriations you make to any line item or any department does not mean that as the mayor of this city, I will be able to spend that money. I will not be able to spend that money if I do not believe that those revenues are going to come in to cover those expenses. So our department heads are already on notice for the rest of this fiscal year, only essential spending, and for the beginning of next fiscal year, only absolute essential spending. There will be no spending on anything that does not have to be spent and can be deferred. That's also going to help us overcome our cash flow issues, because a great deal of our property tax revenue will not be coming in July 1st and will be deferred till October 1st. So we have to make it through the first quarter without a good portion of our property tax revenue. That's a cash flow issue. The challenges are pretty extreme, but I'm confident. We've been there before. We can weather this storm, but we have to manage our money very carefully. And part of that is any appropriation you make. I just simply can't spend it unless I get the revenues. The one exception is the education budget. Our education budget is protected. The money that we are giving to education under this budget, once you vote, as of May 30th, that money is secure. That's protected. The city will be paying that to the Board of Education, whether it comes in the ECS money or not. We will have to cover any deficit there on the city side. And just by the way, it's agonizing to have to deal with budgets this way, but we've spent a lot of time building equity into this budget. The city runs in many, many pieces. They all have to fit together. They all have to work together for this engine to run properly. all of the components have to run efficiently, and that's what I try to do with the budget.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just close with a comment. While I greatly respect the vision that you put forth and the vision that you've executed for the past 5 years to get us in the financial health we're in today, I just sort of respectfully disagree with the concept going forward. I think that based on our, the council's vetted this budget, the timing was unfortunate that we pretty much finished finance committee meetings right as the state started painting a grim picture. But that I really think we need to look back and create a more realistic definition of what the revenue shortfalls are going to be, so that those line item by line item changes have a little bit more community input. And going back to the conversation before about share in the cuts from the city side to the Board of Education side, those numbers that were printed in the day, those were as a result of the first reading of the budget, where, as we all know, that 175,000 was granted to the boards of education. And also just to get it out there that request in the first reading, council's first reading of the budget, based on these revenue shortfalls in front of us, could be satisfied with a simply 0.3 mils. So that would mean the mill rate going down from 39.9 to 38.49 instead of the proposed 38.19. I understand that that's not a very popular position to take. That this community has waited too long for the tax cuts of the hard choices that we've had to make over the past several years. But it's admittedly tough to look at it and knowing that we could have a 3.5% tax decrease instead of a 4% tax decrease and still get everything that was on our wish list a couple of weeks ago. So, but thank you very much for your answers, Mayor and Council President. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Burke, and thank you, Mayor Passero. At this time, we're gonna vote on this CAM. The CAM is, just to quickly, it's 7.2A, and it's the city side, 50,465,317. Okay, with that said, I'm gonna ask City Clerk Ayala to make a roll call vote, please.
Councilor Burke,
No.
President Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Goodwin,
Yes.
Councilor Dice,
Yes.
President Pro Tem Natartez,
Yes.
Councilor Sadai,
Yes.
Councilor Booker Jr.
Yes.
6 yes, 1 no.
Okay, that passes. All right, so now, President Pro Tem Natartez, you got B.
Move the CAM, or I'm sorry, I've already moved the CAM. 7.2B, the education budget. So I'm going to make a motion to amend. Actually, we've already amended and second that.
Yeah, we already did.
All right, so let's go ahead. Why don't we
Discussion.
open it up for discussion then?
Yep, discussion. Anyone for discussion? President Pro Tem Natartez, you can start if you want, or I can call somebody else.
Excuse me, President
Yes.
Dominguez, can you ask President, not President, Director McBride, can you stop sharing? Because we're not using that screen anymore, right?
No, I don't think we are. This is President Dominguez. Director McBride, could you do that possibly, just the screen? I guess just stop sharing. That's what you have to press somewhere now. Okay, there it is. I guess people want to see the full view here. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Dice. All right, President Pro Tem Natartez, as you were saying?
Yeah, I'll yield to other counselors if
All
they want
right.
to start questions.
Thank you. Councilor Booker?
No questions at this moment.
Okay, Councilor Sadi?
No comments at this moment.
Okay, Councilor Goodwin?
No comments at this moment.
All right, Councilor Burke?
Yes, thank you. Through you to Superintendent Ritchie. Superintendent, if you could just give us, baseline view of if, there's been a lot of moving numbers in the past couple weeks, but what type of cuts that you will seek out first when, if this budget, as it's proposed right now, ends up being passed.
Hi, good evening, all. It's tough, and I appreciate everybody's participation and perspective. And I think we all share in the same goal. We want excellence for not only the students, which are, I think, our most valuable resources, but for the entire community. That number is a big number. To take a hit of over $700,000 for a fiscal year where we know our needs are dramatically increased, not only academically, but social emotionally, is really tough. I am going to stay true to who I am, and I do put kids first. And throughout my short tenure here, that is what I have been doing. As for solutions, we're going to comb through everything to see how we can ensure we give a dynamic education to fill gaps, while maintaining programs in the course that we were on, with really getting deep in instruction and in moving the numbers, because we are an opportunity district, which comes with a whole other realm of needs. We're a high need district. We are one of the 10 lowest performing districts in the state of Connecticut. So we have to move those numbers, and these kids can do it, but they can do it with proper supports and undivided belief in them. And we have to carry on with that. My solutions are, we're going to have to do school differently. And we already are doing it differently. But we're going to have to do some kind of creative way to get deep in instruction and fill gaps, and offer additional times for remediation, maybe part-day courses, maybe opportunities for extended distance learning, maybe sessions instead of year-round calendar. We're looking at everything. We have about 7 different plans of how can we maximize instruction and social emotional supports to fill gaps, support students and families without breaking apart programs. So more to come. I will present a bunch of ideas to the Board of Education over the next couple weeks. I just had a great brainstorming session with members of the whole admin council, and I'm visiting staff meetings to talk with teachers as well. And our number one focus is our students. So I know that was a long answer, but it's not as simple as I'm going to cut this, this, and this, and we're going to be okay. We have such a complex issue with everything going on. And every day we hear more and more unique needs of certain students and families. So it is that balance and that puzzle of putting it all together, but keeping kids at the center. And that's what you'll see me continue to do.
Thank you, Superintendent Ritchie. I appreciate your, lofty big picture answer, but if I could try to press some more specifics out of you. Earlier, President Mosley reminded us of the, average teacher's salary in New London as $86,000. So, the current $700,000 or so deficit between your request and what's in front of us now, is the equivalent of 8.13 teachers. So I guess and I know it's probably way too early for you to get into specifics, but do you have a feeling on whether this current deficit could be absorbed without cuts to either teachers or paraprofessionals?
It's my hope. They're the number one front line with the students, and we need them. So it's my hope that we will maintain teachers and ensure small class sizes to fill gaps. But through creative scheduling, we may be able to do something unique that can save on a time and rotation and doing things differently. Distance learning opens up all different variables for how we educate. But on the flip side, when we start to bring students back into schools, which we will be getting specific guidance for how to do that starting in July for summer school, the parameters set for us are very high. So for example, when we open summer school, our ESY program, the ratios that have been presented to us are a 1 to 4 one teacher for 4 students. So although we may be able to save on costs when we're doing distance learning, as we start to have blended models and get students back into school to be with their teachers in a safe way, we have a whole lot of added costs. So we will look through everything. We're mandated, being an opportunity district and an alliance district, to a lot of federal and state regulations that I'm not sure everybody understands. And we're obligated to contracts. So most of the employees we have are under union contracts that come with salaries. So we will look at all of those, and it's tough. Our busing too, perhaps we can save on busing, for example, by not having to pay for parking right at the moment. So we may have bought some time on that because of distance learning. However, moving forward, the ratios for buses that we're hearing are a 1 bus for 10 students, and every bus needs a bus monitor. So if you do the math just with that, I mean, it's more than quadruple what our costs are right now. So we're looking, at every single aspect to figure it out. But a couple $100,000 is not going to solve our problem. Like, we really have to think differently. I do believe it's time to do education differently across the nation. So I have some ideas that I would love to share, but people are going to have to be open to trying something new and working together and pulling our resources. So more to come. I'll keep you posted.
Thank you, Superintendent Ritchie. This is Counselor Burke. I'll reserve any other questions till all the other counselors have had a chance. Thank you, President Dominguez.
Thank you, Councilor Burke, and thank you, Superintendent Ritchie. At this time, I'm going to call on Councilor Dice.
This is Councilor Dice, and this is hard. And just take a moment to breathe. It is hard because these are our children, and everything that we do in this city support them. And I really don't have any questions. I had the opportunity to sit in on their board meeting, and I'm planning on going tomorrow. I think it is, when they're talking about just different ideas, their finance committee for the Board of Ed. I'll be there listening there too. And this is the time where we're gonna have to think differently and be creative and support each other in different ways, because it's just the new normal. Thank you, President Dominguez. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilor Dice. At this time, I'm going to go up again for the next rotation. President Pro Tem Nartates.
Yeah, thank you, President Dominguez. This is a question for Superintendent Ritchie. So what I'm going to first say is, you've heard me comment about this before, that I actually, I've been watching the decisions that you and your administration are making. There's some, what I perceive to be some streamlining, making some changes for efficiency. And I'm very pleased with that, right? But as you heard from public comment, and what I hear from constituents, is that there is a lack of transparency with the Board of Ed budget. We hear that time and time again. President Mosley pointed out that the average teacher was $86,000. That includes everything. That includes health insurance and so forth. And those are obligated contracts. But when you hear about your positions in your administration, for example, there's an HR director position open for $150,000. To me, personally, and I work in the private sector, I know what comparable and competitive salaries look like. To me, that is really high for a school system that is struggling. And so my question to you, Superintendent Ritchie, is how do we get past this perception that your administration is top heavy, that there's a lack of transparency, and that we cannot continue to say, bottom line, it's for the kids, when we see these kinds of postings or these kinds of salaries being paid to your administration? Can you answer that for me?
Sure. So first of all, I don't set the salaries, so they're set by contracts. But I do make the decisions and I make sure we have grounding leadership where we need to be. I think our budget is very transparent. And my first move actually was to cut cabinet. So I don't think people have known that, even though we've said it over and over again throughout last year. So my first move was to take off one of my people, one of my main people. The other thing I want to point out is this year, we did not have an HR director all year. Instead, we had people working around the clock, giving of their time, not asking for anything else, and a consultant to help us ensure we had excellence in that department after all of the criminal mess that came out last year, at the end of last year. Because we want to get things right. So I'm not going to rush to fill positions if it's not right, if it's not of excellence, and if it's not setting the direction of the district. So those are two top positions that were not filled or were taken time to be filled to make sure we're getting it right for students. Other positions, the administrator contract is the administrator contract. It's something that I did inherit. As are the teachers, and they have steps of increments that have been voted in through their their work with their contract negotiations, and then the board votes them in. But across the district, we also have a lot of staff. We're the largest city department. I want to point that out because we have a high population of students, but we have many staff that are underpaid. If you look at other area towns, they're actually not comparable, and that's why we lose a lot of staff who go to other places. So to your point, I'm very cognizant of what we're doing with big positions and how many we need, and cutting where it is needed. Restructured the administrators last year to make sure we put people in the right places to do the work. So for example, there was no curriculum, no content leadership to write curriculum. Instead, we had a lot of people being principals and assistant principals piled up in one school. And that doesn't help do the work of the district that benefits everybody, which is what we needed to do, which is a core curriculum and a focus on instruction. So if we do hire this HR position, again, the salary is something that was set. It's $147,000, and that's what it was in the past. So it'd be something that we'd have to relook at, but that's how it was advertised, as that's what it's been, but it has been vacant since last June. I don't know.
Well, thank you for your candid response. I mean, that's kind of my point, right? I mean, we, two things. One, the original question was, how do we change this perception? And number two, just because we inherited it doesn't make it right. I still think that there are some positions, and you're right, there are a lot of positions where they're underpaid. I just think my personal opinion is I see it lopsided is what I'm trying to say. And people would agree that, there are some areas that are inflated. I respect your comments and your explanation, but I don't think it makes it right. But like I said, I think you're aware of that. And I'm more concerned moving forward. We're a small town. How do we change the perception? How do we change that perception? Because when we have the perception where people believe that there's a lot of waste coming out of the Board of Ed, it doesn't. We don't get the support from the community, and that is worrisome to me.
I think we have to just keep working together and telling the facts. There was a lot of misconception. Even I heard tonight, and for people that are saying they don't have answers, please ask. Like I have never been asked a question by one of the speakers tonight, and we have a ton of information to share in written form. We're doing weekly communications. We are having our committee meetings. We are, sharing on a variety of social media platforms, but we're also monitoring that data. And just because you put it out there doesn't mean people look. And so I think it's the relationship piece we have to get out there and speak to people and help them know where to look for answers, but also we're not the past anymore. I mean, when I came in, I saw a lot of things that I don't think were right-sided and have been slowly chipping away at them. But I'm also very aware of what the district, where the strengths are and where the needs are, and we'll continue to chip away to continue to get it right. But students are at the center, and that's what I'm going to continue working towards.
Thank you, Superintendent Ritchie. I have no further questions. Thank you, President Dominguez.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Nartates and Superintendent Ritchie. Thank you for your answers. At this time, Councilor Booker Jr.
Councilor Booker. Thank you very much, President Dominguez. My question goes to Superintendent Ritchie. At the Board of Education meeting last week tonight at our meeting, the superintendent has noted there is a savings in this year's budget. Will this savings be transferred to the non-lapsing fund at the end of the fiscal year? And how will the school board use this money next year? How much money will be saved?
So we're not planning on any savings this year. And I think that's another misconception. We have 100% of staff working due to the executive orders. Every single person, everyone is getting paid and working remotely. Everybody.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. Thank you, Superintendent Ritchie. This is Councilor Booker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilor Booker and also Superintendent Ritchie. Next, we have Councilor Sadi. Questions?
Thank you. My question is also to the superintendent of schools, or comment, whatever it may be. I never received a copy of your budget from your office. And maybe I should have asked, but in years past, we've always received one. I would ask you to put together a list of your employees, by name or not by name, and with that, salaries attached to their positions. And I would ask you to compare those to what we on the general side of government have. For example, our mayor makes $110,000. I'd be willing to bet you have well over 25 administrators that make more money than the chief operating officer of our organization. If you take, as you heard earlier, just compare salary of our personnel director to what your proposed is. Salary of our supervisors, superintendent, public works, recreation, or whatever, and take a look at what they're paying. And I understand that education throughout the area, I understand that you need to keep quality people. But again, when it comes down to that. Now, in reference to your comments regarding savings, and that you have everybody employed, I've thought about this a lot. And some of the savings are, substitute salaries, possibly busing, stipends that were paid to spring sport coaches, the need for umpires, referees, whatever they may be. I could go on and on. I have to believe that there's probably hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of savings. Other school districts have voted to return that to their government. I'm not recommending that you do that, but what I'm recommending you do is figure a way to use that money. Maybe we need more Chromebooks for our children. Okay. Some school districts, although maybe not in this state, have asked for concessions from their teachers. Having heard that our salary schedules are less than surrounding towns,
And knowing that we've had some quality teachers leaving and believing that that's true, maybe that's not something that needs to be discussed. Maybe though, if in fact it comes down to layoffs, whether it be from administrators and or teachers, maybe that's something that's, gonna have to be asked or at least considered. But I really think that if you haven't done it, and I sort of believe you have, just take a look at, or have your budget director take a look at all the different expenses that have not had to take place, whether it be water, whether it be heat, gas, electricity. So many things that are saved when a school system is not operational. And at least, because I don't believe you could put it all in a non-lapsing fund, but at least try to, figure out what those costs are and then use those to help balance your budget for next year. Like I said, maybe Chromebook supplies, whatever it may be. That's the only comment or question I have at this point in time. But again, thanks for all that you do, Counselor Sadi.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Sadi. And at this time, I'm going to open up for Counselor Goodwin. Or this is second rotation. I'm just going in order. Counselor Dice, I saw your hand. Just want to stay in the order. Go ahead, Counselor Goodwin.
I guess I will follow up. This question is to our Superintendent Ritchie. Could you name an experience in your previous 10 years where you faced a similar deficit in your budget? And if you could let me know if you were able to overcome that.
That's a good question. And there's all different kinds of scenarios. I'm thinking of 4 different districts that I've worked in. One strategy we've already tried this year, just so you know, is one that we've done in the past, is offering early retirement packages to all unions for people on the top, for people who qualify, who would be on the top tier. So that's one strategy to support people who may be ready for that transition, especially during this natural transition time where distance learning is completely different than traditional learning, to maybe make that leap. And that we've worked through with the board on that, and that is would help us get some savings and allow people to transition with honor and grace, and a little bit of a bonus to take that leap. And then we would creatively either not replace the position through master scheduling, which I have a plan for, depending on certification, and that could be one strategy. So that's one such example. Master scheduling is really key. So doing things more deeply in sessions rotations instead of parallel is another example. So if you think of the traditional school day, most students are transitioning through 7 periods of various teachers throughout the day. But if you change it where you allow students to go on like a semester or a session where they have half of that load, but they go more deeply into it for a multi-hour course, that is another way to have them have wraparound services and go deeper in the learning and still get the same hours by the end of the year. But you're not as fractioned where you have a whole bunch of teachers doing parallel work, doing all 7 different courses. And that's a way to condense and go deeper. And that usually gets some savings. If anything, it gets savings too on supplies, because you would have teachers become content specific, and you wouldn't have to buy, let's say, language arts books for every single elementary classroom. You would have to buy language arts books for the students, for half the teachers. And then the students would spend half a day with that teacher and the other half with, let's say, their math or science teacher across the hall, and reduce on resources. So I think those are 3 examples that have worked in the past.
Okay, so I guess to answer my question, you faced a similar deficit in the past. I was more so wanting to understand the scope of this hill that you're facing versus other scenarios of a hill that you face. So you're facing what, 200 and something thousand being reduced from the original budget, which equates to a larger number. Have you faced that number before?
This is a huge magnitude. So yes, have faced challenges before where it's devastating and you worry about how in the world you're going to support every single student. But people adjust and we figure out ways to be creative and help. This one makes me very nervous because of the additional costs that we don't know. So already we've had a lot of additional costs for purchasing technology for all students because equity is super important to me. We want to make sure all students have equitable access to education. But just the PPE costs and the additional costs for, I'll give you an example, our medically fragile population. And we have a population that has toiletring and medical needs. So those type of staff not only need gloves and masks, but they need face protection and full gowns. And that's a 1-to-4 ratio. So when we mapped out 15 days worth of that type of supply, we have a $6,000 bill. That makes me nervous for next year. That's an example of how in the world are we going to be able to afford this to service our students.
Got it.
And it's no one's fault. It's just a situation. The other big unknown that makes me very worried are special education costs. Special education costs our students are bound by their IEP, which is their individual educational plan by law, to have these services. And we have not been able to provide all the services with fidelity, and that's across the state. And that's because of COVID. We just haven't been able to see the students one-on-one, whether it's to give them physical therapy, so forth and so on. So we don't know what that type of cost or legal cost or compensatory services cost is going to be. And that makes me very nervous as well, that, it's just the fear of the unknown. How are we going to not only catch everybody up, but we also owe a big group of students that have high needs additional services.
Got it. Has there been any conversations since the passing of the first reading and prior to today with either the administration or anybody in finance on the city side to discuss your concerns?
Yeah, so we talk openly at the board meeting regarding possible savings and possible concerns. And
No,
Rob,
have you been in conversation with the mayor directly or our city side with your concerns? Because I'm assuming the purpose of all this is because you're advocating for more finances to support, the infrastructure or the well-being or whatever you want to name it for our students. So has there been a subsequent conversation since the first time we passed the budget and realizing that that deficit was too much for you guys to take on that burden? Has there been any direct conversation?
so we talk as a group every week, and the mayor's part of that, David McBride's part of that, I'm part of that, Jeannie Milstein, different city departments and agencies. So every time we get a new directive or, so for example, the summer school guidelines were posted, Park and Rec got their guidelines. We came together to say, how in the world are we going to afford this? And we are working together. So through the Community Foundation, through the mayor's connections, Jeannie Milstein has been awesome, Legislate Health. We've been brainstorming what types of grants can we use to re-leverage how to get supplies for everybody and how much we need. And we've been supporting each other to apply for what opportunities are out there. So that has been nice. That has been nice moving forward. We have not had discussions detail about closing the complete budget gap, as our budget is not quite done yet. So we're looking at health insurance costs as a possible strategy, maybe saving on bus parking if we don't have full school.
Superintendent, with all due respect, I have to yield my time because I don't want to take up all the time. I know they have to do a second round, and I respect everything that you're saying and going to say, but I think that's a great place to end there. For me, I'll just end on this comment. I think there's so much more room for growth and conversation. Everyone who knows me knows I'm a huge advocate for youth. I mean, you can see me clearly wearing it. I'm a Whaler, class of 2005, class president. I wouldn't be in this seat today if I didn't want to be here to advocate for future youth, especially those that look like me. But we have a clear cycle, whether it's systematic or it's perception, where there's a lack of I hate the word transparency because it's just a buzzword, but we're not having the right conversations with all the right players in the room and having honest and open dialogue. So I hear all the different scenarios of what exists, but right now we all are in fear. We absolutely have no idea the ramifications of COVID. So even on the city side, the Board of Ed side, we don't know. The future is so uncertain. So everyone's acting and planning with a tad sense of fear. But as leaders, we have to start having the honest dialogue on what's in the reserves today and what are the different plans going forward, and allocate a dollar amount to those. They're a plan, they're a work in progress, and I'm sure we'll tweak them as we go. But unfortunately, through all this dialogue, I'm super unsure of what the specific dollar amounts are. We're not talking about facts. We're not talking about specific plans that have allocated dollar amounts. So it's hard to go back and say, well, let's go ask for more money because we don't know what more money means. Are we asking for 2,000, 200,000? Is it a long-term strategic plan to get to the funding level? But just to simply have conversation about we need more money is concerning to me, to just give it or to have this dialogue and to not hit a pause and say, hey, we have an actual problem here. And it's not about 50,000 or 125,000. It sounds like it's significantly larger. And I would recommend in the future for everyone who's advocating, and especially on the Board of Ed side, and to the superintendent, with all due respect, is that when we're advocating for money, let's be very specific on what it does, because we can paint the picture of all these different avenues, but at some point we have to start having real concrete conversation and kind of have that honest conversation and dialogue. But I appreciate you and I thank you, and I know the task is large no matter which way we go. But in what I'm hearing from you, it sounds like you're no stranger to this, and I hope we all collectively continue the fight. So no matter which way it goes, I appreciate every single one of you guys advocating for this. And we will get through this, but we have to remember that important part, which is together. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Goodwin and Superintendent Ritchie. At this time, I'm going to call on Councilor Burke.
Thank you, President Dominguez. I guess at this point, I'll just ask a quick process question of Attorney Londrigan, through you to the Law Director. So this is the second reading of the budget. We have the Board of Finance recommendations, and per Section 53B of the Charter, we're not to exceed the appropriations unless approved by a meeting of the Board of Finance Board. So for the purpose of conversation, if someone were to offer an amendment increasing the Board of Education budget by even $1, that would not be able to be done without a meeting of the Appropriations Board. That's correct?
This is Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. That is correct. Such a motion at this point in time would be out of order.
Okay. Now, if you know, I know that a meeting of the Appropriations Board can be called by all the same meetings of a special meeting of council, either by request of the mayor, request of the council president, or by a signed letter of 5 of the 7 councilors. Is there any means on which within this meeting to perhaps consider that either by motion or would that better be taken up after this meeting tonight?
That would be better taken up after the meeting. There'd be an issue about adding it to the agenda, whether or not it was on there to begin with, but not knowing which direction it would go under, whether or not it would be from the mayor, from the president, or something signed by 5 councilors. It would have to be in writing. So even if there was a verbal motion made this evening, it's still under our charter, needs to be in writing. So trying to an attempt to do that this evening would probably not be beneficial in saving any time.
Sure. Well, then thank you for the clarification, Attorney Londrigan. I'll just close with the fact that, you know, I appreciate the dialogue that we have today. I've made on the general side of the 2 budgets, I've made my thoughts about our revenue predictions, equity and the share of that known. So that I will plan on advocating for either the president or 5 of my colleagues to join me in forming an appropriations board, knowing that there's not a lot of time left to play here. But I have nothing further. Thank you very much. This was Councilor Burke.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Burke and Attorney Landrigan. At this time, I'll call Councilor Dice.
Okay, this is Counselor Dice. I just wanted to say this is my first time speaking on this on the education budget. I just ask everybody, I just asked the screen to be removed so I can see everyone. And so I think you thought that was my first turn. So I just want to make that known. And I'm not gonna be long, but it's just some things that I think need to be said. I had the opportunity to be at the last Board of Ed meeting, and when Funk had a chance to, and he is the finance person for the Board of Ed, when he had a chance to speak, he spoke about, you know, with the not doing the sports buses and the coaches consultant and so forth, they had a savings of 1.4 million, but technically only 1 million will be allowed to be used maybe next year because it was grant funding. But when I was listening to them talk about all the different things that they have to deal with, I realized that the saving is not a savings, because what they, besides only having 10 on a bus, besides, you know, maybe 2 days a week, 3 days a week for students, I realized that this money was going to be needed. I just asked that, oh, they also share about there's COVID money, different buckets of money that they will be eligible for to help them through this transition, being the Board of Ed. I just ask clear disclosure, because I listened to the board members asking for more detail from Funk. So what do you think we're saving? What, how are we gonna do this? And Funk said, well, when we have our finance meeting, then I will be able to, you know, go in more details. And you know, I'm there like them, sitting on edge, want to know, because I realize what they have to deal with, because you know, with all the changes. The other thing that I just want to make note of is that with that being said, the budget design, really having that conversation where the budget is something that everyone can read. I mean, the book and stuff was colorful and nice. And actually, they did go through everyone's salary by the schools and so forth, but you had to feel comfortable and dig through it. And what I mean by dig through it, you had to look and see, okay, this is the board of, this is central office, this is Benny Dover, and this. I think that conversation needs to be had where we're all on the same page, looking at the same type of budget design. And I think the conversation will be, it'd be more, I want to say fruitful, but more understanding, that we're all can understand where everyone is coming from. So that was my take on everything that I got from being at their meeting. And I tell you this, thank you, President Dominguez.
You're welcome. President Dominguez speaking. Thank you, Councilor Dice. I'll be brief. I just want to say just a couple things. You know what? Just echoing what Councilor Goodwin had stated a little while ago, and also some of the things that you said, Councilor Dice. I think, you know what, the reality with this is that, yeah, there's some conversations going on. There are some conversations, but it's got to be more than a conversation. And what I mean is, for example, you know, again, we didn't know, we couldn't forecast that we were going to be in this pandemic, you know, in this year, you know. Let's just say this also, prior to Superintendent Ritchie coming on board, she didn't know the explosion that was going to happen at the schools. No one knew, you know. Mm-hmm. So these are things that we have to, you know, take into consideration. The reason I'm saying this is because things sometimes happen, and you know what, we have to sort of act in the moment, but act with wisdom. And what I mean is, even though, you know, this is the second reading of the budget, we have to have meetings that we sit down together and talk. I always felt that, you know, the Board of Education meetings or the board, and not talking about Superintendent Ritchie right now, but previous superintendent, they meet with their staff, they put the numbers together and then they bring it to us. And then I also feel that the mayor does his numbers and everything, they put them together and here it is. And there's no cohesion, there's no communication between each other. And to be honest, one thing we have to know, this is a marriage. In order for this to work, this is a marriage. You have to sit down together. You have to talk about it. And I know it's some redundant saying the same thing over again, but I think this problem would have been less of a difficulty if we would all sat down together, maybe in November, and sort of, talk about the budgets. But sit down, I'm talking about being specific. And I think that's the issue. We are not being specific. Things are being learned like the day before, or maybe a couple of months before. We have to have time to do this. And I think, we have had communications, I think they're better with the Board of Ed, with President Mosley, Regina Mosley. But I think the administration from both sides, the mayor's side, Superintendent Ritchie, we have to sit down together and talk about it, and see what we can come up with. We need to do that, because if not, it always feels like, it's the last minute, like, and I'm not really talking about the pandemic, because that's something that we can, we had no control over that, but it's just sitting down and being specific about it, about what are the issues that our city side has, what are the issues that our Board of Education side. I'm sure we all love the children. We want the best for the children. But when it comes to money, it's difficult. And it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be. But I think those hurdles can be jumped if we meet prior to all this, prior to March, prior to February, prior to January. I mean, I know I said it before, but I think Superintendent Ritchie, you've been doing a tremendous job. I have to tell you, I know with everything that's been, thrown at you, coming in with everything, with the issues we've had. I know you made a lot of cuts. I mean, you streamlined a lot of budgets. I know that. And I know the mayor has done a lot of things. The mayor has done a lot of things on his side, with doing different things to be able to lower the mill rate and that taxes and all that. But again, it's just the meeting of the minds and talking about it and just being real, not through email, not through setting out sessions where both finance directors can meet with the mayor, with the superintendent, and meet. I know that that's the only way that this can be solved. So we can know what's going on each side, and how we can help each other. Because I believe that if we want to be successful, then both sides have to be successful. Both sides, the city side and the Board of Ed side, and come together. And I think that I believe that's the only way we could do it. That is the only way. I mean, we still have time to do some things. So we still have time to meet, at least, and talk about. Okay, now through email, sit down. Let's make it happen. Let's talk. Let's talk together. Let's sit down. Mayor, let's sit down. Superintendent Ritchie, let's sit down. Mr. Funk, let's sit down. Director McBride, let's sit down. Let's talk about it and see what we can do. And with that, I'm going to close with because I went through all the rotations. So at this time, I'm just going to ask to get a roll vote vote on the budget from the Board of Education side.
Oh, okay. It's Councilor Burke.
No.
Councilor Goodwin.
Yes.
President Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Dice.
Yes.
Councilor Sadai.
Yes.
Councilor Booker Jr.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. And President Pro Temp Natartez.
Yes.
Okay. 6 yes, 1 no.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, City Clerk Ayala. Thank you for everyone staying up late with us here to discuss these budgets. But it's ongoing. This is the second reading, so we're going to continue eventually. With that said, let's move on to the next one, which is 7. I'll get in right here, 7.3.
4.
I'm sorry, 7.4. Thank you very much, Councilor Dyson. That was you. Okay, 7.4. Go ahead. You have the floor, Councilor Goodwin.
All right, do you want me to read the cam or we're good?
Make a motion.
Yeah, move to Cam first.
Oh, yeah, make a motion, move the cam.
Second, Councilor Sadi.
Would you like me to read the cam, Council President, or no?
No, go ahead. You can go ahead. Let's just discuss it.
All
You
right,
can start.
Yep, so I have a question for yourself. Just wondering how this came about. Why is it back here? Just a little bit more background. We already passed the rates and reduced them. So I was just wondering if I can get some background on why it's back.
Councilor Goodwin, I'm sorry, did you address that too?
Yourself or yourself?
Oh, to me? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. No, this was because there was a change. Mr. Shagru talked about having the reduction from 25 to 15 for the senior resident season pass. Both of those, even for the adult resident. And the issue was about dealt with traffic.
Okay, that answers that. I was just want to make sure I wasn't clear on something or missed something. So at that meeting, I don't recall us conceding to that dialogue and or making any changes. I remember him presenting the problem with parking passes and for residents with those passes to kind of alter and go into another rate. I think we further discussed that if you're farther down on Ocean or Pequot, et cetera, it really wouldn't apply. So we didn't understand why we would reduce those rates to solve a parking problem that doesn't solve. But I also pulled this, not only that, because I was unfamiliar as to why it got back here, because I didn't vote in favor of reducing that. My other question was, this could be to the mayor, actually. Through you, Council President, to the mayor. Should we be looking at, based on the information coming out from the state, indeed, a larger response to the issues that COVID prevents, i.e. increasing rates to out-of-towners and or decreasing rates for our residents? And then two, if you could speak to, in your past, what is that? Is there a ceiling of the debt we'd acquire, since we're forecasting, I would assume, that the beach is going to have either less or reduced occupancy, so therefore it'll result or translate in less sales hypothetically. Could you speak to that, Mr. Mayor, please?
The first question, I would be more comfortable waiting until we get the full guidance from DEP and from Hartford. And also I would like to get into discussion with our contractor who's running the beach to try to understand the full implications of any of that. And the legalities of it, because Hartford has already said that we can't close our beaches to non-residents. So if I understand the question correctly, you want to raise the price to discourage them from coming, which I think it's one strategy, but I'd want to make sure also that we're not we're not seen as trying to do an end run around a directive not to exclude non-residents from
discriminate.
And yes, I only bring up that one opportunity to discourage that, only because there's multiple different opportunities we can take, because now there needs to be a greater conversation on what's the impact to us, since the beach may not get the forecasted revenues it usually does. So we have to account for that part. And I think that was the second part. Sorry, I was a little long-winded. Is there a ceiling or a cap for us for that debt that we have to pay to the contractor? It could be a better question for the finance director.
Yeah, there is a ceiling under the contract as to what we have to cover, and I think we generally budget that every year. Budget that, that loss, that, call it a subsidy to the beach. And I would defer to Mr. McBride, or what I could promise you is to get you to get the council a better understanding of what our exposure is if the beach season is very unprofitable this year, which is potentially likely. We're not even sure concessions can open. We know right now the amusements can't open. We know right now that the pool is likely not going to be open. So it is still, I'm sorry I can't be more certain in my answers to you, but it's partly because it's still a very, very unfolding situation with regard.
Okay. As expected, that makes sense. So to my point, and you can just answer in your own opinion as mayor, as a councilor, or in general, does it make sense to us to vote on this now or just to table it to the next meeting so we can get that critical feedback? Because perhaps we should be, if we've already allocated money in theory to the loss that we'd accept, perhaps reducing it even farther doesn't pose any risk, or maybe it does. But I think it warrants a conversation holistically so we can just do it all at once.
I think I didn't have any input in this motion, and I'm not sure the administration did directly. My understanding was the problem with the beach and the previous motion with one respect, and I think Councilor Nataras might be able to jump in on this, but my memory is the problem with the last motion that passed was just not a resistance to it, but a practical matter in trying to do it at the gate. I think what our intention was to base the reductions on city residency. And just as a practical matter, with the kids we hire at the beach in the booth, Mr. Shagru had a lot of experience, and he explained that it just wouldn't be able to be done. Trying to check license plates, residencies, and all of the, I don't want to say scams, but all of the stories that these kids get at the gate to the beach. It just would be unworkable. So he suggested instead, and actually even a greater savings, I think, to the residents and more of a hit to the beach revenue, is to just lower the season passes so that the administration of the beach checks residency once, you buy your season pass, and then it's more efficient to get cars through the gate.
Mr. Mayor, in all due respect, I'll pause you there. I believe Dave Shagru is on the line. Dave, if you're there, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Okay, better
Yes,
yet.
I am here.
Thank you, sir. If you could take the floor to clarify that for us.
Yeah, Mayor Passwood just did a great job of explaining it. Our concern was the transaction time and getting people into the park. It's a bottleneck as it is. So our suggestion was to discount the season pass rates even further and keep the daily rates where they were previously. So they would get a better rate for the whole season. Like right now, we were proposing that the senior citizens rate would be $15, which would be the same cost as them coming one day. So it's a much better deal for the seniors and the regular resident passes, and it gets them into the park quicker. And we especially don't want to have more transaction time with COVID going on right now, having our employees checking IDs out at the gate. There's just a lot more going on now. So that was our hope.
Perfect. That was very helpful information. Is there anything else? Because I guess that was the purpose to have you in the conversation. So since you're here, is there anything else we should be looking at for the park rates that we can do now all in one sweep as far as amending? Any other recommendations besides this?
No, this is my one recommendation, that we hold the daily parking rates where they were last year. They're actually going to increase somewhat because the state has actually added a tax to all parking revenues at beaches for the summer. So we've got to go up a $1 here or $2 there. So it's going to go up a little bit. I just wanted to also point out that we plan on starting to sell those passes this weekend when we open. So I'm hoping we can get some kind of direction.
All right, I thank you very much for that context. The main aspect of this, since it was coming back, to give it its fair chance so we can kind of have this dialogue to make sure we're helping you to do the best job given these new restrictions with COVID. So I appreciate you jumping in and responding.
Thank you all for all you're doing. Appreciate it.
All right, Council President, that was it for me. I'll yield the floor to the rest of the councilors if there's any other discussion.
Thank you, Councilor Goodwin and Mr. Shagru also. Okay, President Pro Tem Nartates.
No, I think Councilor Goodwin got his questions right. We need to make a decision tonight. They need to be posted. Right, people are going to purchase these season passes. We know that there's going to be a reduction in the revenue we're going to get. How deep that is, we don't know yet. That's for a later date. But I think the whole conversation that we had around this was the incentive to get our city residents to be able to afford to go to the beach, and that's the bottom line. So I'm going to support this, and I'm ready to vote on it.
Okay, Councilor, thank you, President Pro Tem Hurtado. Councilor Burke?
Yeah, no questions at this time. This is Councilor Burke.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Dice, any questions? No?
No questions this time. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Booker?
No questions at this time.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Sadi?
No questions. I plan on supporting the motion.
Okay, so we're gonna vote on this. Seeing no one has any questions or further discussion. Again, we're gonna be voting on 7.4, the CAM for Ocean Beach Park rates, excuse me. Go ahead, City Clerk Ayala.
President Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Dice,
Yes.
Councilor Burke,
Yes.
Councilor Goodwin,
Yes.
Councilor Booker Jr.,
Yes.
President Pro Tem Natartez,
Yes.
Councilor Sadi,
Yes.
7 yes.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries. All right, Sadi, 7.5, it's yours.
Move to CAM. City Council.
Can I have a second?
Councilor Burke will second.
Councilor
City
Burke has
Council
seconded it.
authorize the mayors to apply for U.S. Department of Transportation Report Infrastructure Development Program Grant, $14,103,709 with the grant request of $10 million and the required match of $4,103,709 provided in full by Mohawk Northeast, and to sign other document. So this is through you, Council President, to the mayor. I believe we voted on a similar motion last meeting, and the figure was much higher. But I just want to make sure that I'm reading this correct. There will any match from the City of New London will be provided by Mohawk Northeast.
That is correct. That has not changed from the last meeting's vote on this issue.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor Sadi. At this time, any other councilor? Let's go, Councilor Booker. Any questions?
No.
Okay, Councilor Goodwin, any questions on this?
Councilor Goodwin, I do not.
Okay, Councilor Burke?
Councilor Burke, no questions. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Dice.
Councilor Dice, no questions. Thank you, President.
President Pro Tem Nartates, any questions?
President Pro Tem Hurtado, no questions.
Okay, seeing none, I think I called everyone. Let's vote. Go ahead, City Clerk Ayala.
Councilor Booker Jr.,
Yes.
President Pro Tem Natartez,
Yes.
Councilor Sadi,
Yes.
Councilor Burke,
Yes.
Councilor Goodwin,
Yes.
Councilor Dice,
Yes.
President Dominguez,
Yes.
7 yes for the motion.
Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you, City Clerk Ayala. All right, next, 7.6, that's you, Councilor Sadi.
Move to CAM.
I need a second.
Goodwin, second.
Thank you, Councilor Goodwin.
City
Second, go
Council
ahead.
hereby approves the purchase of certain real property known as 43 Hempstead Street from Shiloh Development Corporation, authorizes the mayor to sign any documents necessary and incidental to effectuating said purchase. Although I've said a lot, I just want to add a couple things. Number one, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that Shiloh 20 years ago purchased this property from the City of New London for $15,000. So for all intents and purposes, although I do have a concern about what the cost of remediation is, it sounds as though Shiloh bought the headache from us and we're just sort of buying it back. I appreciate that there's a need in the neighborhood for a park. I do still have to vote no, only because I do not know what the cost is. And I think it behooves us to table this motion until such time as we know what our actual cost is, and also what brownfield money may or may not be available in the future. Because as far as I'm concerned, if this is a $500,000 remediation or $1 million remediation, we may be buying something that we can't afford, and may in fact be forced to at some point in time do it. And I can tell you right now, it's a perfect example. You know, if it's $1 million remediation that we can't afford, tonight would have been a great time to spend that same $1 million on education. But anyways, I plan on voting against this motion at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Sadi. At this time, Councilor Booker. do you
Actually,
have any-
before I finish, I'd like to make a motion to table.
Well, I'm gonna allow first the other councilors
Okay.
before your motion, okay? Would you take that motion back?
That's all. Remove that motion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilor Booker, any discussion on this?
No questions at this moment.
Okay, all right, Councilor Goodwin?
Yeah, so inadvertently, I do understand and hear John's point about remediation. I do agree that anytime we're purchasing some sort of brownfield, that we should have updated scope of work for remediating, because those figures that we're giving were dated, and as came up in prior conversations and in the subcommittee meeting, it's very important and essential to make sure you can account for those influxes and changes that happened over the years with remediation. If you guys heard that from the prior meeting, for those of you guys that were there. In some of my conversations, follow up with the administration with regards to that, I believe they have accounted for that aspect because it's such a controlled space. We're not talking about acres and acres of land needing remediation. So to ballpark those figures, they're still able to come within some degree of what it would cost, given that it's a controlled smaller space. So that makes some type of logical sense to me there. I would like to, through you, Mr. President, to the mayor, just have him quickly touch upon their plans should it take time to remediate these lands, because it is a process to get to these grants. Have they accounted for that? Have they talked to Public Works, and is there any conversation around making sure it's maintained in the meantime, or what their plan is?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilor Goodwin. Public Works would not be any kind of or a very great imposition on Public Works. It'll be another piece of property that we'll mow on the cycle with our Parks and Recs crew. We also have great support in that neighborhood for maintaining that property, as we do rely on community organizations to maintain or help the city maintain a lot of our parks. So we're counting on the public there. It will remain fenced in. It will remain restricted access until we get the Brownfields grant money that we'll need in order to remediate this parcel. Did I answer all the phases of that question?
Yeah, perhaps you can add hearts along to that fence for all our healthcare and essential workers. But thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to clarify that the property was not bought from the City of New London. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Goodwin. Councilor Burke.
No questions. This is Councilor Burke.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Dice.
This is Councilor Dice. So this is through you, President, to the mayor. When you said that it wasn't bought by the city, it was, the money was donated for purchasing of the park or the space.
For this contract that you're voting on tonight?
Yes.
Yeah, the city we have a donor that is going to provide the money for the purchase price. I meant to the comment that Shiloh originally bought the property from the city. I do not believe that's correct. Also, Shiloh did make investments in this property that they are not recovering their investment. The purchase price that they're offering to us is a sacrifice for the seller as well. So all in all, I think it's just a community pulling together to try to resolve a problem that's bringing down one of our great neighborhoods.
So this is Councilor Dice. I just want to say I appreciate that because that is my neighborhood, and I just I really appreciate how the community, the neighbors came out to advocate, because it's been over 20 years. So I'm so thankful that at least we're taking strive in the right steps forward to try to do something with that green space. So thank you. That was Councilor Dice.
Thank you, Councilor Dice, and also the mayor. I have just one question real quick. Director Reyes, do you have, I know that you have worked on brownfields before. Do you have anything that you want to add to this? I guess he's muted. Oh, he can't hear me. Director Reyes.
Yes, sorry.
No, that's okay. Just didn't know if you wanted to, since you're familiar with brownfields and all, did you want to add anything to this?
No, I mean, I think we can just, there's some history there. I think the property was sold to Shiloh from Crescent Communications in 1998 for about $21,000. That's what our assessment card reads. So just wanted to put some clarity on that. We do have due diligence from 2000 for about $170,000 of work. Do we think that's going to be more? Yeah, there's probably going to be some more because it's an older assessment. But our office is fully equipped and have the staff with subject matter expertise and going after state and federal grant funding. Shiloh property is a property that is on our list that we continuously go after in regards to abatement and remediation money. So that doesn't change. I think now that the city owns it, we can certainly go after more grants, and we absolutely have to, take a moment and just thank Shiloh. Shiloh had dreams for this property. I think we forget that. They expand their programs and the needs that they had at that church, and their dreams are devastated too, knowing that they were remediations and they couldn't do. So they had to give up a dream of theirs to make sure that the community had a park that they. So I think it's also important that we mention that tonight, that they're sacrificing and getting rid of a piece of property for the betterment of the community. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Reyes. This is President Dominguez. President Pro Tem Nartatis, did I call on you? I'm not even sure.
No, you did not call on me, and I support this on the agenda. I support this, Kim. I'm ready to vote on it now, and I will not support any motion to table.
Okay, and at this, Councilor Booker Jr., I'm not sure if I called on you. Want to make sure.
Yes, you did.
Okay. All right. So with that said, I know that there was a motion going back. Well, Councilor Sadi, it's going to go back to you. Did you?
Thank you very much. I'm just glad to hear that there has been a dollar placed, whether it be, not positive, another $200,000 to remediate. At this point in time, I plan on supporting the motion.
Okay.
Thank you to Director Reyes for clarifying that.
All right. Thank you, Councilor Sadi. At this time, City Clerk Ayala, we're going to be voting on 7.643 Hempstead Street. Go ahead.
Okay. Yep. Councilor Goodwin.
Yes.
Councilor Booker Jr.
Yes.
Councilor Dice.
Yes.
Councilor Burke.
Yes.
President Dominguez.
Yes.
President Pro Tem Natartez.
Yes.
Councilor Sadi.
Yes.
7 yes on the motion.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, City Clerk Ayala. All right, we're going to move on to 8.1, Yolanda High School project. That's the CAM-A. That's you, Councilor Sadi.
Move the CAM.
Can I have a second?
Rihanna Dice, second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor
Trade
Sadi.
award, City Council authorized Newfield and Downs to commence Phase 3 construction phase work and award trade contracts for 8 bid packages in a total of 48,245, 524 per authorization to award letter from Newfield and Downs dated May 11, 2020. School Building Maintenance Committee did pass this. I plan on voting against it because I believe we're being strong-armed. No further comments. Thank you.
Okay, let's go down the list here. Councilor President Pro Tem Nartates, any comment or discussion on this?
President Pro Tem Nartates, no discussion or comments.
Okay, Councilor Booker, discussion or comments?
I have a question about the, through President Dominguez. I have a question concerning alternates. What alternates have been changed, and by taking away certain alternates from the project, how will it change the dynamics of the building? Also, what safety measures have you included, even with the deductions of a few alternates from the project? And how does this affect the projected budget?
Okay, who are you addressing to that? This is President Dominguez, Councilor Booker.
I'm addressing this to either, I don't know if the architect or I don't know who's still available here from the project. Oh, there we go. Yep, there we go. Perfect.
Mrs. McNeil.
I didn't see anyone there. All right, awesome.
Good evening, Council President and other councilors. This is Diana McNeil from CREC. I'm the project manager for the London High School project. Also in this call, I believe, is Tom DeMauro. He is from the construction manager. He's from Newfield Downs. First of all, I want to clarify that the amount is not 48,000. It's 48,245,524. And this amount is specific to 8 bid packages that are being considered by the construction manager as what is known as early packages. This is not the entirety of the project. There's other bid packages that will come before you at a later date. The reason for this presentation to you tonight is because we are all taking necessary steps to make sure that certain pieces of the project are being approved, obviously pending the completion of the legal document known as the GMP for signature, and then we can begin the process of construction. So this is but one of the steps to allow us to go forward in that process. What will follow from this process will be adding to those 8 packages all of the construction manager costs, including staffing, CM contingency, CM fees, and together that bundle will become before this body once again, I believe on the June 1st meeting for that final approval. And when that happens, we will also have for you a completed GMP that has all the legal language that protects the City of New London. So these are steps. One of the questions had to do with the value engineering. The value engineering has been an ongoing process by the project team, by the subcommittee from the building committee as a tool to decrease the initial budget shortfall. The $48 million that are here before you that are specific to those 8 packages will be further decreased as the value engineering costs are reduced and incorporated into those 8 packages. And that will become before you again when we have all the costs lumped together. Did I address your questions regarding 8.1A?
I mean, yes, thank you very much, President Dominguez. Diana McNeil, one of my questions was really dealing with the alternates. What alternates have been changed, and by taking away certain alternates from the project, how will it change the dynamics of the building? Also, what safety measures have you included, even with the deductions of a few alternates from the project? And how does this affect the projected budget?
Okay, this is Diana McNeil again from CREC. I'm going to address the alternates first.
Yes, thank you very much for that clarity.
Of course. So the alternates, a list of alternates was put together with the project team and the School and Maintenance Building Committee and other stakeholders. And the reason for the list of alternates, when the 90% CD completion cost estimate was done, was because we were not quite sure we were going to meet the budget. So the alternate is a tool that allows us to put the majority of the project out for bid as basic packages, and then you have the alternates, which you can then go back in front of the committee and decide if there's extra dollars, which of the alternates are included in the project or not. What ended up happening with the project when it went out to bid was that the totality of the bids came back over budget. So at that point in time, the decision was made to shift into reducing the cost in the basic bids to make sure that at least the basic project was built. And unfortunately, the alternates were not taken because there were no extra dollars for the alternates at that point in time. That is not to say that as we go down this road and construction begins, and if contingency dollars are saved, that there's not a possibility down the road to reuse that money towards the later part of the construction process. But again, that's not something that is 100% for sure at this point. The second part of the question has to do with safety measures. And I think you're talking about preserving the budget.
That's
so is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we know that we have a total budget for the entire project of $108 million. We know that to this point, there has been 2 phases of construction. Phase 1, which was the track, and phase 2, which was the limited hazmat that took place last summer. We also know that from that $108 million, we have soft costs that are committed. These are all of the contract agreements for all the professionals that are involved in the project, including contracts with the architect and others. We know that we have a budgeted amount for FF&E, which is furniture and equipment. And so when we put it all together and we do the math backwards, we realize that from the $108 million that we started with, we have approximately $82.3 million that are left for what is known as phase 3 construction. And so in all of the discussions that we've had with the construction manager, simultaneously to the value engineering process, simultaneously to contracts discussions, we have made it clear that the totality of phase 3 construction, including all of the trade packages and all of the construction manager's costs, have to stay within the amount of budget that is that remains for the rest of the project.
This is Council Booker. Ms. McNeil, thank you very much for your clarification.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Booker, and thank you, Mrs. McNeil. You might as well stay there. There might be more questions. But I want you to clarify something. You said that the, Ms. McNeil, this is towards you. You said that the, for CAM here is 48 million. What was your, for that CAM?
48,245,524.
Okay, that's what we have there.
Yes.
I wasn't sure. Okay. Okay, I just thought that you're making, there's a correction on the other one. I wasn't sure. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Okay,
You're
for that said, let's have Councilor Sadi.
I have no further questions or comments.
Okay, Councilor Goodwin.
I have no questions or comments.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilor Burke.
Yes, thank you, President Dominguez. This is Councilor Burke. So Diana, I mean, as a member of the school building and maintenance committee, I've been in many of the meetings over the past couple of weeks. I mean, I do plan on supporting this reluctantly. It's just unfortunately not a great situation to be in, where we're put in the position to, award bid contracts when we still don't have a full budget for the project. I'm also very empathetic to the fact that the school administration never really considered the alternates as alternates. They considered them essential and, providing safety to our kids. So just to, maybe bring some of my colleagues up to speed, Have you ever worked on a project, managed a project before where a phase of construction started while value engineering was still being performed?
This is Diana again. The construction for the early packages, which is to start in June, I'm assuming you're talking about the early bid packages, will be starting simultaneously to having completed the value engineering process incorporated into the construction documents. And at that point in time, as a matter of fact, we have multiple meetings today talking about this. We have a very good understanding as to where the numbers are and where the value engineering gap remains. And we have a commitment from the construction manager for a cap to the cost for the GMP. So one of my primary goals is to complete this project and complete it under budget and complete it in a way that the city and all the taxpayers are protected. And I am going to stick to that. So regarding the alternates, it is unfortunate that the alternates are being perceived at this point as they were included in the project, because the project team conducted a process that was all inclusive, where the stakeholders were asked to make sacrifices. No one likes alternates. Everyone likes the entire project to be built. But alternates are sort of the lesser of two evils. If you cannot give up programming, which you can't, you have to give up something to come in budget. And that's what happened.
Okay, so yeah, overall, I mean, yeah, again, just to paint a picture, I do plan on supporting this. I think it's unfortunate that we're in this situation, but the construction season is about to begin, and we've certainly waited far too long already as a community for these schools to be built. It's not ideal. We should have the alternates. We should have the connection and the staircase. But unfortunately, that's not what's in front of us tonight. And, in a perfect world, we'd have the results of the value engineering, in my opinion, before we entered this phase 3 construction program. So with that, I have nothing further. Just want to get on the record that, I'm not terribly, happy with the way all this is. I know there's a lot of history here. It's not an ideal situation for anyone, but I think it's voting yes on this tonight is the best path forward to just get this across the finish line. So nothing further at this point, Council President.
Thank you. This is President Dominguez speaking. Thank you, Councilor Burke. With that said, before I call Councilor Dice, I'm just going to say that I'm in full support of this project. It's long overdue, and it's time to build these schools. It's time to build these schools. That's it. I want to see them built. That's what I want to finish. See those built. So thank you, Mrs. McNeil, for your guidance and for all the work that you have been doing behind the scenes, and also for informing us. With that said, I'm going to ask Councilor Dice, in my last one. Councilor Dice, do you have any questions?
Yes, Councilor Dice, I am so glad, James, because I was wondering, was this about the Passover, the connection from the schools? And when I was sitting in the board meeting or, Zoom meeting, they mentioned that we're not going to have that, but it can be put on later because that's a safety issue. When they brought that up, I was really shocked that it's taken out, and that is a safety precaution. So I just want to make sure that I understand, can that be added on later? And this is to, and I'm so sorry.
Mrs. McNeil? Mrs. McNeil?
Is she still there?
Yeah, Ms. McNeil.
Yes.
Yep.
Hi, this is Diana McNeil again. So I'd like to put your question in the context of a process.
Okay.
The way the process works is you have a budget and you have programmatic requirements, and a building is designed, and the building budget is checked 3 times during the design process and is value engineered 3 times during the design process, schematic design, design development, and construction documents. Every single one of those cost estimates goes back to the design team, and they fine-tune the drawings to make sure that they're close to within budget and so on. And then alternates are set aside as because this could have gone the other way. We could have come in $5 million under budget, and you cannot redesign an entire building. So what you do is you pull those alternates and you add them to the basic bid. It can go either way. I was the project manager for Winthrop and Nathan Hale, and we were fortunate enough where those projects actually came in under budget. It was a different time. The market was different. So those dollars were recouped by having alternates and additional phases to the project, because you don't want to leave any money on the table. So you're hedging your bet by having alternates. The market is such right now that the bids came in over budget. So when you come in over budget, your primary goal is to try to get all of the basic work, which is the program, the classrooms and all of the things that are needed to function the building, back on budget so you can actually build them. And so the alternates are sort of, standing there, not being able to include it because there's not enough money to include them. But the budget includes a contingency because there are things that are unknown at this point. We haven't excavated. We don't know if there's rock. We don't know if there's issues that we have not seen. So you do have to carry a contingency both on the construction manager and on the owner side, so you can, take care of those unknowns that, this is a very complex project moving forward. So if there's dollars left in the contingency bucket down the road, we certainly don't want to leave that money there. We will come back to the building committee and we will post before them how they want to use that money. And so there's another opportunity to look at those alternates, but I don't want to make a promise because we have not started construction of this very complex building, which is going to be constructed under COVID-19, fully occupied. I'm not going to bore you with this, but there's a lot of things that are happening that are being discussed of how we actually do this and then keep people apart from each other. So anytime there's money left over, there's an opportunity to go back to the building committee and ask them how they want to use those dollars. If that is the case, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right, are you, Councilor Dice, are you all set? This is President Dominguez.
Yes, President.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Okay, at this time, President Nartates, did I call on you? I'm sorry if I did.
I don't have any comments. This is
Okay.
President Pro Tem Nartates. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, well, see you in, okay, Diana McNeil, go ahead. Did you have something to say?
I'm not sure if this is the right time, but I want to make sure that the CAM 8.1B, the amount is corrected.
Yes, we're gonna be doing that. We're gonna be doing that when we call, and that'll be Councilor Burke, because we're doing it separate, the CAMs right now.
Okay.
Well, it's CAM A and B. Okay, thank you. That's noted. Thank you so much. All right, so see no other discussion on CAM A of 8.1. We're gonna be voting for the phase 3 construction at this time. So City Clerk Ayala, please make the roll call vote.
Yep. Councilor Burke,
Yes.
Councilor Dice,
Yes.
President Dominguez Jr.,
Yes.
Councilor Booker,
Yes.
Councilor Sadai,
No.
Councilor Goodwin,
Yes.
President Pro Tem Nartates.
Yes.
6 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. Thank you. The motion passes. All right. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and call on Councilor Burke.
I'll move the CAM.
Second,
Okay.
Councilor Sadi, second.
Yes.
AAIS, the City Council authorizes the City of New London to issue a purchase order to the sum of $4,343,346.
Point of order. Sorry, Councilor. I did send you the text. I don't know if you saw it.
I was going to read the CAM as written and then offer an amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
In the
My
sum
fault.
of $4,347,043 for the abatement and demolition work at New London High School. The purchase order will be issued when AAIS quote and the state contract number is issued to the city. The work will be performed in accordance with the terms of the state DAS contract with AAIS. And before I proceed, I would like to offer an amendment to the amount to be amended to $4,214,759.
Hold on.
Second,
All right.
Counselor Sadi seconds the amendment.
Thank you. Councilor Sadi has seconded. Let me open it up for discussion right now. Councilor Burke, you have the floor.
No, I have nothing regarding the amendment. Maybe something
Okay.
when we get to the full motion, but
All right. I just saw Diana McNeil. Did you raise your hand? Did you have something to say?
Yes, this is Diana McNeil. It's just a minor correction is 4,211,759, so that it ties to the quote that you have been provided as backup.
Okay.
I'll withdraw my second to the amendment. This is Counselor Sadi. Burke.
Yeah, Burke, you have to.
yeah, I will withdraw my amendment. Diana, can you say that number one more time?
Yeah.
$4,211,759.
All right, then at this time, I would then make an additional amendment to amend the amount to $4,211,759.
Second to the amendment, this is Counselor Sadi.
Okay, it's been properly seconded. All right. Any discussion right now? Any other councilors? Okay. All right. So seeing none, let's vote on this amendment. City Clerk Ayala, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Counselor Goodwin.
Yep. Councilor Goodwin, are you voting yes for the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Goodwin, good. Counselor Dice.
Yes.
President Pro Temp Natardes.
Yes.
Counselor Sadi.
Yes.
Counselor Booker Jr.
Yes.
Counselor Burke.
Yes.
President Dominguez.
Yes.
7 yes for the motion.
Okay, the motion carries. All right, and now we have the main motion. Is there any discussion on the main motion right now?
Counselor Sadi.
Okay, Councilor Sadi, you have the floor.
Matter has been fully vetted by the School Building Maintenance Committee, which approved this matter. No further comment.
Okay. Any other discussion on this from any other councilor? Okay. President Pro Tem Natsatsis,
Yes.
any discussion on this?
No.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, seeing none, hearing none, let's vote on this. Okay. Roll call vote. City Clerk Ayala.
Counselor Booker Jr.
Yes.
Counselor Sadi.
Yes.
President Pro Temp Natardes.
Yes.
Counselor Dice.
Yes.
President Dominguez.
Yes.
Counselor Goodwin.
Yes.
And Counselor Burke.
Yes.
7 yes for the motion.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diana. Have a good night. Right, at this time, 8.2, Booker.
Move the CAM.
Counselor Sadi seconds.
Okay.
The city council approves the request of the tax collector to transfer the 2011 to 2016 delinquent motor vehicle, supplemental motor vehicle, and personal property accounts to suspense pursuant to CGS 12-165. Through President Dominguez to the law director. Attorney Londrigan.
Yep.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Just for clarification, why are we approving 5 years all at once? CGS says every year this should be done. And how will this CAM impact the residents of New London?
My understanding is, and if the finance director wants to correct anything that I say that's inappropriate, I'll defer to him. But my understanding is that this is done every couple of years to basically clear up old motor vehicle tax delinquencies that just have no opportunity or ability of ever being collected. So for housekeeping and accounting purposes, it's a way to clear up the ledgers, if you will. And it makes sense to batch them together every couple of years that you do it, rather than have these come in one at a time or annually. As far as the second question is, how does this hurt or impact the city? I don't think there is anything that hurts the city. This is just a situation, if I'm understanding the suspense list correctly, whereby these taxes have no opportunity of ever being collected. So carrying them on the books and on the ledgers is not best accounting practices. It's not like we're giving up anything. It's just simply taking care of some old files that we have no ability of ever collecting on. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but that's my understanding of this process.
Thank you very much, Attorney Londrigan. Mr. McBride, Director McBride.
This is Director McBride. I would agree with Attorney Londrigan with everything he said. So just cleaning up the books. It's not a substantial amount of funding. It's about $2,000. We'll net about $2,500 after paying the 15% collections fee, and it's just something we do every couple of years to, properly reconcile our accounts.
Okay, this is Council Booker. I have no further questions. Thank you.
You're muted. President Dominguez, you muted.
It's late. I apologize. Oh goodness, my fault. I thought you was waving to me. We gotta laugh a little here. All right, so to make this, does any other counselor besides Booker have a question on this? Speak now. Okay, so let's vote, guys. Go ahead, City Clerk Ayala.
Okay, Council Burke.
Yes.
President Dominguez.
Yes.
Council Dice.
Yes.
Council Goodwin.
Yes.
Council Booker Jr.
Yes.
President Pro Temp Natardas.
Yes.
Council Sadai.
Yes.
7 yes on the motion.
Thank you. The motion carries. All right, the next one, it's Booker. It's 8.3.
Move the CAM. The City Council here. Move the CAM.
Second.
Yeah, it's been seconded. I'm sorry.
Yes, Councilor Goodwin, second.
Oh yes, thank you, Councilor Goodwin. Go ahead, Councilor Booker.
Thank you. The City Council hereby resolves and authorizes the mayor to apply for funding in the amount of $26,850 under the grant program for the purpose of purchasing the above 350 smoke alarms and a laser fire extinguisher simulator that can be used as a standalone simulator or in conjunction with the fire prevention trailer, and to sign any other documents necessary and incidental to effectuating said grant. Through you, President Dominguez, to Director McBride. As a volunteer with the Red Cross, I have worked on fire alarm installations initiatives throughout southeastern Connecticut. Is New London Fire Department partnering with the Red Cross to ensure every home in New London has an operating fire alarm?
Excuse me, Councilor Booker, excuse me, this is the mayor. Sorry for the interruption, Mr. President. We have the Fire Inspector Vern Scow in the meeting, and he was kind enough to stay with us all this time to answer any questions, if he's still with us.
Thank you very much.
This is Fire Marshal Vernon Scow, and I'm here. And we have a great partnership with the Red Cross. We use them for smoke alarms. We also supplement that every few years with a grant request for smoke alarms, of which in this particular grant package, we're looking at about 300. That includes actually installing them in New London residents' homes. Is that enough background on the smoke alarms?
That's enough background. I just want to know, like, the initiative and partnership as far as installing more than just 300, above 350. Another strategic plan to make sure we get them in more homes throughout New London.
Great question, Counselor. We have actually, in the past 5 years, have had 2 mass distributions with the Red Cross regarding these installation of smoke alarms. So they're a great resource for the city of New London.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate all of your work. Thank you. Councilor Booker.
Okay. Councilor Booker, thank you. Is there any other counselor? Speak now if you have. This is President Dominguez, if you have any questions on these or comments. Okay, see none. Let's go ahead, City Clerk Ayala.
Okay. Councilor Dice.
Yes.
Councilor Goodwin.
Yes.
Councilor Burke.
Yes.
President Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Booker Jr.
Yes.
Councilor Sadai.
Yes.
President Pro Temp Natardes.
Yes.
Okay, 7 yes on the motion.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Ayala. At this time, 8.6, Councilor Burke.
Move the cam.
Can I have a
Second.
second? Thank you, Councilor Dice. Go ahead.
Dice. Yes.
The City Council approves entering in a contract with William M. Layden Construction for on-call sidewalk repair and replacement in the amount of $150,000 to expire on December 31st, 2020, and authorizes the mayor to sign any documents necessary to its authorization. Funding is from the March 2020 bond issue capital improvement bonding. Through you, Mr. President, to Director Sear. First of all, Brian, thank you so much for staying with us so late tonight. I just have one quick question.
Sure.
Before that, a comment that I'm very happy to see this coming before us. It's something that I'm very passionate about, and glad to see it's coming before us in time for this construction season. One quick question regarding on, let's see, page 23 of the document. I know that there was some controversy around the removal of concrete when we entered into the contract with Kelowna Concrete that Councilor Sadi brought up. So as it reads here, granite stone curbing shall be returned to the City of New London only when requested. I wonder if you could just speak to that and what type of a situation would it be requested and what other types of situations would it not be?
Yes, it's Director Sear. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, it would be at our discretion. Most of the granite that comes out in sidewalk restoration is older granite. It's odd shaped. It's very heavy. It's very bulky, and the city really has no use for that. So in many cases, it's in the city's best interest to have the contractor with their heavy equipment move and dispose of that. However, if there are cases where we want it reused somewhere else throughout the city, we have that right. If that answers your question.
That does answer my question, Director Sear, and I'll just follow up with one other one real quick. You know, I know, again, this is something we've been working on for a little while. I don't want to get into too much of the weeds of all the different things that are across the city, but I know I spoke to you previously about one specific instance up on Summit. And that, so long story short, when, in terms of the timeline, with a positive vote from this PM tonight, what sort of timeline are we looking at until this contractor's actually in the city doing some work on sidewalks?
I believe there's one more, and Director McBride can weigh in. I think I was negligent in having a separate CAM listed, which actually appropriates these funds. This CAM, as I read it, refers to authorizing the mayor to enter into the contract. I believe it's necessary to have an appropriating CAM, which actually appropriates the 150,000. If Director McBride could weigh in on that, I believe that step needs still to be taken. Am I correct, David?
Yes, this is Director McBride. That's correct, Brian. Yep, we inadvertently didn't include an appropriation with this contract approval, but we will do that at the next council agenda.
So based on that input, we would need that at the next council agenda, your approval, and then the contractor could start very, very quickly after that. This specific contractor does on-site similar work for Eversource when they do utilities around. So they're around the area almost daily. And while I have it on, let's say we did have something in the contract which binds them to do this work within 10 days of request. So we will start them on the work as soon as possible, but we're going to hold them to a very tight schedule. It's in the contract. So that once we request a job, again, I'm repeating myself, but they need to do that within 10 days so we can keep them moving, and we have a lot of these to catch up on. So.
Got it. So that's great to hear. So that, once the council takes its next step, it should be pretty soon after that. No questions. Just to add a comment in conversations with some members of the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, that they're also thrilled to see this passed and thrilled to see this presented to us, and would perhaps like to have some input in where this contractor is deployed in our community. But thank you very much for all your hard work, Brian. I know it's a lengthy document. To you and Attorney Londrigan for reviewing it. Happy it's finally before us.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Burke, and thank you, Mr. Seer. Is there any other councilor that has a question or a comment on this agenda item right now?
Councilor Booker?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, through you, President Dominguez, to Director Seer. 8.6, page 66. There was an indication on the line item that says clean up all work areas and dispose materials off-site. Under column Layden Construction and Peter Torello, it says not provided. Why is the amount not provided? What is the reason for not providing the amount in those columns?
That
clarification.
You would have to contact them as to why they did not provide that amount. To me, the fact that it's not provided, and especially in the case of Layton Construction, my interpretation of that is we will not be charged for that work.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that clarification.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Booker. Are you all set?
All set.
All right, it's President Dominguez speaking. Thank you, Mr. Seer. Again, if no one else, we're going to vote.
Councilor Sadi.
Oh, Councilor Sadi, go ahead, sir.
Just want to say that I'm happy that the contract does, require them to give us the material back if we want it. Councilor Tranquita in the past, and I will say that there is a big, large area on Thames Street, Farmington Avenue that does not have curbing and could use it. Hopefully we'll be able to use it there. The other suggestion would be that if in fact they pull something out, take it, store it, and auction it off at the end of the year so that we get out some savings. I have no further comments.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Councilor Sadi. Seeing no other comments or no other further discussion, let's vote on this item 8.6 sidewalk repair replacement contract. Go ahead, City Clerk Ayala.
President Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Goodwin.
Yes.
Counselor Dice,
Yes.
Counselor Sadai,
Yes.
Counselor Burke,
Yes.
President Pro Tem Natartez,
Yes.
and Counselor, sorry. Booker Jr.
Yeah.
Sorry, my connection was in and out. Counselor Booker Jr.
Yes.
7 yes on the motion.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you, City Clerk Ayala.
Thank you.
Okay, after that, we have Booker 8.9.
I'm all set with that one.
Just because you pulled it, we just got to say, we got to go through the process real quick. Sorry, sir.
All right, no problem. Move the can.
Can I get a second?
Counselor Shaddy, second.
All right, go ahead, Booker.
Yep, the city council approves ordinance 5-18-20-03 in the amount of $10,604 made from animal control donations. The ordinance is given its first and second readings in the process of passage by title only. All councilors having copies, and the third reading of the subject ordinance is adopted by roll call vote. Okay.
All right, do you have any further discussion, or are you all set?
I would say just for through you, President Dominguez, to Attorney Londrigan, or even Director McBride, if you just have a little bit of clarification for the residents out there who actually do not have the material in front of them, that would be great on this particular camp.
This is Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. I'm not familiar with what this is, but looking at the backup, it looks like there were some private donations and contributions made to the City of New London to go towards covering certain items to run the animal shelter.
This is Director McBride. That's correct. Those are private donations that are used for cover operating expenses of the shelter.
So thank you very much for the clarification. This is Councilor Booker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, President Dominguez speaking. Any other counselor? Okay, seeing none, let's vote. City Clerk Ayala?
Counselor Burke,
Yes.
Counselor Goodwin,
Yes.
Counselor Booker Jr.,
Yes.
Counselor Sadai,
Yes.
President Dominguez,
Yes.
Counselor Dice,
Yes.
President Pro Tem Natartez.
Yes.
7 yes on the motion.
Okay, the motion carries. All right, now I pulled out 8.10, tentative agreement. This is going to be taken in executive session. And then 9.0, there's no appointments. And then 10.8, executive session. So I'll just read it quickly. The city council will meet in executive session pursuant to C G S section -200 (6) letter E with mayor and or member of the mayor's office, the personal administrator, the finance director, and members of the law director office to discuss the strategy with respects to collective bargaining with the city's police union, and such discussions are exempt pursuant to general statute. Okay. For those that are asking what's going to happen at this time, we are going to go into executive session, and Daniel is going to put those that are a part of this meeting into what you call a waiting room.
Oh.
Am I correct, Daniel?
Mr. President, you have to vote on that motion. There needs to be a motion and a second and a vote.
Yes. So can I have a second?
Councilor Dice.
Thank you. Councilor Dice has seconded. Okay. And now, any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Okay, so let's vote on it. Okay. So hold on, Attorney Londrigan. So
Yes.
we can't vote on this. We got to go into executive session, right? Am I right?
You have to vote to go into executive session. That's what you're doing. And if I could just for one more clarification for Daniel's purposes,
Yes, go ahead.
my partner Brian Eastep is one of the participants of the meeting this evening that needs to come into executive session when he is segregating people into the waiting room and into executive session.
Thank you for that. That's very important. We can't leave.
Also,
without
our personnel director.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
So do we have everyone? I mean, I have law director's office and the personal director, right?
7 councils and the mayor.
Yep. And the finance director. Okay. So make sure, Danny, you get all those.
Mr. Fields may be on the phone too,
Okay.
but I'm not sure.
Okay, I will look for him.
Okay,
Are we going now?
No, we got to vote first.
We got to vote first. Okay. But
just a verbal vote is fine. You don't have to do a roll call.
okay, great. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. From executive session. No motions were taken, no votes were made. And I'm gonna ask for 8.10, so move to CAM. 8.10, the city council hereby approves the tentative agreement between the city council and the police union and further authorizes the mayor to sign any documents necessary and incidental to effectuating said tentative agreement and final contract language. Can I have
This
a
is Councilor
second?
Burke. I will second.
Thank you, Councilor Burke for the second. Any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, let's vote. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Okay, so the motion passes 7-0. Okay, at this time, I need another motion.
I motion to adjourn.
Okay, motion to adjourn has been proposed by Councilor Dice. Can I have a second?
Second, yeah, second, President.
All right, that was President Pro Tem Natatas with a second. All right, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay.
Good night, and good
Everybody.
morning.
We set the record, 12:06 a.m. Good job, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.